Preface and Chapter 1 of In Search of Mademoiselle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Tony Oliva. In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Preface. Note: there were no more vivid episodes in the colonization of the New World than those resulting from the attempts of the French people to gain a permanent foothold on our shores. This fact has long been recognized by sober historians as well as by writers of fiction, for all the fascination of romance holds over the whole field of inquiry. The most thrilling chapter in all this history, strangely neglected or overlooked by the romantic writers, is that of the struggle between the Spanish and French colonists for dominion over our own land of Florida. To me, whose profession it is to see pictures in the words of other men and to produce them, this historic page has appealed very strongly as the proper setting for a human drama, an inviting canvas upon which the imagination may paint a moving picture of the emotions, desires, and passions, the loves and hates of men and women like ourselves, against the somber and sometimes lurid background of historic fact. I have tried, so far as I have used history, to be scrupulously exact. I have carefully read the original or authorized editions of the writings of Hakluyt, René de Laudonnière, and a number of others, but there is little to be found in them which will not also be found much more vividly depicted in the writings of Mr. Francis Parkman. Some of the names will be recognized: Jean Ribault, Laudonnière, Menendez, the Indians, Saturiona, Olotoraca, and Emola, and others were all real men. As for those others who are of the imagination, as for Mademoiselle and those who searched for her, it is to be hoped that they will not be found at odds with the events and scenes in which they are placed. These things, or others like them, must have been, for the writer of historic fiction may rely on the fact that human nature remains much the same, no matter how great the lapse of years. G. G. Bryn Mawr, March 1901. Chapter 1 of my meeting with Master Hooper. It has ever been my notion that apology is designed to conceal a purpose rather than to express it. That excuse is not contrition, but only self-esteem. Therefore it seems ill-fitting to begin my narration thus, especially as there are many Spaniards who will say that I lie in all that I have written. But this will matter little to me, for I have had good confirmation in the writings of their own priests and chroniclers. Before many years are gone, I will rest peaceful in the churchyard at Tavistock, and the ranting of any person, of whatever creed, will avail little to disturb my bones. I shall die believing in God Almighty. That is enough for me. These blind fanatics think themselves privileged to commit any crime in His name. They speak of God as though they owned Him, as though none other were in a position even to think of Him with any understanding. But indeed there is little to choose between the madmen of any races. 20 years have barely passed since Thomas Cobham sewed 48 Spaniards in their own mainsail and cast them overboard. Not long agone, certain English soldiers in Mexico filled a Jesuit priest with gunpowder, blowing him to pieces. I do not attempt to justify my part in the happenings of which I am to write. and the terrible retribution brought upon the Spaniards, I can only say that my own intimate life and love were so twined into these events that I followed where my wild heart led, as one distraught. It is enough that I loved and now love Diane better than any woman was ever loved, and that I hated Diego with a hate which has outlived death itself. Being but a blunt mariner and God-fearing man, with a knowledge of the elements rather than any great learning of the quiet arts, the description of these happenings lacks the readiness of the skilled writer, from whose quill new quips and phrases easily pass. Yet what I, Sidney Killigrew, am to write has virtue in its reality, and its strangeness may even exceed those tales written by the sprightly wits of London, whom I am told it is the fashion of Her Majesty to gather about her. For although a true report of the people of Florida has been made by Admiral Jean Ribault, the story of the great deception practiced upon him by that Spaniard, Menendez de Avilés, is now for the first time to be truly written by one who was with the Frenchmen at that time, and in view of the English settlements which may shortly be made by Her Majesty to the northward, it seems proper and valuable that this should be written. The more do I deem this my duty when I consider the cruel wars which men have fought for the modes by which the good God may be worshipped, reformist, new thinker, or whatever I may be. These events have only convinced me of the truth of the saying of my father, "Live thy life right, my young mariner, and thy mode of faith will be forgiven." That great good father, naval commander of his king, counselor of the realm, noble in life as in lineage, upon whose talents and genius every half-hearted earl in the kingdom had laid a claim, for whatever he may have lacked in wisdom for the betterment of his own estate in the world, he had ever the wit to advise others to their great good fortune and happiness. As I stood against a pile on the great dock at Plymouth and looked across the fine harbor through the network of rigging, I thought of the days of the great Henry, when good ships, well manned and victualled and commanded by men of valor and ingenuity, were ready at all hours to uphold the dignity of their king upon the water. Now all was changed. The mighty fleets that lay off in Plymouth Sound in Henry's day had rotted in anchorage, and not a halyard had been rove on a ship of the line for 15 years. Discipline on royal ships was a matter of no account, for no man knew what change the week to come might work in his command. Even now the coasts of England lay open to the attack of any foreign ships that might choose to run in and fire the broadsides of their great new pieces of ordnance. Here in Plymouth harbor lay but 4 revenue ships of 100 tons and 3 converted merchant brigs, which had been lightly armed. At London there were perhaps as many more, and these were all that great fair England had in her harbors to ward off danger from the Spaniards, ever ready and watchful across the channel. There was naught for a seaman to do, and if a Bible or prayer book chanced to be found on board any ship in Papist waters, she would be confiscated forthwith, and her company of seamen would be carried to the prisons of the Inquisition. A voyage in the narrow seas from which I had returned but a few days before, more than anything else, had given me the desire to see service with some foreign nation where a stout arm had more value than a heart set on paternosters or psalm books. In truth, though this trouble was partly of my own making, I had had enough of the merchant service. To go back to Tavistock was not to my liking, For though I had a taste for peace among men, I had no stomach for a life of idleness. I had been bred by my father to the sights and smells of the sea, the voice of which was more grateful to my ears than the sounds of the wood birds, which had ever seemed to me mere shrill and noisy pipings. And though in no manner a brawler, a life of enterprise suited me mightily. As I labored in this quandary, a hand was laid upon my shoulder, and a rough voice at my side said heartily, "Why, is not this Sidney Killigrew of Tavistock?" And turning, I saw Master David Hooper, my father's friend, who went as Master Commander in the last cruise of the Great Harry. "None other, Captain Hooper," said I, grasping with great joy his hairy fist. He held me off at arm's length and looked at me carefully, noting my great stature with evident enjoyment. "The very image of thy father, though by my faith thou'rt built upon a more sumptuous scale. But lad, what's wrong? You have the air of a farmer's boy 2 days from land." And with that, after other exchanges of compliments, I told him how the world had gone with me, how our estates had fallen from bad to worse, and how little chance there seemed of pursuing the call upon the ocean I loved and wished for. He heard me through, tapping the while thoughtfully with his fingers upon the pierhead. "Come," said he at length, "let us go up to some place where we can discuss thy affairs at leisure." And he led the way from the dock up the street to the Pelican Inn, where seafaring men such as ourselves were wont to go for a pot or so of Master Martin Cockram's own brewing. Once seated there in the quiet window seat overlooking the Sound, he questioned me closely as to my disposition in religious and political affairs. Then finding that I was not averse to taking up a true life of adventure upon the sea, he unburdened himself of his own plans for the future. "You know, lad, of the state of the Royal Navy. Nothing I can say will make you feel that the merchant service is secure from injury at foreign hands. Great Harry, the wonder of all Europe, lies rotting her ribs yonder, and there are no capable ships afloat. France would love well to see us all singing our Ave Marias and Salves in our deck watches, yet she has no love for the greed of Philip. So I say, lad, there is no present danger." "And yet," said I, "our commerce has been reduced to less than 50,000 tons." "Softly, boy. Our carrying may not be so great as in the days of Harry, but neither France nor Spain carry more, for our own brave fleet of gentlemen cruisers has made sad havoc of their barks on the ocean, and not a Papist ship dare show her nose within a dozen leagues of the Scilly Isles." "But these free ships have no warranty from the Queen." "Marry, lad, you've the wit of a babe scarce out of swaddling clouts. Can you not see how the wind sits? The Queen knows well how much she needs these independent ships of war. For reasons of state she may not openly encourage our enterprises, but laddie, I tell you, she has a secret love for them. As for warranty, what more would you have than that?" And so saying, he put upon the bench between us a large parchment bearing the Great Seal of State. I scanned the document in an uncertain mood, for it set forth with many flourishes the rights of one Master David Hooper to trade upon the oceans, and to use his best endeavors to restrain by forcible or other means any enemies of her Majesty from doing hurt or offering hindrance to any English persons or vessels on the high seas. "Why then, Captain Hooper," said I, "you are still in the royal service." "We are all in the service of the Queen, lad. This license guarantees nothing, and is in fact to ordinary eyes but a license to trade. And yet is it not of greater worth than a royal commission as captain in a navy which does not exist?
a license to trade. Ons, and such a trade! Why, lad, what is your ship's cargo of wool stuffs to an after castle full of silver flagons and Spanish ducats, with a taste now and then of good papist wine to clear the gunpowder from your throat? Let them prate, their undoing will be the greater. I tell you, we gentlemen adventurers stand yet between Spain and the mastery of the seas. It may come to pass that one day they will try to cross the channel. They will never land, lad. All this, and more, the young queen knows well. For though she has a grievous way of looking displeasure at one minute, she has as happy a one of winking merrily the next. So it is, you see, that Drinkwater, together with Cobham, Tremaine, Throgmorton, and others among us, has survived both the prison and the noose, and put to sea again, with no greater loss than the proportion of the captured articles Her Majesty sees fit to take for the replenishment of the treasury. This, then, is how the matter stands. So long as we masters may sail successfully, making no complications with France or the other countries to the north and east, Queen Bess wishes us a light voyage out and a heavy one home, and indeed delights in our tales of fortune, to which she is wont to listen with sparkling eyes. The bolder the deeds, the better they are to her liking. I listened to this secret of state with eyes agog. Master Hooper paused in his long talk enough to drain his pot, which he set down abruptly upon the table. "Come, Sydney," said he with a smile, and stretching both hands toward me. "What say ye to a voyage with David Hooper for a shipmate, in a bottom staunch from BAÇAN to Kielsen, the wind and seas for servants, and never a doubt but that tomorrow will be better than yesterday? Or perhaps the gruntings of the swine at Tavistock hold newer charms. What say ye?" Were it in my mind to debate upon an immediate answer, the mention of the pigs at Tavistock had done more to remove that uncertainty than aught else the gallant captain might have said. So I told him that his proposition was much to my liking, and could I be of service, the swine at Tavistock might be lauded for a lout with better land legs and stomach than I. Thus it was that I came to be the third in command of the Great Griffin on her fourth voyage out of Plymouth. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Of the taking of the CRISTOBAL. Like many other English ships engaged in private enterprises at this time, the Great Griffin was of no great bulk, having a tonnage of but a little more than 300, nor had she the great after castles and forecastles of the Spanish galleons, but her bulwarks were stoutly built and high enough to give such protection against the arrows and small pieces of the enemy as might be necessary to those who handled the tier of 18 and 20-pounders on the main deck. The after castle, or poop as it had come to be called, was raised but one deck, and here again were mounted several patereros of modern fashion for use at short distances. The guns being all mounted upon the upper deck made open ports below of no necessity, and so, even in rough weather, all of her ordnance could be brought to bear. The company was made up of merchant sailors and coasters, taken together a hardy lot, yet gentle and quite unlike the reports of them which had reached our ears from the mouths of the Spaniards. The Griffin had 3 tall masts
and upon them were set sails patterned after the wonderful new invention of Master Fletcher of Rye. For the spars, in lieu of being made fast athwart the ship, so set to the masts as to lay forward and aft, it being thus possible by hauling upon certain tackles to shift the sails from one side to the other with great speed and small exertion. This invention permitted the ship to perform the strange feat of sailing almost directly into the wind, and allowed great advantages in getting to windward of larger ships. Though I had seen ships of this fashion in the Channel, never before had I sailed in one of them. So the easy manner of working and the simpleness of the rigging and tackling gave me a great pleasure. Standing on the after deck and looking forward, one could note the strong lines of the bark, for unburdened by the top hamper of the galleons, the bulwarks, barring the break at the forecastle, took a graceful curve and met above the bed of the bowsprit, which made into the head where it was solidly bolted to the deck below. At the forward part of the forecastle was mounted a great head of a dragon, with yawning mouth and wide eyes that looked over the waters ahead as though in search of its rightful quarry. As I looked aloft and saw the new sails, yellow and purple in the morning sun, big-bellied under the stress of a fine breeze from the east, the stays to windward taut as iron bars, the fellow at the helm leaning well to the slant of the deck, methought I had never seen so splendid a sight, and thankful was I to be alive and able to enjoy the beauty of it. The freshening breeze piled up the waters, and the green of the curl, topped by its filmy cloud, lifted itself to be caught in a trice and carried down the wind against the broad bows of the ship, or indeed at times over the bulwarks, singing as it flew a mellow song more pleasing to my ears than any other earthly melody. Master Hooper, by reason of his previous service, maintained to a high degree the discipline of the old navy, and the company of the Great Griffin was thus unlike those of many of the free sailors of the time, which for the most part were composed of men who had used the sea in various ways, but had no knowledge of the customs aboard regular ships of war. To gain that knowledge, the men of the Griffin were each day exercised at the guns and were practiced in the use of the sword and pike, while the bowmen and arquebusiers had targets set upon the forecastle, which they shot at from the poop with great speed and nice judgment. The pikemen and swordsmen had a proficiency I never saw equaled in France or in Spain, and Master Hooper, they called him Davy Devil, had an exercise which he called the fire practice, which more than aught else showed his ingenuity in providing against panic or mishap. 2 years before, a large part of the company had rebelled against the second in command, who had caused one of their number to be strung up at the mast by the thumbs. Captain Hooper being ashore at the time, matters might have gone badly with the officer had not a messenger been immediately dispatched to the inn where he was stopping. Then came Master Hooper in great haste and caused the alarum of fire to be sounded. So nice had been his discipline that each man went to his appointed place, waiting there until Master Hooper appeared upon the poop and gave them a round speech upon the quality of obedience as practiced in the navy of Henry the Great, to the end that, there being no fire to quench, they quenched themselves and went about their several duties. On the morning of the second day from Plymouth we sighted a sail to the south, and discovered her to be a crumster of Newcastle, bearing French Protestants from Havre to Bordeaux. The captain, Master Tremaine, related a sad tale of the manner in which several persons who should have gone with him were taken by the officers of the Inquisition at Havre as they were about to make their escape to his vessel. The martial spirit of Master Hooper had done much to shake the serenity of the merchant life out of me, and the sight of several gentlewomen below decks aboard the crumster, with the pink rings of the manacles and the red scars of the fire still upon them, so inflamed me that I vowed no feeling of charity should stand between me and the duties of justice. Captain Tremaine also told us that during the night he had run afoul of a Spanish vessel of large size, who had hailed him and was in the act of sending boats aboard when a fog fell and he had pulled away under its friendly cover. After some further parley, Captain Hooper set sail on the Griffin and steered boldly to the south, hoping thus to sight this Spanish sail during the afternoon. And true enough, in the first watch a large ship was made out under topsails and spritsail, standing for the coast of France. Upon sighting us, the stranger hove about and took a course which the Great Griffin must cross in an hour or so. Master Hooper, not knowing the strength of the ship, and wishing to draw her further from the coast where Spanish cruisers in great numbers lay in wait for Huguenot vessels, put up his helm and stood off. The wind, however, blowing smartly, he soon found the Griffin to be drawing away from the stranger, who was laboring heavily in the great seas. In order, therefore, to slacken our pace without attracting notice, Master Hooper called one of the spare mainsails to be lowered over the stern. So soon as this sail touched the water, the speed of the Griffin caused it to fill and act as a drag, which notably diminished our rate. The Spaniard, for such the vessel now appeared, began drawing up, until in the course of an hour or so we could mark his tiers of guns as they frowned out over the water to windward. So light was our top hamper and so steady was the drag astern that we appeared to toss but little in the seas, but the Spaniard yawed and rolled in so frightful a manner that the sails at times seemed hardly to be restrained by their sheets, and flapped so noisily that they boomed like a long cannon. She went over at so great an angle that her decks and castles, crowded with the men at the guns, were plainly to be seen. Yet she presented a fair sight as she came down upon us. Despite the squall, the sun stole between the rifts of the clouds and here and there turned the tumbling purple mass into molten gold. The sails, catching the glint, were bright against the darkening horizon and made so fair a vision that she seemed the abode of some water princess rather than the battery of a horde of barbarians seeking life and unworthy profit. When she came to what may have seemed a reasonable distance, a cloud of smoke puffed from a point forward, and a column of spray shot up from the water at several hundred yards on our quarter. The Spanish colors were then run up quickly, and this movement was followed by Master Hooper, who sent to the mainmast head the pennant of the Queen. Little by little the course of the Griffin had been laid to the windward, so the Spaniard now sailed at a distance of about
half a mile, and as other shots now began falling somewhat nearer to us, the captain ordered the tackle which secured the drag sail to be cast off, and they hauled it aboard. The Griffin, eased of her load, sprang forward like a scurrying cloud, the fellow at the helm moving her closer and closer into the eye of the wind till the starboard leeches were all a-tremble. Then he held her as she was, enabling the Spaniard to come within gunshot. The balls now fell too close for ease of mind, and the splinters from two of them, which struck us fair amidships, made an end to 3 gunners who were at their station. In a great ferment I saw them carried below to the steerage, crying aloud in pitiful fashion. Captain Hooper hereupon let his ship go off a little to get her headway. The gunners cast loose the long 18-pounders, and the after guns were soon doing some execution in the enemy's rigging, and our shots still told after the Spaniards' shots began falling astern, or were so badly aimed that they flew wild and did us no hurt. Seeing that the range of the Spanish ordnance was shorter than our own, and marking our great advantage in this matter, Captain Hooper put the ship upon the other tack and hove her to with the wind to the larboard, thus enabling the entire starboard broadside to be got into action. The roll of the Griffin greatly disturbed the gunners, but after some minutes, by firing high upon the roll to leeward, many shots flew straight for the Spaniard, so that soon we saw first his bowsprit and sail, and then his foremast, go by the board. There was a great commotion behind me, and I turned to see a fellow jumping up and down and slapping his thigh in great glee. "How now, sir?" I said somewhat sternly. "Are you mad?" He turned to me with a grin. "'Twill be poor smelling in the Bay of Biscay, say I. Did ye see me snip off his nose, did ye? 'Twas my shot, sir. He'll want a bigger kerchief than a spritsail now, I'll be bound." The wreck so encumbered the deck of the Spaniard that it was some minutes before any order could be brought about and the galleon again put to the wind. Master Hooper clewed up his lower sails, eased off his sheets, and taking up a position on the enemy's weather quarter, poured in at easy range a fire which swept the crowded decks and created a panic among the Spanish gunners. The cries of the wounded and dying we could hear faintly, but by the movements of the officers on the after castle, who ran here and there brandishing their swords, we were able to surmise a sad lack of discipline among the company. On the Griffin the divisions waited for the word of command from the officers, firing thereupon with great regularity and precision. Though now, as we came again into range, the Spanish shots told here and there, and great white splinters flew in all directions. Such men as were unhurt remained at their stations, the injured among them being replaced by others from those detailed to navigate the ship. So unwieldy was our adversary that she could not come up into the wind because of the great encumbrance of her headgear, and so was forced to wear around. And as she did so, Davy Devil, who had been awaiting this opportunity to rake, fired the entire larboard broadside. The Griffin, no longer lying in the trough of the sea, sailed more steadily than before, and the effect of this broadside was terrific. Not less than 4 shots went through the ports of the Spaniard's after castle, and one, more lucky than the others, passed just over the rail and struck the mainmast below the yard. And over it went on the next roll to leeward, the tackling dragging with it the mizzen topmast, which flew asunder at the cap with a crackling heard loudly above the booming of the ordnance. "She'll need a new bonnet, Master Killigrew, to be in the fashion again," said Davy Devil behind me. We could not at this time have been at a greater distance than 2 cable lengths, and Master Hooper, believing the enemy about to strike his colors, brought his sails home and directed the helmsman to haul up alongside. No sign being heard or seen, 2 anchors were got out and men lay aloft on the yards ready to cast them upon the Spaniard's decks. 3-4 minutes Master Hooper waited, withholding his shot. Then the Spanish demi-culverins again opening fire upon us to our great disadvantage, the word was given to discharge another broadside. The gunners then to crouch behind the bulwarks and cubbridges and prepare to board. No ship could have withstood the shock of this fire, for discharged at such close range, the shots tore through the bulwarks and planking with a horrid sound, the splinters, as we found, killing and maiming many who had gone below for protection. At this moment a single tall figure appeared upon the after castle, making a signal of submission, upon which Master Hooper sheered off and hove the Griffin into the wind that he might mind his damages and care for his wounded. The weather having moderated, a boat was called away to go aboard the prize, and Master Hooper giving me charge, I put off for the Spaniard. On account of the heavy sea still running, the boarding of the vessel was no easy task. In spite of the dismantled rigging which lay over her sides, she wallowed far down in the trough like a shift ballast, the seas dashing against her and lashing the foam over her waist in feathery clouds. At length, with some difficulty, the coxswain hooked a ringbolt in her side to leeward, and I hauled myself over the bulwarks. On deck a gruesome sight awaited us. The wreckage of the foremast and the yards lay where they had fallen and obscured the view of the forecastle, where a party of the company were hacking away at the wreck with their axes and swords. The ship was flush-decked in the waist, after the fashion of vessels in the carrying trade, and the men who worked the guns had thus been exposed to the worst of our fire, which had raked them en echelon, as the French have it, from foremast to poop. Many of the cannon, small culverins and swivels of Italian make, were dismounted and lay askew, frowning inboard. Piled here and there were bodies, many lacking in human semblance and presenting a ghastly spectacle after the cleanly decks of the Great Griffin. Moving carefully over the slippery decks, I came at last to the poop, below which stood one who, by reason of his immense stature, towered head and shoulders above those around him. I am not like to forget this early impression made upon my mind by Diego de BAÇAN, for, surrounded as he was by a scene of blood, there seemed some demoniac sympathy between his figure and the carnage about him. There was that in the contour of his face which reminded me of the doughty Ojeda, possessing a hideous beauty like only to that of the evil one. The sun behind him glinted on the visor of his morion, from the shadow of which his eyes gleamed darkly. His black beard, which came at 2 points, framed in a jaw set squarely enough on his great neck, and his wide shoulders even overtopped mine, both for breadth and height. He leaned easily, with one hand upon the rail, looking in his polished breastpiece so splendid that I could not but mark the difference between his garb and mine, which was but that of the merchant seaman, ungarnished by any trappings of war. Scorning the salute I proffered him, he spoke coldly in English without further ado. "You would speak with me, señor?" "My mission," I replied, "is with the commander of the ship. If you are he, you will go with me yonder." "The commander of the San Cristobal is dead. I am Don Diego de Bazan, but I will go aboard no heretic pirato." "We are no pirato, señor," said I calmly, "but a free sailor of Her Majesty, Elizabeth of England, whom you have attacked without warrant." "And if I will not go?" Here he drew himself up to his great height, folded his arms and frowned at me defiantly, while a dozen or so of his pikemen stood at his back and scowled fiercely. But in my position black looks caused no tremors. "If you will not come," I answered steadily, "my orders are to bring you. This I will do. Failing to return before the next stroke of the bell, my captain will sink you as he would a rotten pinnace." He looked about him at the scene of havoc and smiled bitterly. Then, with a word to his pikemen, who still surrounded us, his manner changed. "Señor," he said more quietly, "you see how it is with us. The Cristobal takes water at every surge. She is a wreck. What am I to do? To continue the battle were only to sacrifice the remainder of my company. I must surrender." He cast down his eyes. "Yes, there is no help for it. I will go with you. But if, señor," and here he raised his head and eyed me like a hawk from cap to boot, "if you deem your victory one of personal prowess and have the humor for further argument, I shall meet your pleasure." His words came calmly, yet he leaned forward and seemed about to raise his hands toward me. I folded my arms and looked him in the eyes. They had lost their quiet and flashed at me furiously. His great fingers twitched nervously as though to catch me at the throat. He was glorious. And then I made a vow that, so far as it lay in my power, when time and place fitted, his taunt should have an issue. "Why, be that as it may be," I replied evenly. "At present you are to follow me aboard my ship." Seeing my attitude, he grew calmer and, shrugging his shoulders, turned away. "As you will." And then, after a pause, half courteously, "You will permit me to give some final orders?" "Orders in future must come from my captain." "But, señor," he cried, these are but some matters relating to the repair of the ship."
Seeing no harm in this, I allowed him to turn and speak in a low tone to one of his pikemen, whereupon the fellow went below. The Griffin had meanwhile hauled up within speaking distance, and mounting the after castle, I hailed Captain Hooper, acquainting him with the condition of affairs aboard the Cristobal. The weather being still too rough to heave the Griffin alongside, I obtained further instructions to bring the Spanish officer aboard, that the disposition of the prisoners and other matters might be more readily discussed and considered. So ill governed was the crew that as we got down into the boat, the pikemen and gunners leaned far over the bulwarks, cursing us for dogs of heretics, and one of them spat in the face of a sailor named Salvation Smith, who would have killed him with a boat pike had not the coxswain, Job Goddard, stayed his hand. The wind now blew less vigorously, and though the sea still ran high, there seemed less danger than on the outward passage. But as we rounded out from under the lee of the Spaniard, my fine fellows setting their broad backs to the stroke, there came from one of the gallery ports a cry of distress, the voice of a woman. "À moi! À moi! For God's sake, help!" The oars hung for a moment in the air, as though the sound of those English words had stricken the boatmen motionless. Then, as I half rose from the thwart, with one accord the starboard oars gave a mighty stroke, and the bow of the boat swung over under the many galleried stern of the Cristobal. A glance at the port showed a face and the flutter of a kerchief, while from within came the clashing of metal and the curses of men. As we swung in, a piece of wreckage and tackling hung near us, and when our stern rose on the crest of the wave, I could reach it and haul myself clear of the boat and up to the projection of the lowermost gallery. As I raised myself, I saw two boats drop from the side of the Griffin, and knew I should not be long without aid. On reaching the port, the sound of the conflict became more distinct, and I heard the hard breathing of the disputants. So without more ado, I raised myself over the sill with an effort and clambered in. Before the door leading to the passage of the half deck, a tall, slim figure in somber garb moved from side to side, making so excellent a play with his sword that the pikemen who were thrusting at him furiously from the narrow corridor had small advantage. A woman lay upon the floor, and another crouched in a corner. On seeing me come forward, one of the pikemen fell back, but the other aimed so vicious a blow at the swordsman that had he not been thrown aside, it must surely have ended him. The force of the thrust threw the villain forward into the cabin, where, being off his guard by reason of his pike handle fouling the door jamb, he came within reach of my hand, which struck him full in the mouth, laying him sprawling over a sea chest. Salvation Smith, singing a psalm, and Job Goddard, swearing loudly, here tumbled in at the port, and following into the passage, laid about them lustily with their weapons, to the end that in a few seconds the place was cleared and the outer door made fast. To our great amazement, no further attempt was made upon the door, nor indeed was there any commotion above us or on the deck. But upon returning to the port,
The reason of this was clear, for the 4 boats of the Griffin were sweeping around the stern, the fellows lying to their oars with vigor, and the pikemen standing upright, their jaws set and the glitter of battle in their eyes. Over the Cristobal they came swarming, driving the men forward, where they huddled upon the forecastle like a slave cargo. They had no spirit, for not a shot or an arrow was fired. And Master Hooper found himself in undisputed possession of the prize. Having now no further alarm for the outcome of the affair, I directed the door to be unfastened and turned my attention to those within the cabin. I have never made boast of courtly ways, thinking them mere glitterings and fripperies of the idle, designed to hide a lack of sturdier qualities. Few women had I known, and in my boisterous life no need had come for handsome phrases. Yet would I have given whatever interest I possessed or might come to possess in this or other prizes, for the readiness of wit to clothe my rough speech in more courtly apparel. There was a quality of nobility and grace in the figure of the maid in the cabin that cast my rugged notions to the winds and made me seem the swashbuckler that I was. In stature she was tall and carried herself with the pride and dignity that are ever the birthright of true nobility. No exact description can I put down of the appearance and demeanor of Mademoiselle Diane de la Notte, for not poetry, but only dull prose can run from my unmannerly quill. I only know that a radiance was shed upon me, and all the senses save that one which controlled my heart were blinded and inert. So acute, indeed, was this feeling of my moral littleness that I did not but stand shifting from one foot to the other, toying in silly fashion with the hilt of my sword. Had it not been for the maid herself, I know not what uncomely thing I might have done. But Madame, who had lain swooning on the floor, now recovering consciousness, and thus removing her anxiety, Mademoiselle raised her head and spoke to me. "Monsieur, we do not know what is your calling or command, whether adventurer or Queen's officer, but you are a valiant man." Saying other things I so little deserved that I cast down my eyes and replied in some embarrassment that my men, not I, deserved her kindness. God knows what we had done was little enough and easy of accomplishment. But she would not have it so, adding further, "The La Nottes are not ungrateful, and their blessings will fall forever on you, sir. It may happen that your service may one day have its reward. But now," and a deep sigh burst from her, "alas, we can do nothing, not even for ourselves, nothing." It seemed as though her voice were about to break, but bending quickly forward, she applied herself anew to Madame lying at her knee, the picture of feminine strength even in despair. I was so affected by her anguish that I could find no words to say to her. And while I still wondered who could seek to do them injury, I moved to the Sieur de la Notte, who sat upon a chest staunching the blood which flowed freely from a pike wound in his wrist. He was much exhausted by his encounter, so I aided him to bind his arm, after which I withdrew
and went upon the deck to make my report to Master Hooper. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tony Oliva. Mademoiselle. After a while the Sieur de la Notte came on deck to Master Hooper and disclosed the story of his persecution and the circumstances which led to his capture and imprisonment. His tale was, in short, the tale of 100 others. He had become a follower of Calvin and had even preached and written the new religion. His estates were soon confiscated, and he was forced to flee into the night with his wife and daughter, carrying only the jewels and valuables to which he could lay his hands. "And what, monsieur," asked Master Hooper when he had done, "of your adventure in the cabin?" "That is soon told. When the action began, the commander of the Cristobal, Don Alvarez, sent us below, cautioning us not to appear upon the deck. Don Diego de BAÇAN himself locked us in the after cabin. The battle over, there came a sudden movement at the outer door, and 2 pikemen rushed into the corridor and set upon me vigorously. So sudden was the onslaught I had scarce time to set myself on guard. But I managed to draw and use my sword to such good end as to confine the fellows in the narrow passageway where I had them at a disadvantage. Yet what might have come of us had not yonder giant interposed?" "But the cause of the attack?" asked Captain Hooper. "You must know, monsieur," replied the Frenchman, "that under the deck of that cabin is a chest containing many thousand crowns. It was upon the Huguenot ship from which we were taken, and was intended by Admiral Coligny for certain troops under arms in the north." Captain Hooper's eyes sparkled. He would have liked to take that chest upon the Griffin, but he had his orders and dared not, without the consent of the Queen, take even salvage of treasure or property belonging to the Protestant party. "Captain Hooper," said I, "the orders for the murder of this gentleman came from the office of Don Diego de BAÇAN," and I related my own imprudence in allowing the Spaniard to communicate with his bowmen. "'Twas a foolish thing," said Master Hooper, stroking his chin. "But, lad, you've atoned for your fault in handsome fashion, and now out with spare yards and mass and try for some steerage way on this storied hayrick." There being many bad injuries, the Cristobal took water rapidly, and Master Hooper sent all of her crew to removing it. The men mounted stages set at places beyond the reach of the water and made such repairs as would enable her to reach port, provided the weather grew no worse. The injuries below water were stopped from inboard, the wreck was partially cleared, jury masts and temporary spars were rigged in place of those shot away, and with a wind on the quarter, the Griffin and her prize moved to the eastward toward the coast of France. The Griffin having even more than her complement of men, it was thought best by Captain Hooper to send aboard the Cristobal a large prize crew, of which he made me commander. Many of the more important prisoners were put aboard the Griffin or taken below on the Cristobal, where they were confined to the forecastle. To my great satisfaction, the family of the Vicomte de la Notte were passengers to the city of Dieppe,
where they had friends. A matter much less to my liking was the company of Don Diego de Baçan, whose presence even in confinement seemed to me a menace to the safety of the ship and her precious cargo. But it was so ordered by Captain Hooper, for at Dieppe the Spaniard might be exchanged for English seamen imprisoned there as hostages at the demands of Spain. The Cristobal, as a prize, was to be made over formally to certain agents of Captain Hooper. These agents, who were French, it is said, were in the employ of the Queen, but I doubted this after my dealings with them. Having sold the Cristobal and placed the recaptured treasure in the hands of Admiral Coligny, I was to rejoin the Griffin at Portsmouth. On the afternoon of the second day, the Griffin put her helm up and set a straight course for the coast of Ireland to refit at Kinsale, where Master Hooper kept his goods and stores. All effort having been made to ensure a safe voyage, I stood at the weather rigging upon the quarter deck, thinking of many things. I marveled at the wonderful power which had drawn me from myself and made my rough hulk seem to me but the abode of a carnal spirit. Having no quarrel with the world, except in matters relating to the betterment of my condition, I had grown in my rugged health and brute strength further and further from the more delicate sensibilities which go to make the better part of human life. It was my own fault, I knew that. I could have gone into the horse company of my uncle with a chance for preferment and a life of polite groveling at the skirts of royalty. Though I had read much of such books as were to be found in my way, and picked up a smattering of the languages, a dozen years of service in all weathers and companies had cudgeled from me many feelings of the gentler kind, which I believe are nature's gifts to all right-thinking gentlefolk. But I had chosen my life for myself, and there was an end of it. I compared myself beside Mademoiselle to a clumsy rock crumster against the gilded pinnace of the Queen, where every line is beauty and strength. I watched her as she walked the deck with Madame, although the Cristobal lay over to leeward and blundered heavily through the seas, raising her head and stern in abrupt fashion. Mademoiselle walked the slanting deck straightly, conversing quietly the while and cheering Madame, who leaned upon her. Her carriage, though lissom, gained from the set of the head a certain dignity and grace that marked her as a queen among women, perhaps a little haughty, but in it the more queenly. But I would not be so interpreted as to show her in any sense cold of temper, for as I stood there watching her, my heart in my eyes, from time to time she turned and flashed a warm glance upon me, which sealed each time more surely my destiny as her willing servitor. In a little while the prisoners were brought up from below for their airing, and Mademoiselle went with Madame below to the cabin. The Spaniards, taken all together, were a well enough looking company, and I do not doubt that under proper authority and better conditions of ordnance and seamanship could have given a good account of themselves. As it was,
They seemed well cowed and came up from their quarters sheepishly, blinking their eyes like so many cats at the brightness of the sun. There came also among the last Don Diego de Baçan, lifting his great bulk over the combing of the hatchway. He scanned the horizon as though mechanically, and seeing nothing, turned toward me. I had not given much of my thought to this fellow, for with the many necessary orders and duties in getting the Cristobal to rights and under way, my mind had been so occupied as to harbor no place for plans or business of my own. Yet the memory of the haughty taunt of the Spaniard rankled me, and I promised myself an ungodly pleasure in a further discussion of the subject. As the ranking officer among the prisoners, I had allotted him the half of my cabin, but my business upon the deck having been so urgent, I had not as yet had any talk with him. The mist of years passes over our eyes and brains, dimming the memories of youthful impulses and madnesses. Yet even now, as I recall the face of De Baçan, handsome, sneering, powerful, his look of contempt at all things, my pulses beat the more quickly, and my hand goes again to the place where my sword was wont to hang. It is said that in the matter of love and the taking in marriage, each person may find upon the earth a mate. Likewise, it seems to me most natural that for each man upon the earth at least one other may be born who shall be his natural adversary and enemy. It was once told me by Martin Cockrem that two churls entered the innyard at the Pelican, and without exchange of words or laying eyes on each other ever before, fell instantly to fighting. Setting aside the danger which lay in his presence and the grievance I bore him for his attack upon the Sieur de la Notte, a like feeling of antipathy there was between the Spaniard and me, and as he came forward my fingers closed so that the nails drove into the flesh, and I took a step toward him. Yet he was a prisoner of war, promised to be safely delivered. So, half ashamed of my own impatience, I bit my lip for the better control of my speech and leaned back upon the taffrail, smiling. "You have not given me the honor of your company in my prison," said he with a sneer. "Nay, señor," I returned, "the Cristobal is a sieve, and but for certain precautions might now be floating keelson upward. My company you shall have when other things are righted, for there is a small matter for discussion." "And what, Señor Pirato?" he asked with a lift of the chin. "What matter is common between you and me?" "Permit me to be the judge of that, señor, and upon the Cristobal the subject may be settled." "Oh, you crow loud as a fledgling cock with your weighty subjects." "My weighty subjects are less weighty than my fists," I replied, for I liked him not, striving hard meanwhile to preserve my peace. "You saw fit to put an insult upon me and did me the honor of an offer of a further argument of the question. I accept that offer." He placed his hands upon his hips and looked at me from head to foot as at a person he had never seen before.
and then his white teeth gleamed through his black mustache as he smiled.
"You are a bold stripling. Why, Sir Swashbuckler, the prowess of Don de BAÇAN is a byword in the navy of King Philip, and no man in all Spain has bested him in any bout of strength. Yet look you, I like your bulk and manner, and it may be that I shall see fit to honor you with a test of endurance."
"'Tis no honor that I seek, señor," said I, giving him a smile for smile, "but the satisfaction of a small personal grievance which may be righted quickly. And though your bulk is fit enough for my mettle, your manner pleases me not. For it galled me that he should continue to speak of me as a pirato upon my own command, and my blood boiled at the thought of what he had attempted to work upon the Sieur de la Notte and Mademoiselle.
My thews may please you even less, sir adventurer. Mark you this."
And leaning over, he took from one of the guns a chalking coin of hickory wood banded with copper. Seizing it in his hands, he placed it between his knees for a better purchase, and bending forward quickly with a mighty wrench, he split it in two parts as one would split an apple, whereat I was greatly surprised and knew for certain that I had no ordinary giant to deal with. But I held and still hold that, like most of such feats, it was but a trick and come of long practice. I might have shown him, had I wished, the breaking of a pikestaff with a hand-width grasp, for in this there is no great skill, but only honest elbow sinew. Yet I had no humor to put him on his guard against me. Some of my surprise may have noted itself in my face, for he laughed boastfully as he threw the coin upon the deck.
"So will I split you, if your humor is unchanged."
I laughed back in his face. "If your coins are as rotten as your ship, I fear you not. To-morrow we will make the coast. To-night, if it meets your convenience, we will meet upon the forecastle."
"As you will,"
he said with a shrug of his shoulders.
"Yet I have warned you, and if blood be spilled by accident—"
"It will not be mine until then, señor." And bowing, I made my way below to inquire if Mademoiselle wished for anything.
Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Of my bout with de BAÇAN. I met her coming out of the passageway which led to the after cabin. Holding out her hand to me, she said frankly, "I came to seek you, Master Killigrew." Her manner was one of friendliness and trust, and so filled my heart with gratitude that at first I did not note the anxiety which showed in her eyes. We moved to an embrasure by one of the casements. There she seated herself upon a gun carriage and motioned me to a place at her side.
"God knows, Master Killigrew, that we are deep in your debt,"
she began.
"You are the only one my father has trusted since we fled from Villeneuve. But there is much that you should know."
"Mademoiselle," I replied, "my devotion to your interests or cause." There may have been more of ardor in my tones than I meant to show, for I fancied a pink rosy color came to her neck and cheeks.
"We have good reason to believe in your honesty of purpose, Master Killigrew," she said hastily. and my present talk is further proof of confidence. The matter concerns Don Diego de Baçan and ourselves. This Spaniard has no good will for my father."
"But, Mademoiselle, has he—"
"You and your captain thought that the reason for the attack lay in his hope to conceal the money in the cabin. That was not all. When we were first taken aboard the CRISTOBAL, he gave me the honor of his admiration. The following day he sought me on many pretexts. I, believing that the comfort and peace of Madame, my mother, depended upon diplomacy, allowed him to sit and talk with me. At last, his speech becoming little to my liking, I refused him further admittance and told the Sieur de la Notte of my annoyance."
I rose from the seat.
"No, listen to me,"
she continued.
"Then 'twas only 3 days before the encounter with the Great Griffin. My father sought Don Alvarez and told him the facts as I relate them, demanding the courtesies due to honorable prisoners of war. This request was disregarded, and Don Diego came at all hours to our cabin, into which the door lock having been removed, he entered at whatever hour he pleased."
She may have marked my manner, which, as the narrative proceeded, grew from joy at her confidence to surprise, anger, and then rage at the Spaniard, which as I sat there seemed like to overmaster me. I could say no word, but for better control kept my eyes fixed upon the deck. There was much, I knew, beneath that story which she had sweetly robbed of its harshness to guard me from rash impulse, and so I sat there transfixed.
"I have told this because I think it best to guard against him when we reach the coast. De Baçan has sworn that he will possess me. I know there is naught he will not attempt to keep his word. There is no evil he would not work upon us or upon you to gain his ends. For myself, I fear nothing, but he hates my father with a deadly hatred, and Madame must be saved from further suffering if the means lie in our power. Oh, what would I not give for the bones and sinews of a man like you, who has but to order and the thing is done."
She stopped abruptly and cast down her eyes as though the manner of her speech had been too strong and unwomanly. And I, who sat there, turned from cold with hatred of the Spaniard to warm with love of her. For in spite of the distance between us, the speech came impulsively from the heart and made me more than ever desire to justify her confidence. "I cannot say, Mademoiselle," I replied gravely, "that there will not be danger, for there is treachery in Dieppe, but many strong hearts stand between you and this de Baçan." Her hand lay upon the breeching of the gun beside us. Small and very white it was, ornamented with a ring of ancient setting and workmanship. Without meditation, and eased of my boorishness by some subtle influence that drew me to her, I took it in my fingers and raised it to my lips. Then, astonished at my audacity, for I had never done so strange a thing, I drew back, hot and awkward. But at once she set me at my ease and would not have it so.
"Nay, sir,"
she said warmly,
"if you are to serve us truly, I would not have a better seal for the contract."
Upon which, still in great ferment of mind, I straightway made the compact doubly sure. She then left me, seeking the cabin, while I went upon the deck, intent upon settling the business at hand. The wind now blew freshly from the north, and the spray came over the waist, cutting sharply against my face as I went forward. Job Goddard lay upon his back upon the tarpaulin,
of the forward hatchway, while Salvation Smith read aloud portions of a book of tales relating to the lives of the Christian martyrs. At times, in impressive pauses in the reading of the pious one, Goddard would raise himself up on one elbow and curse lustily, his usual mode of expressing admiration for the martyrs and their sponsor, for in Salvation lay the makings of a most bigoted and godly reformer. Job Goddard swore by all things under heaven and upon all occasions, when that mode of speech seemed least fitting or appropriate, and the Book of the Martyrs was but a part of Salvation's instruction in simple and pious thought. Yet they were both goodly fighters, in a place of great difficulty, being worth at least 4 Englishmen, 6 Spaniards, or 8 Frenchmen. The very sound of the clashing of steel pike heads or the report of the arquebus set them upon the very edge of their mettle, and so the prospect of a fair engagement caused them so great a joy that even devotion to their principles came to be forgotten. I therefore knew that the business I had in hand would meet with ready response. "Tonight," said I without further ado, "there is to be a bout." Smith closed the Martyrs with celerity, and Goddard began to swear.
"Glory be, Job. Who, Master Killigrew?"
"Odds'oons, Jim. What is it, sir?"
"There is to be a test between the Spaniard de BAÇAN and myself." In a moment they were all excitement, slapping each other upon the back and making a great commotion. When they were quiet again, I gave them their instructions. There were to be no arms, for could I not crush him into submission with my own will and sinews, then, well, I had met my match or better. But I did not think of that. We would fight at 12 o'clock upon the forecastle, for there we would be undisturbed. 2 Spanish prisoners of de BAÇAN's choice were to stand by him, and Goddard and Salvation Smith were to stand by me to see justice done. The details being agreed upon, I dispatched a message by Goddard to the Spaniard, acquainting him with the plans, to which there being no reply, I deemed them satisfactory. The night came up dark and windy, but toward 6 bells the fresh breeze piled the clouds away to the west, and the moon came out, lighting up the deck and glimmering upon the bright work of the lanterns. Prompt upon the stroke of 8 bells I caused word to be sent to de BAÇAN. When he appeared, his cloak was thrown about his shoulders, but I could see he wore no doublet, having only his shirt, hose, and a pair of short boots. It pleased me to know he had thought proper to make some preparation for the work, for I now felt that the matter was not altogether indifferent to him, and that in the quieter moments of his cabin he had given me credit for some hardihood. Now, as I measured him by my own stature, it seemed indeed as though he had the advantage in height, though I much doubt if he had really my breadth of shoulder or my length of arm, which were second to no man I had met. But the symmetry and grace of his figure were perfect. The light shone through the thin shirt, and I marked the great muscles behind the shoulders as they played when he moved his arms. The collar was open, and I could note the swell of the breast muscles as they lay in layers, like rows of cordage, from breastbone to armpit. The thighs were smaller than mine, but there was more of grace and more of sinew both there and at the calf, the ball of which played just at the boot top. His eye was bold and clear, and he looked at me steadily from the moment he came upon the deck, seeking in a way I had seen practiced to create a feeling of uneasiness and uncertainty. This look of his eyes I took to be but a part of the method of intimidation he had worked upon others, and it only served to make me more wary of the tricks I knew he would play should sheer strength not suffice. He at once made several tries upon my arm, which I held forward to ward a sudden rush below the guard. Knowing that my youth and clean living might give me advantage in the long struggle, I was content for the moment to stand upon guard and suffered him to play around me, my eyes fixed upon his, every look of which I followed and read. For so heavy a man, he stepped with wonderful alacrity and sprang from this side to that with speed that puzzled me. Finding, however, by reason of my length of reach, that he could get no hold, he began trying different methods. The extension guard has been thought of some advantage, and the German Brandt has practiced it with success. Yet I counted not upon the wonderful quickness of the man. By feinting for finding a catch upon my shoulder, he sprang in, catching me handily with a grip of his left arm upon my neck and back. So fiercely he came that my right arm was pinioned, yet my left elbow met him in the middle of the breast below the bone, and I stood firm upon my legs, which were more stocky of build than his, and met the assault strongly. As he closed in, the arm upon my back and neck took a firmer hold, and the hand came over my right shoulder from the back, seeking a purchase at the neck. The strain he put upon my body was terrible, so terrible that for the moment all the breath seemed like to be squeezed from out my lungs. Backward we strained a foot or so, when, as he eased his grip to get a better purchase upon the back, my right arm came a trifle freer, and I found a use for my hand, which now got a hold upon his shoulder muscles. My nails bit deep into the flesh, and I plucked between my palm and fingers a great muscle out of tension, and felt for the moment I could hold my own. He still had an advantage of me in the grip, and though the pressure upon my body was not so great as at the beginning, my breath came with difficulty. He seemed in little better condition, for he breathed hard, and I knew the chance blow of the elbow in the breast had robbed him of some of his staying power. Try as he might, his arms about me, his head bent forward upon my chest, he could not at first bend my neck. Backward and forward we moved, each of us bringing forth all the strength we could, neither of us able to gain. Then, the strain put upon me being more than mortal flesh could stand, little by little I went back until I came down upon one knee. The agony of that moment! He put forth all his power and tried to break my back with a terrific wrench which must have ended me had not my new position given a side purchase upon him. Seeing that so long as my right hand shoulder grip remained he could not get the full play of strength in his left arm, he bore down with his entire weight. In this I humored him till he got me high enough, when, though still suffering grievously, I shifted my grip and took him with both arms, one up, one down, just below his ribs. Swinging half to the right and using all the power left me, I half arose and buttocked him fairly, sending him in a great half circle and loosing his grip upon my chest. Yet the strain he had put upon me had weakened me so sorely that ere I could come upon him to follow up my sudden advantage, he had broken loose and gained his feet for a further trial.
"Body o' me, lad, 'twas handily done,"
came from Goddard in an awed whisper. I marked a reverential
"Heart o' grace"
from Smith at my back.
"Now look out for him, sir."
Indeed, the face of the Spaniard was dreadful to see. He stood for the moment, his legs apart, staggering from the shock of the fall. His breath came hard and his eyes gleamed wickedly. At me he came, and with a desperateness I might not mistake. As we sprang into each other's grasp, there followed a test of endurance such as I had never before been put to nor will again. In turn he tried the cross buttock, the back hank and back heel, but I managed to meet him at all points, though in sore straits for lack of wind. I had 10 years' advantage in the matter of age, and the life he had led had doubtless sapped his vigor, for as we struggled back and forth I noticed that his grip had lost a part of its power and his offensive play was weaker. It seemed as though he lay upon his oars awaiting the chance for a trick. By and by he used it. His left hand became disengaged, and the great wiry fingers fastened a fierce clutch upon my throat, which I could not free. He had me from the left side, and I could not well return his dastardly compliment. But as I felt my power a-going, by loosing the clasp of my left arm, I seized him from behind, my right hand going around his neck and my fingers getting a fair good hold on his beard, just below the turn of the chin. Here I had the advantage, for he had taken me low down on the neck, where the stronger muscles are, and feared to loose his grip, while my clasp tightened till I felt my thumb and fingers meet on the nether side of the windpipe. So great a rage I had at his taking me foully that I knew not what I did, and as we fell I brought all my strength into play. Though he fell on top of me and my breath was gone, I knew that not death itself could have loosed the clutch I put upon him. I saw as through a mist, the mouth open and shut hideously. The eyes, wide with terror, came from their sockets, and the skin turned black almost as the beard that half hid it. The hand upon my neck lost its sinew, the muscles of the arm relaxed, and the Spaniard dropped over to one side, nerveless and powerless, though still struggling against me. The fury did not die out of me at once, and it seemed as though my fingers only gripped him the harder. Then I know not what, perhaps some weak and womanish pity at his strait, caused me to loose my hold upon the throat, which I might have torn out from his body as one would unstrand a hempen cable. God knows why I did this thing. Perhaps it was destiny that I should have spared him. In the light of after events, it seems as though some stronger hand than mine had set for us the life that followed. Had I killed him, this account would never have been written, nor would I have gained the further friendship of Mademoiselle. But I would set all sail ere my anchor is well clear. By all the rules of the game the Spaniard had given me the right to his life. Would to God I had taken it, even as he lay there, prone and helpless. As it was, I stumbled to my feet, and with Goddard and Smith stood waiting for De Baçan to rise. At first I had not noted the disappearance of his seconds, for the terrible earnestness of the bout had blinded me to all but the matter in hand. In answer to my question, Job Goddard said, "Odds me, it was about the buttock, sir, which he said was done different in Spain. Maybe I was over rapid in demonstrating my meaning and view of the question. But I did him no hurt, sir. Curse me if I did." The other man sat terrified in the shadow of the foremast. But upon my suggestion, he went to De Baçan, aiding him to arise and go to the cabin below.
End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dieppe. The following day we passed up to the city of Dieppe and came to anchor in the river of Arcs without further mishap. I had seen nothing of the Spaniard since the night before. I could not wonder that he had not chosen to show himself upon the deck. If it were true that he had bested all contestants at feats of strength, then surely his defeat must have rankled him. He had probably no more desire to see me than I had to see him. But there was business to be done in the city which concerned him and his exchange for the English hostages. My arms and back were so sore with the straining he had given me that it cost many an ache to bend over into the hatchway. I felt in worse plight than he, for further than showing a cloth about his neck and a certain huskiness in the voice, he gave no sign of rough handling. He made no move to arise from his stool as I entered the cabin. He turned his eyes in my direction, looking sullen and angry as any great bull, but it was not the imperious look he bore after the sea battle. It was rather the eye challenge of one man for another of equal station. I marked with pleasure how his eye traveled over me and could barely suppress a smile. I had no mind to bring about further trouble, but in spite of good intention, he took the visit ill. The malice he bore me and the hatred I bore him so filled his spirit and mine that there was no place in either for admiration of the prowess of the other.
"So, sir,"
said he,
"you must seek to humiliate me further."
"I make offense to no man save that of his own choosing," I replied. "I come upon the matter of your exchange and liberation. In a short time I go ashore to settle the terms of your release, so we shall be quits. Tonight you may go as you will, without hindrance from my people."
"I shall not leave you sadly, Sir Englishman,"
growled he.
"but mark you this, I am no weakling enemy. You have bested me fairly, but for it all I like you not. I hate you for your handsome face, your sneaking air, and your saintly mien. There has been an account opened that cannot be closed until one of us is dead. I will not die yet.
One day you shall fawn at my feet for mercy until the fetters gnaw deep into your hide or the fire eats out your heretic heart."
They were ill-omened threats. His manner was in no way to be mistaken, and I was in no humor to be crossed by such as he. But seeing no good to come of further conversation, I turned upon my heel and walked to the companionway.
"I warn you now,"
he went on as I paused at the foot of the hatch,
"nothing in France can save the Sieur de la Notte. Nothing, not even in Dieppe. I will seek you fair and I will seek you foul. I will take you fair if fairness offers. But fair or foul, I will meet you when the advantage will not be upon your side. And so goodbye, Sir Pirato."
I heard him laughing hoarsely as I walked up the gangway. Surely he was not a pleasant person. By 6 o'clock in the evening my arrangements with Captain Hooper's agent were made. In the settlement the Spanish prisoners were to be exchanged for certain Englishmen and Frenchmen, in all 30 in number. A purchaser found, the San Cristobal was to be sold forthwith, her equivalent in gold being transferred to me for Captain Hooper at Portsmouth. It gave me great disappointment that there was no authorized agent of Admiral Coligny in the town, to whom I could turn over in bulk the money in the closet in the cabin. The condition of affairs being so uncertain and men so little to be trusted, there seemed no other way but to carry this money to Coligny myself. Accordingly, I also made arrangements through the agent to have this great treasure converted into jewels, that I might convey it the more easily. My own seamen, save Goddard and Salvation Smith, whom I retained, were to be set upon a ship sailing for Portsmouth in a few days. The Sieur de la Notte and his family were safely removed to rooms in the house of a Huguenot who could be trusted to keep counsel. For in Dieppe, though the followers of Calvin had assembled in great numbers, there was even now danger for noble fugitives. In the present condition of matters of state, the Admiral, whose watchful eye seemed to reach all France, might do nothing except by subterfuge for his people, and there were many at court who bore La Notte so fierce a hatred that the aid of Coligny was now impossible. The house in which the unfortunate nobleman was quartered lay in the Rue Etienne, under the shadow of the new church of Saint Remy. The city, topped by the frowning hill and battlements of the great chateau, lay thickly to the left, and down several turnings to the right through the marts of the city was the quay where the tall ships of the house of Parmentier had for 2 generations brought in each 12-month the richest products of the East. Thither on the following evening, after my visit to the shipping agent, I directed my steps. Although I had a great treasure about me in jewels and money, I was at a loss for a safer place, and felt that I might rest secure there until the morrow, when a Protestant vessel would be sailing for the Seine. I was going to leave Mademoiselle, and my heart was heavy. Diego de BAÇAN was loose in Dieppe, and though at a disadvantage, I did not doubt he would waste no time in learning the whereabouts of every sympathizer in town. Ay, and every bravo of his creed who could be hired to do his dirty work. As a matter of precaution, there came with me Job Goddard and Salvation Smith, who swung gleefully up from the counting house and landing place, buffeting aside the staid townsmen and the seamen who were setting the supplies upon the vessels of the fleet of Jean Ribault, which were to sail in a few days to establish the colony in America. Goddard and Smith I sent into a tavern near by the abode of the Sieur de la Notte with instructions to engage no one in conversation and to await my coming. With the strongest admonitions to secrecy, I had told them of the jewels about me, of my plans, and of my suspicions, for I wished, if anything happened to me, that the Sieur de la Notte should be informed. I knew these seamen devoted to my interests, and the desire to aid me, I fancied, had found no cause for abatement since the struggle of the evening before with the Spaniard. Of the things which happened in the cabaret, and of which I am about to tell, I afterward learned from Goddard himself, whose resolution was a thing of paper or of iron, as he was in or out of his cups. He differed from Salvation Smith, for there was no hour, drunk or sober, in which that stalwart Christian would not vigorously assail the strongholds of the devil. There seemed to be no tenet of the new religion which he had not at his tongue's obedience, and when he and Goddard were drunk together, the exhortations of salvation would reach a degree of frenzy which for the time silenced even the profanity of his companion. Quiet of common, his talk would then become louder and more forward until there was at last no opportunity for talk from others. And as his speech grew louder, that of Goddard the blasphemer would become more subdued, until for a time perhaps but few words, none of them of saintly origin, came from his lips. The torrent of the discourse of Smith halted for a moment, gained by delay a stronger flow, and burst forth more sturdily until burnt up at last in the flame of its own enthusiasm. Yet Job Goddard would not be denied for long, and so ingenious were his powers that his mutterings would at last resolve themselves into combinations of words so new and surprising that Salvation Smith even was soon agape with something very near to admiration. Much of this must have happened after I left them. In the hostel was a crowd of seamen and broken down gentlemen. The swords of these cavaliers were their only fortune, and they were about to sail on the voyage with the Huguenot Ribault to Florida. Many of them, as will be seen, I came to know, and so learned from them also of the things set forth hereafter. They were, for the most part, of a religious inclination, though not a few had no more religion in their hearts than Goddard. They were all reckless, and in one last drinking bout were taking leave of home and France. The Alicant had passed but half a dozen times, and Goddard had sat patiently through a discourse from his companion upon the lives of the martyrs until his flesh and blood could stand it no longer. He lifted his pot, and in a tone of lusty confidence, which might easily have been heard from one end of the room to the other, said, grinning broadly, "Bad eating and drinking to the Spanish, Jem Smith. Uneasy sleeping and waking for King Philip. A cross buttock and a broken head for Diaro. And a good fight at the last for our pains. Drain it, lad. You'll never have a better." "Amen," said Salvation piously.
"And thanks for the victory of the Griffin, Job Goddard. There was never surer mark of his handiwork than yonder cruise when the righteous were uplifted and confusion came to the enemies of his gospels."
"Amen again," said Goddard, "and be damned to them."
He rose to his feet and, looking around him, clattered his pot loudly against the table.
"Look ye, lads, an ye like not barley corn, a pot of sack against the chill of the night, and if ye cannot drink in English, I'll warrant your French throats no less slippery from frog eating."
"Morbleu, non," said one. "I am as dry as the main yard of the Trinity."
"To the Great Griffin, then," said Goddard loudly, "and the good crowns the San Cristobal sells for, with some for Bess and some for we. Look ye, see how they glitter less bright for the black head on 'em, but welcome enough in the tap room, where with a whole heart we can drink confusion to the Spanish king and every other sneaking caravan."
"Sh!" said Smith in a low voice. He had just reason enough to know that they were disobeying orders.
"For the love of God, stow your gaff, lad. There are like as not some of the thumb-screwing whelps even here."
But the crowd of seamen were amused at the Englishmen and would not be denied. They set their flagons down with a clatter to hear Job Goddard, with the help of one of their number, in a bluff and hearty way, tell of the taking of the San Cristobal. The story was strangely interlarded with oaths and devout expressions, half French, half English, but all bearing the mark of approval among the Huguenot company, who did me the honor to rattle their pots again right merrily at the account of my wrestling bout with the Spaniard. Salvation Smith enjoying in his own way the importance of his friend and ally, who for once had drowned out his own eloquence, cast aside all caution and sought to enhance the effect of Job's remarks by frequent and timely expressions of approval. He walked about, smiling broadly, causing the pots to be filled as often as they fell half empty. So intent was the crowd upon the performance of the seaman Goddard, and so wrapped up in their drinking bouts, that they failed to notice three men who sat at a corner table sipping at their liquor. All three listened intently to Goddard's tale, and once or twice looks of surprise passed between them. As it went on, they lifted their pots to hide their lips, and leaned well forward, whispering together, then listening to catch the words of the seaman, as his tongue, unloosed, swung merrily in the wind of anecdote. After a while, when he paused for a moment, there was a commotion in another part of the room. A slender spark of the company of Ribault, with a well-worn doublet, but wearing a silver earring, a nicely trimmed beard, and other marks of gentle taste, was hoisted upon his legs and sang unsteadily a verse which in English goes somewhat like this: "Here's to every merry lass, here's to her who's shy, sirs. Here's an overflowing glass to any roguish eye, sirs. Be she sweet or be she scold, be her temper warm or cold, be she tall or be she small, naught can we but love her. Adieu, 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 belle Marie. Be she stout or be she lean, be she pauper, be she queen, be she fine or be she jade, be she wife or be she maid. Here's a toast to woman, here's a health to woman. Adieu, 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 belle Marie." The last two lines he sang in a melancholy drawl, holding his pot up and looking at it with one eye shut. This caused much applause and loud clapping. To this he tried to respond with more spirit, with a song and chorus which they afterwards sang frequently upon the ships. It was very fine and had a martial ring. "I drink my wine while others pine, and toast a lady fair." Chorus. "And toast a lady fair. And to the eyes of her I prize, in Catherine's vintage rare." Chorus. "In Catherine's vintage rare. I draw my steel for woe or weal, with foemen of my mettle." Chorus. "With foemen of my mettle. And teach the wight who fears to fight, to keep his blade in fettle." Chorus. "To keep his blade in fettle." When the refrain had died away and the Frenchman had dropped back upon his bench, Goddard, in a fine spirit of amity, jumped again to his feet, trying to sing. He had no more notion of tune than an anchor stock, but roared in an ear-splitting way, "Then fill a rousing cup wi' me, for there be naught to pay, and drink to woman as she be, from France to fair Cathay." He had reached a state of mind in which he cared little enough for king, priest, or the devil, and salvation was in little better part, striving to preach a sermon in French, of which language he had no notion whatever. In the middle of his salty verse, Goddard was set upon by several of the younger men and lifted bodily upon the table. There he stood for a moment, swaying awkwardly from one foot to the other, blinking at the light which swung to the rafters a foot from his nose. Then he shouted, "Monsieurs, my voice is like the run of the topsail halyard pollies. I can't sing, and blood and ouns, I won't sing. Par la mort, try it again, mon ami." "Non, monsieurs. But by the sacre bleu, I can keep a giving ye health so long as ye can stand or sit, for the matter of that. Bigre, it seems true that this sailorman has a punch like the water duct of Saint Michel. But give us your toast. What is it then?" "Yes, speak out, mon brave. Some of us will understand. You, diable, n'importe, what is it?" "Ye can comprenez or not. But, odds bobs, nay, Jim, I'll say what I like. There may be traitors among us, but ventre bleu, I am a free sailor of Queen Bess, and fear no scut of a Spaniard as ever twisted a thumbscrew. The marrow bones of the best ha' kissed the dust this many a time, and will again for English and French, from this to Floridy and back again." Some of the more timid in the crowd looked around half fearfully, and a warning "Shush!" came from the throats of some. But Goddard was not to be daunted. He took a swig from his pot and raised his voice. "Ye've started me now, and tear me out ye shall. Ye maidens ye, to hell with Philip, I tell ye. Why? Because there is money to be got in Spanish ships. One day soon, Jem and me will sprinkle, not coppers, but gold, lads. Why,
The San Cristobal had more gold than you'll find this side of Hesper Hades, with all your talk of Floridy. The devil a better berth do we want than the Griffin, Master David Devil. Can smell the gold 10 leagues at sea, and so here's that every French captain may have the luck of David Devil.
Here a wisp of a youth got up, drunk and quarrelsome.
Monsieur the sailor, he said, you speak much of gold. You have captured many ships. Why therefore do we drink sack?
Goddard put his hands to his hips and glared down at the boy. First his brows met, and he did not know what to say. Then, as the humor struck him, he burst into a laugh.
We drink sack because 'tis good for the entrails of hairy men. Until you grow a beard, me son, 'tis plain enough suet should do for you. But 'twas a fair question. We drink sack because we have no gold. But wait all of ye another day or so, and I promise the rarest in France to run down your throats. Why, lads, Captain Sidney Killigrew hath upon his person in jewels the finest belts a treasure, and all France that.
He stopped and looked drunkenly from one to another. He was dumb with horror at having told the secret of Coligny's treasure. His hands fell to his sides, and the pot dropped to the table and floor, breaking another as it fell. Then something flew through the air, crashing into the light, and Goddard fell to the floor. There was a scurry for the door, and the strange men who had sat in the corner slipped out into the night and went running down the street as fast as their legs could carry them. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which I learn something. Confusion reigned at the house in the Rue Etienne. The Sieur de la Notte, sick at heart and searching peace for Madame, had set his mind upon going with Admiral Ribault to Florida, in hope of escaping the persecution of those who hated him at the French court. For my part, since I had yet to perform my duty to the men who employed me, and must find Admiral Coligny at Paris, it mattered little whether Mademoiselle were in France or Florida. I would probably not see her again in any event. Yet I could not forbear asking to speak with her before the ships sailed away. When I reached the house, she was with Madame, and could have but a word with me. She was, I thought, a little haughty, but none the less she graciously promised me an hour in the morning. So I stopped below for 2 hours or more with the Sieur de la Notte, telling him of my plans and arranging that I might have, through Ribault, 2 companions under arms to go with me and my sailors to Paris. I also helped him in the disposition of some of his own affairs, so that it was near midnight when I left the house. I went straightway to the hostel where I had left my seamen. An account of the conduct of Smith and Goddard at the hostel did not reach my ears until many days afterwards, when leagues at sea, with their consciences purged and their minds cleared by the strife of winds and seas, they came to me and told me what had happened. As it was, when I reached the door, the place was reeking with the fumes of spilled liquor, and prone upon the floor lay Salvation Smith. Half across the bench, with a cut over his pate, was Goddard, snoring and swearing by turns. The keeper of the place, a small, fat, greasy person, moved from the one to the other, using all his arts to persuade them to leave the place, with a frequent threat of calling the watch, vowing that the town council would be upon him and that the good repute of his house was gone forever. Whenever he came near the one or the other, there would be an outburst of maudlin oaths from Goddard, who still held by the handle a drinking pot, and made a play to strike with it at the Frenchman as he approached. I was in no mood to look upon the offense of my henchmen lightly. I knew not what indiscretion they might have committed, and bearing about me the jewels I had received that day, I had no humor to stay longer in so public a place, where an unlucky accident might rid me of both my money and friends, to say nothing of employment. Yet I could not leave them in this plight, for if found, they must surely have been known by de BAÇAN and his friends, and ill-treated if not done away with. I first kicked Smith, who seemed the least drunk, and then Goddard, bringing them both at last to a sullen sitting posture, to the great joy of mine host, who saw at last a chance of being rid of his troublesome guests. When they saw it was I, they sobered for the moment, and by shaking them and dashing water in their faces, I got them in some sort out of the door, to have it speedily shut to and barred behind us. They were drunk as flying fish, and went reeling from one side of the street to the other, Goddard at last coming against a wall head foremost, so that he fell in a heap and would move no more. Smith had revived in the air and was fairly well set upon his legs, but he stood by my side as I tried to lift his friend, looking first at the ground and then at the stars, saying foolishly many times over, "God help us, what have I done?" to the end that I thought he had lost his wits altogether. I questioned him and bade him help me, but he stood there looking like the fool that he was, and offering no hand in aid. Tiring at last of his gibberish, I fetched him a cuff upon the head, which brought him up into the wind, and between us we got Job Goddard again upon his feet. The street now took a sharp turn down past the Church of Saint Jacques, and into a portion of the town I had not entered before. The way was very dark, the gloom being lightened but little by the flittering glimmer of a rushlight here and there behind some half-closed shutter. The streets were deserted, no sign of guards or soldiers being heard or seen. We made no little commotion as we shuffled down toward the port, for Smith was staggering from this side to that, and Goddard lay upon my shoulder, a dead weight, his feet scraping along upon the cobblestones as he went. His arm was around my back and neck, and this may have prevented my hearing the sounds of footsteps
behind us.
For of a sudden there flew past my head a stone the size of my two fists, which went against a wall hard by and broke into 100 pieces. I turned just in time to note the bulk of a man pitching upon me in the starlight. He had me well off my guard and caught me sidewise, so that I tripped upon Goddard, and we three went to the ground in one snarling, struggling mass, kicking and rolling about upon the pavement, he first uppermost and then I. There were others too, for I saw Smith strike out and then go down with his man struggling fiercely. I had no wish to draw a weapon, for I still thought them but common thieves, and felt I might protect myself. But my opinion of my ability was to be my undoing, as it has often been. At last I shook myself free of this fellow upon the ground and got upon one knee, when I saw two others with bludgeons dancing about and aiming at my head. Twice, thrice did I catch stinging blows upon my arms and wrists, which were like to have broken them, when another more strongly dealt than the others caught me full upon the bare head, and I knew no more. It seemed hours, days, and then weeks that I lay in a hideous dream in which I knew not whether I lived or was dead. I fancied I heard the voice of Mademoiselle speaking to me, and then there would come the menacing laugh of Diego de Baçan. I dimly saw flickering lights and felt the presence of people about me, but there was such a ringing in my ears that I could hear nothing. By and by my brain was less clouded, and I had a mind to open my eyes. With the coming of consciousness there was a great pain in my head, which from numbness turned to burning and caused much anguish. But I could now hear the sound of voices, and I knew it was no dream, so I gave no sign. Faintly I made out a row of brown ceiling rafters, which seemed to float here and there in a moving haze. I saw uncertainly the wooden floor, upon which I lay stretched stark as one dead, and then discerned a table at which sat several persons. A light burned upon it, casting, as it flickered, great shadows which moved unsteadily from wall to rafter and back again. As I began to see clearly, I made out one of the men to be a priest. His cowl was pushed back from his face, and he listened to the man opposite him who was talking. This man was bent forward over a parchment on the table, and he read portions of it to his companions. He had a high forehead and an imperious air which carried weight with the others. But his face was hard and cruel, and his mouth and nose at the corners wore deep and ugly lines, which looked to have been seared in with an iron. When he smiled it was as though he twisted his features unwillingly, so unnatural did it seem. I marked all these things as one sometimes will in moments of great tension. I had good reason afterwards to learn that my judgment was true. He was Pedro Menendez de Avilés, the hardest man in all the Spanish marine, now but just appointed Adelantado of the Floridas. The face of the third man was turned away from me. He was a big man, and his shadow fell over me so that I could make him out the more clearly. There was no mistaking the easy set of the head and shoulders as he lolled upon his chair, or the grace of his limbs and body. He had not spoken, but I knew it was De Baçan. This, for the first time, brought me to my wits. I knew not how long I had lain or where I was. It was enough that I was in the hands of this Spaniard, and that my girdle of jewels and gold was stolen. It tried me sorely to think at all, and with Mademoiselle gone I hardly cared what might happen. But I knew that my chance of escape, had I any, lay in making them believe me still unconscious and done almost to death. So I lay quite still with my eyes half closed, fearing almost to breathe, and straining my ears to catch every word of their talk, which, carried on in French, now came to my ears quite clearly.
"These Huguenots, you say, father, will go to the River of May?"
asked de Avilés.
"It is so reported in the town. They will sail in 7 small ships and will muster 300 men, with some women, and many artisans, bearing everything necessary to form this colony." "And the colony of Laudonnière? What of that?" "Word has been received that there is mutiny against the commander Laudonnière, who is accused of many misdemeanors by those who have returned. I am bidden tell you, by those who are close in our councils in Paris, that you need fear nothing from them."
"But they have a fort and are well provided with munitions of war. We may not be able to strike them separately. If they combine forces, they may even be too much for us. For heretics though they be, these Huguenots are still very excellent fighters."
"Your Excellency knows best the qualities of good men at arms. The Adelantado of Florida must not be defeated. Though you and your people be Spaniards, they are still Catholics and firm in the Christian faith. It is a sainted war which you are waging, and when you strike, the hand of God will be with you. Therefore, I say, have no fear, for those who have sent me to you know what they know when they pray the Holy Virgin for your success."
I could hardly believe what I heard. Were these bigots so base that they would destroy their own people and their own nation? And Mademoiselle had gone with the Huguenots. I grew weak again and trembled from head to foot as one with an ague. De Baçan began speaking now, and I nerved myself to listen.
"Your Excellency needs no information of mine upon the designs of these French people in the territory of Spain. They will lose no time in setting with fine skill upon the ignorant minds of the savage peoples of those parts, who otherwise may yet be saved. Yet your Excellency should take no chances of defeat."
Menendez was stroking his mustache. His eyes glittered strangely.
"What would you advise, father?"
he said.
"There is no way to stop or even delay this revolt,"
said the Jesuit.
"There remains but to petition the King to increase your force. 'Tis an expedition,"
he laughed,
"which is as good for the soul as the purse and the body, and there will be many to profit by it. But a few hundred more men and 3 or 4 more ships will make you as secure in your possessions as the most Catholic king himself in his throne and his people."
"There is much that is wise in what you say,"
said the Adelantado.
"But the king has no money for this enterprise. The money which I have secured has come from my own people of the Asturias, and I know not whither to go for more."
De Baçan here arose from his seat and walked cautiously to the door and window. I lay as one dead, holding my breath in fear lest I should be discovered. He came and bent over me. For a moment, it seemed an eternity, and I felt the look of his eyes as they pierced me through and through. He seemed satisfied with the scrutiny, for he went back to the table, putting both hands upon it. He leaned far over toward the adelantado.
"What would your Excellency do for one who could find this money?"
he said. Menendez looked up, smiling his strange smile.
"You are eager, my friend," he replied calmly. "It might be worth much or little. Perhaps a share of my profits, perhaps nothing. What do you know? It is for this I wish to see your Excellency."
He paused.
"I have managed an affair of no small profit."
He laughed.
"And I am no glutton."
Unfastening his doublet, he unwrapped from around his body the treasure of Coligny and tossed it upon the table.
"There is enough for 1,000 men and more," he said.
The adelantado undid the leather bands gravely, while the eyes of the priest started almost out of their sockets as the glittering stones tumbled out upon the table. The adelantado uttered an exclamation, and the three of them sat there silent for a moment, with their eyes shining like the wonderful stones they looked upon. The priest was the first to speak.
1,000 men surely,"
he said. Then the adelantado ran the jewels through his fingers. He gloated over them fiercely, for in the glittering faces of those little baubles he saw before him the scenes of blood and persecution which were to come. He saw himself master of all the great domain that had been allotted to him, and he dreamed of conquests and treasures such as no man had won since the beginning of the world. He raised his head at last.
"You have done well, de Baçan,"
he said.
"You have done well, my son. You shall be my captain of camp. We will reach an agreement upon your duties and profits without difficulty. These jewels shall go with me to the Biscayan ports, and we will have a fleet and a company of men great enough to take the islands of Elizabeth if need be. We will have galleons of 1,000 tons, the tallest that float, and—" "But your Excellency cannot fail,"
interposed the priest, who had been eyeing him narrowly,
"to give some tribute to the church, some tribute for your safety."
"Yes, Father. But for the present, as you can see, we will need all this treasure to prepare for our journey, which indeed is as much for God as for the King." The Jesuit pulled the cowl up over his head and turned upon de Baçan fiercely.
"You have told me, Diego de Baçan, that you have done this hulking English heretic to death for the profit of your soul and the glory of the church. In this you have lied. I know now that he was set upon because of a private quarrel. It is plain that you have taken him and his money unfairly. You became a servant of the evil one, a thief and murderer. You should suffer the penalty of the church."
Both Diego and Menendez arose, uncovered their heads, and crossed themselves. Then the adelantado leaned over and picked up 3 large stones. These he extended to the priest. The cleric lowered his head to conceal his cupidity, but took the jewels quickly, putting them inside his gown, mumbling the while some Latin words to himself.
"Absolvote, my son," he said.
Then de Baçan put the rest of the jewels back in the girdle and fastened it about him.
"This Englishman was a most comfortable prize,"
he laughed.
It was a little quarrel of my own, father, I confess it. Yonder Englishman has caused me great trouble since the taking of the Cristobal. There is a lady and, well, he was forever balking me and I hated him. But tomorrow he will be dead and there is an end of the matter."
The three of them came over to me, and de Avilés fetched me a kick in the ribs. Had it been Diego, I must have groaned outright, for de Baçan did nothing lightly. But I lay quiet and, aided by the darkness, escaped notice. They took the light and went out through the iron door, locking it behind them, and I heard their laughter and jesting as they went down the hallway and so out through a gate which must have been at the end of the passage. The sound of their footsteps had not died away before I was upon my hands and knees, groping my way toward the window, through which stole a dusky light. It was not until then that I discovered how weak I was. My shirt and doublet were dank with blood, for my head had been sadly cut, and my neck was so stiff I could scarce turn my head from the one side to the other. I got up with difficulty, but my head swam and I fell heavily to the floor again. The room seemed to be pitching from this side to that, and the square of light where the window was swayed to and fro, sickening me at last so that I lay still until I might gather resolution and not again overdo my strength. My mind was chaos. What had become of Goddard and Smith, and how long had I been in this place? I knew not, nor for a time seemed much to care. With the weakness there came a feeling of indifference, and I was content to lie there with no thought for anything. But presently the faintness passed, and I began trying to unravel the skein of my thoughts. Mademoiselle had sailed with the expedition of Admiral Ribault, and yet the Jesuit had said they would sail on the morrow. They had then been delayed, or else, yes, it must be, the night of the robbery had not yet passed away, and with that I grew more collected. Perhaps there was yet time to see the Sieur de la Notte and the Admiral Ribault and warn them of this plot of the Catholics, the secret of which had come into my possession. The Catholics of Spain would destroy the Huguenot colony, and certain Catholics of France had connived at the villainy. That was a great secret of state, and surely one to make the blood of any honest Frenchman, whether Catholic or Calvinist, boil with shame and anger. Then, when I thought that it was through my loss of the treasure of Coligny that this thing had come to be possible, I was in great turmoil of spirit and clenched my jaws fiercely as I searched in mind for some plan to redeem myself. I tried to rise and at last got upon my feet with a great effort, and to the table where I limply hung. And Captain Hooper, what would he say when I went to him? I had no heart to think of it. I knew him well. He would ask me why was I there to tell him of it. Yes, truly, I was out of employment. Fortune had smiled too favorably upon me to smile for long. I sat swaying there, trying to gather strength to break out of this vile place, when I heard the sound of whispering close at hand. But whether it came from inside or out, I could not tell. If it were de Baçan, I resolved to dash upon him with a chair, and so, if I could stay upon my feet, perhaps gain the outer door. I listened for a moment, and then heard plainly that it came from outside the window. I crouched down below the jamb, listening intently. Then, to my great joy, there came a low whistle in exact counterfeit of a call upon the great griffin. My friends had not forgotten me then. My joy was so great I could scarce refrain from shouting, but I found that I could not, even if I would. I managed so to answer that they heard my whistle, for there came an exclamation and a bulky shape appeared at the bars of the window.
"Master Sidney, sir, are you safe?"
came in a half whisper, and there was a world of comfort in the voice. It was Smith, and I reassured him in a moment. Then, managing to get the table over under the window, mounted upon it and found my head and shoulders just abreast of the sill. There were heavy bars of iron before the window, but rough and rusty to the touch. So Smith brought a piece of timber which he used as a pry, and with help managed to snap and then bend a bar so that I could let him haul me up and out through the narrow opening. But my strength had been sorely tried, and so it was some moments before I could stand upright and look about me. It was but a short time before the dawn. The Sieur de la Notte upheld me on one side, and on the other was a tall man whom I knew not. He had a beard reaching to his waist and gave several brisk orders. I afterwards learned it was Admiral Jean Ribault. Several men went about the building knocking and seeking to discover if there were any one within, but the Admiral called them back, bidding them be quiet. Withal, being very weak, by great effort I managed to tell them of the Catholic plot, and that the Spaniards would doubtless soon return and it might be possible to recover the treasure. This was as important for Ribault as it was for me, for it meant much to the Lutheran cause. But he would not have it so, saying Menendez was well upon his way, and letting me know, in a sad way which I liked not in one of so fine a bearing, that it would be unwise to foment trouble. He believed in his strength and ability to hold the land of Florida against all nations. He wished only to depart without molestation or hindrance. Of a truth, I was so sick and weak that I knew not what they did. My effort of mind had been too great, for now that I was safe and had told my story, it grew weaker and I could not think. They half led, half carried me to the Rue Etienne and there put me to bed. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which I find new employment. I awoke the next morning to find Mademoiselle standing by my bedside with a potion which she bade me take. In a short while there came a surgeon who looked at my head, bathing and bandaging it, to the end that in an hour or so I felt so much better that I could sit upright and listen to Mademoiselle as she told me of their plans. Surely no medicine were so good for mind or body as the sight of her as she moved here and there about the room. And when she brought me my draught and leaned over to give it me, I found myself holding the cup to my lips without swallowing, taking my cure not through my lips but through my eyes. Then says she,
"Nay, Master Sidney, you must drink it down. It is not bitter."
No, it was not bitter. I wished that I might be always ill, but she was not impatient. She looked upon me with the eyes of friendliness and interest. What there was of coldness had disappeared from her manner, for the fancies of such as she are engulfed always in the instincts of womanhood. She put her hand upon my wrist, with fine hardihood counting the beatings of my pulse, her eyes cast upon a minute glass. Then she smiled as she found that the fever was less, though for my part, from the thumping of my heart, I could not see that I was in any better case than I should be. I had murmured but a word of thanks, telling her that I was better. Thus far I was content to say nothing so long as she would only stay where I might look at her. She herself was balm to my wounds. But when she was about to leave the room to tell her father that I had awakened, I called to her. "Mademoiselle, just a word. It is hard to say the words of gratitude. I am but a yeoman of Queen Bess, a sea rover, if you like. I am without friends save yourselves, and without either money or employment. In a few days, or perhaps hours, you too will be gone. I shall never see you again." I paused. "Otherwise I should not speak." She looked at me curiously and then moved as though to go, but I made a gesture which held her. I knew not what had come over me. The words rushed upon my tongue, and I could not restrain them. I was rough and brutal in my frankness. But then what mattered it? She was going to one end of the world and I to another, and I wished only that she should know, that she should believe. "Listen, Mademoiselle. I know that I am fit only to serve and obey you. You are noble, and I, whatever claim I have, am but a loutish fellow. Why I have the audacity to speak to you I do not know, save that by kindness you have given me that right. Listen you must. I love you, Mademoiselle, I love you. That is all." She had stood facing the door, her hands before her and her eyes cast down, quietly listening. But as I went on, her hands dropped to her sides, her head lifted, and her eyes, first mildly curious and then indignant, flashed at me angrily. "Stop, monsieur," she said, and so haughtily that the blood went back upon my heart. She was no small woman, but to me, unworthy of her, she seemed in her pride and majesty to add to her stature half again. She turned red and white by turns, while her lips seemed to be seeking the words with which to deter me. Yet I could not have stopped any more than I could have gone to find Coligny's treasure. When she spoke again, it was with a coolness and precision that chilled me to the heart.
"Master Killigrew, however much we may have been in your debt, you need make no doubt you are amply repaid. For shame, monsieur, to take advantage of our pity and our friendliness. It were not difficult to see you are better. Adieu, monsieur."
And with this she opens the door and walks through it, looking no more at me and bearing an expression which I knew not, one in which pride and pity seemed struggling for the mastery. When the door had closed, I heard the sound of her feet running up the stairs, and then a door swung to with violence overhead. I was a great hulking brute, deserving but scant consideration. I know not what it was that impelled me to speak as I had done. A hand pressure on the Cristobal, her sympathy in my affairs, or something in the look she gave me when she stood over me with the physic. But unused to soft words, I could no more have restrained myself than I could the seas which plashed the bows of the Griffin. As it was, When she left the room, all the light went out from life. I only knew I could not stay longer in that house. If I had forfeited the right to her friendship, then I must go, and at once. I could not bear it that she thought of me as she did. If she told the Sieur de la Notte, as she doubtless would, and I should lose his good opinion too, then surely I should be undone. I was unlucky, and what was worse, a fool into the bargain. Getting up slowly, leaning against the wall, I managed to put upon me my clothing and doublet. I did not know where I was to go. I could not go to England, nor to Captain Hooper's agent. I was ruined, and could picture the face of that oily Frenchman as I told him the jewels were gone. It would be serious for me. It meant prison at the worst. At the best, Captain Hooper's disdain. Of the two, however, I think I feared the former least. I would go, I cared not whither, back to the house where I had been confined, perhaps, to see if Diego de Baçan might not return. To Spain, perhaps, in pursuit of Menendez. I knew not. At last I stumbled to the door of the room and so out into the passage, and had but laid my hand upon the bolts of the outer door when there were footsteps in the hallway, and I turned my head to see Mademoiselle coming toward me. Her eyes were cast down, but as she came near, she lifted her head and extended her hand as one man might do to another, saying, "Forgive me, my friend, I did not mean it." I held out my hand stupidly, looking at her and replying, "Ah, Mademoiselle, I have no further mission in this house." She clasped my hand strongly, leading me back again into the room where I had lain, and there was not strength to resist. In a little while there came the Sieur de la Notte to inquire for my health. He sat down beside me and entered straightway upon the business he had in mind.
"I have been thinking much of you, good Sydney,"
he began,
"and have come to ask your plans."
"You are very kind, monsieur," I replied as I grasped his hand. "But I have no plans. If I cannot replace or set finger upon the treasure which was entrusted to me, I have no further hope of employment from my sovereign, for she likes not men who do not succeed. I shall wait here a few days, when I will get upon the track of De Avilés, striving to do by secrecy what I might not accomplish by strength." La Notte shook his head.
"It will not do, mon ami. It will not do. I know it, for the Admiral has just told me the state of these affairs. The Catholics at the court will countenance this expedition and will hold Menendez as safe in France as though he were in his own Asturias. You may as well whistle for the jewels, Sydney, for you will see them no more."
I sighed deeply, for I felt that what he said was true.
"You yourself have heard enough to convince you that all matters at the French court are not as they seem. You will not succeed in any private undertaking against Spain. Sure of that you may be. And monsieur, you had better be bled by leeches than by pikeheads for a while. Listen to the Admiral's offer. We sail on the morrow for the land of promise, good Sydney, 300 strong, to build up a great Christian nation across the ocean. Ribault has bid me offer you a commission as lieutenant aboard his flagship, for he is short-handed in officers and needs those who have a knowledge of ships. Also, he can employ any of your men who have a taste for this venture into New France."
I saw that he was trying to conceal what he had done for me under plea of his own advantage. I could say nothing, but extended my hand and he pressed it warmly. Mademoiselle had been sitting by, listening until then. Now, as I looked at her for half a sign, she got up and busied herself preparing some medicine for Madame.
"Will you go, mon ami? If you like it not, perhaps you may return upon the vessels when they come again to France."
I was silent, looking still at Mademoiselle. This time she turned and said quietly,
"It is a fine venture for a man of ingenuity and daring."
What could I do? Everything else vanished before the thought that I was still in her favor, and that too, in spite of what I had said to her, I would voyage of a verity to the ends of the earth with no further wish than to be near her. I said that I would go, and saw no more of Mademoiselle on that morning. When I got a glimpse of her in the afternoon, she but nodded her head, speaking not at all, and taking so little notice of me indeed that I might have been but a serving man. I wrote a long letter to Captain Hooper, giving a correct report of all that had happened upon the Cristobal and in Dieppe. I told him of the condition of affairs in France and how it was impossible to recover what had been lost. I told him I doubted not that these Spanish vessels would soon set out for Florida, and that my chances for winning back his esteem and any treasure or prize money was better in Florida than in France. I wrote of Fort Caroline, where the French would be found, and saying that should he desire such a venture in the Griffin, there would be honor and prizes in plenty where the Spaniards put in. This I entrusted through the Sieur de la Notte to the captain of a vessel sailing for Portsmouth, who might be relied upon to deliver it safely to the care of Martin Cockrem at the Pelican. That much done, I felt relieved in mind, and when Admiral Ribault came late that night, could discuss with him many details of the expedition. I had then a chance to learn what manner of man I was to serve. He was tall and of a commanding presence. His face was swarthy and marked by the crossing white wrinkles of a man of the sea. His rather thin lips were hidden under a long mustache, and his beard reached quite down to his waist. His nose was big and not ill-formed, but it was in his eyes that one noted the character of the man. These were gray blue and kindly. As he talked on, they flashed keenly, and one saw his power. It was not a strong face nor a weak one, but it showed him as he was, an able and gallant seaman and gentleman, loving above all else his life, his country, and his God. The next morning I awoke much refreshed, and with the help of 2 lieutenants of Ribault, managed in some sort to make my way down to the docks and go to the Trinity, Ribault's flagship upon which I had been given my commission. I was still very weak and could expect to do no duty for a while, but the breath of the sea, as it swept up into the dip of the land, sent fresh blood pulsing through my veins and gave me a new interest in the people about me, with whose lives mine was to be mingled for many months. The most of that day I spent upon the vessel's deck, watching the final loading of the stores and learning the lead of the tackling. I could see the 6 other vessels lying near us in the arcs, and I marked that but 4 of them were of any considerable size. The others were small vessels of less than half the tonnage of the Griffin, being sprung high up in the stern, lacking her grace in run of line and length and rake of mast. All of the ships were well out of the water, like the Cristobal, and had a great slant of after castle, the topmost deck of which sloped uncomfortably forward. But they were staunch vessels for the country and time, and with their armaments, which seemed very complete, might be expected to make a good argument against ships of the same metal. But I liked little the temper of the company, which to me seemed scarce suited to the kind of work before us. The cavaliers came aboard in twos and threes, many of them of somber mien and habit, but mostly poor gentlemen who had but this resource left to them. Some were gaily attired, and I marked a curled mustache here, an ear jewel there, or a ruff in the latest twist of fashion. Nor were the seamen the honest yeomen of England. They worked willingly enough, but they danced and jested among themselves, laughing and singing foolish songs like lads of 10 years or thereabouts. "Pardie me, sir," said Goddard gruffly. "They're ladies, every scud of 'em. Bless me, you can't make a fighting crew out of men as won't swear." I smiled and mentioned Salvation Smith. "Oh, well, he's different, sir," he answered. "'Tis his principles, Master Sidney. That's all the matter with him. When he fights, he's a cursing all the time in his heart, I know. He couldn't fight else." With regard to the company of adventurers, it made me feel no better to learn that there was another to share my opinion. It was no child's play, this voyage on which we were going. It was work for staunch-bodied men with big limbs and stiff hands, and not the slender, pink-fingered gentlemen I had seen thus far. When I thought that the safety of Mademoiselle lay with the disposition of these people, I was more troubled than ever. She came aboard late in the afternoon, and with Madame and the Sieur de la Notte went at once to the cabin. Soon Admiral Ribault came alongside in his pinnace and signaled the fleet to get under way. Amid the firing of cannon upon the shore, we passed out of the river on the ebb of the tide and, with a fair wind, set the broad bows of the Trinity squarely into the red path of light that shimmered towards the sun, the color of blood. I shuddered a little, then laughed aloud at my womanish thought. Surely my illness had made me weak indeed. In a few days Mademoiselle came upon the deck with Madame. I had grown so strong that I was taking my day watches now. My pulses tingled anew and my lungs drank their fill of the salt air. The old love of the life was in me again, but I could not make out the manner of Mademoiselle de la Notte. Twice in the first week did I go up to her and address her, but I was so ill at ease and her manner so distant that I turned away and sought another part of the vessel. Then, when she saw that she had hurt me, and that perhaps the difference of our positions, she thinking me not to be of gentle birth, had gone more deeply than she had wished, she called me to her and bade me place a stool for her and one for Madame, and wrap them in their cloaks, talking cheerfully the while. This I did silently, going then forward to my place of duty. I had no wish to force my presence upon her, and so kept at a distance, speaking only when it was not to be avoided. And yet my heart was sore that she should treat me so. Then there would come 2 or 3 of those bejeweled gentlemen who, recovered from their sickness, stood by her side talking to her gaily after the manner of the sparks at a levee, flaunting their fine scented handkerchiefs. This she seemed to enjoy, and made my cup of bitterness full to overflowing. But by and by there came a change. One day, the third week from Dieppe, while I was talking between my watches with the sister of Lieutenant Bachasse, Mademoiselle motioned that she would speak with me. She dismissed those fine hangers-on and asked me what she had done that I had treated her in so ill a fashion. I said nothing, for it did not become me to cavil. She knew well why I had not waited upon her and why I would not speak. I seemed to see it in the way she spoke, and I learned from that time what discernment a woman has upon all matters which concern the heart of a man. Things after that were better between us. By and by no day passed that we did not talk together, sometimes in the presence of Madame or Monsieur the Vicomte, and sometimes alone. Oh, the wonder of those days and nights upon the ocean, when the afternoon sun shimmered fair upon the amber seas to the southward, and the sails about us were picked out in silver against the purple of the horizon, turning as the sun dropped down to ruddy gold and bronze, and then fading away into the gray softness of dusk. And then, when the gulls and dolphins ceased to play and the moon came out, we would sometimes lean upon the bulwarks, just she and I, looking down along the sides to the bow wave, where the fire of the southern waters turned the gray of the foam to soft glowing flames, which warmly kissed the ship and then danced away like sprites into the darkness beyond. "It is an ocean of velvet, a fair ocean," she would say softly. "It is heaven, Mademoiselle," I would answer. We talked much of the things which had been and of those to come, and I told her the stories of faraway lands that I had seen. She wondered greatly at some of the things I knew, and yet for all that I felt at times as though I were but a child beside her in every other thing save the mere buffets of life. She was haughty no more, for it seemed in that gray immensity of murmuring sea and starlit sky that all was equal between us, and that we two were alone, close to our Maker. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We reached the new land. After many days there came one afternoon, loud and cheery from the foremast head, the cry of "Land! Land!" Only one who has been 3 months upon an ocean unfathomable and limitless can know the magic of the word. The signals passed it to the other vessels of the fleet. Trumpets blared, and cheer upon cheer and song upon song echoed and re-echoed across the water. Crew and passengers upon the Trinity came tumbling up from below, jostling and crowding one another in their madness to be among the first to get a glimpse of their home that was to be. Even those sick with the scurvy and fever turned out of their hammocks and, climbing to the deck, fell upon their knees to thank God that the voyage was near ended. All thought of savage Carib or more savage Spaniard was banished, for there to their gaze, shimmering purple under the western sun, was their haven of refuge. They stretched their limbs like people awaking from a long sleep, and as the ship glided onward, leaned forward upon the bulwarks as though they would leap into the water. They strained to catch the first aromatic breath of the pines in their nostrils, and their tongues clove to their parched and fevered mouths as they sighed for the fruits which hung there beyond, luscious and ripe for their plucking. By sundown we had sailed into a little river. Here was a fine sandy bottom, and we cast anchor for the night. So impatient were the seamen and passengers that some of them, not to be withheld, took one of the pinnaces and went upon the shore. Ribault, after warning them against the savages, consented to this, and soon the beach was aglow with fires which they lighted to keep off wild beasts, and parties well armed went searching among the uplands for fruit and game. Throughout the night we, upon shipboard, could hear the seamen and cavaliers as they laughed and shouted. At daybreak they came aboard again, torn and bleeding from the thorns and brambles, but happy as urchins. They bore several large panniers of luscious wild pomegranates of a small variety, and grapes of great size and sweetness. But the Admiral would not tarry here long. He did not know how soon the Spaniards might be coming, and he wished to learn what had happened in his absence to Laudonnière, the commander at Fort Caroline. Many things had been charged against that officer, and Ribault desired to establish the French Protestants firmly in their colony and secure them speedily from attack or molestation. Accordingly, the ships weighed anchor again, and we sailed up the coast to the River of Dolphins. This had been so called by Ribault because of the great number of fish of that name which disported themselves in its waters. Seeing no sign of living persons, we sailed still further northward to the River of May, which we reached on the 29th of August, 1565. The channel of the river being narrow and the draught of the large ships being great, we cast anchor at about half a league from shore. Ribault, anxious to communicate at once with Laudonnière, immediately fitted out all the large barges from the fleet and crowded crews into them, fully armed and equipped. He knew not what might have happened. I, being an officer upon the flagship, went with him in the pinnace, and so we made our way up the river. At last we sighted a small headland or bluff which rose abruptly from the water where the river narrowed, and under its shadow we could just make out the bastions of Fort Caroline. As we came near, we saw a great commotion upon the shore, officers running out of the fort brandishing their swords, and two of the soldiers began casting loose a gun. Then we knew that they took us for enemies of France. A soldier ran down the beach and fired an arquebus at us, but the ball went skipping along the water and did us no damage. The Admiral, seeing that they did not know us, and thinking harm might ensue, hereupon stood up in the pinnace. We saw one of the officers take off his morion and throw it into the air with a shout of joy. Then there was cheering, and we knew that they had recognized the Admiral. In a few moments, under the sturdy sweep of the oarsmen, the barges grated upon the pebbly beach, and we tumbled out among those assembled there. There was great joy among the young French gentlemen, some of them running to the newcomers and kissing them with great display of friendship upon both cheeks. The cannon, which but a moment before were to have been turned upon us, were fired in salute, and the air resounded with glad cries and cheers. There were many Indians of the tribe of the chief Satouriona upon the beach. Fine, straight-bodied savages they were, painted in bright colors all over the body and wearing only a breech clout and a band around the head. They were most grave of countenance and smiled little, but very friendly, crowding around the Admiral, bowing and touching their heads to the earth, marveling at the great length of his beard. I could see that the fort was erected in a careful manner, though sadly out of repair. It was built in the form of a triangle and surrounded by a trench, the side toward the river enclosed with a palisade of planks of timber after the manner in which gabions are made. In the middle was a great court 18 paces long, and upon one side of this the corps de garde. Opposite to it the living house. Laudonnière asked us to his lodging place and gave us a wine fermented from the grape of the country, most soothing to the palate and livening to the vitals. Under the close questioning of the Admiral, Laudonnière related the events of the past few months, showing the sad straits into which his people had fallen for lack of food and munitions. He told of the mutiny of his men and how he had intended entering 2 of his smaller vessels and returning to France. The Admiral found that the charges against him were untrue and offered him a high command. But Captain Laudonnière was disconsolate, saying that his honor had been touched and that he must soon return to France to defend himself against his enemies. We talked far into the night. Vasseur, Verdier, and de Brésac, 3 lieutenants of the garrison with whom I had much talk, giving me a fair good idea of the country and people. It seemed that Laudonnière had no need to have given up so easily. It was hard to see how, in a country abounding in animals good to eat, in fish and in fruit and corn, they should have been reduced to such distress as they were in. There are beasts of every kind, and Sir John Hawkins has said that there are lions and tigers as well as unicorns, but I saw none of these, though there were crocodiles in great abundance. Vasseur told me a habit of the natives, who when they travel have a kind of herb dried, which they put in an earthen cup and set afire. Then they suck the smoke of this through a cane or reed, and it has a strange and pleasing effect, satisfying their hunger so that they can live 4 or 5 days without meat or drink. Some of the company had come to use this herb and had grown to like it well, though at first it made them much inward discomfort. All of these things are known in England now, for Sir Walter Raleigh hath brought this custom of tobacco smoking into the court. In the morning the 3 smaller vessels of the fleet came up, bringing the greater number of the colonists, among them the Sieur de la Notte and his family. By the end of the day the rest had landed. Rude sheds of cedar stripping were built, and a tolerable sheltered place was thus made to house the men until better quarters should be provided. During the first nights the women were given the barracks of the company of Laudonnière, who for the time being shared the lot of the newcomers. For Mistress Diane de la Notte nothing was too good, René de Laudonnière himself turning over to her and to Madame 2 rooms of his quarters. After seeing to their comfort, I set about to aid in landing the munitions of war. This was safely done by the end of the 2nd day, and the new ordnance was mounted upon the battlements, which thus commanded the river for a great distance. The shed now gave place to a stronger construction under the bastions, and all worked with so great a vigor that new life animated the poor fort, which but a few days before had come nigh to being deserted. Never had the prospects of the colony been brighter, and it seemed as if at last fortune was smiling upon their efforts, which under careful management were about to be crowned with success. 'Tis a strange thing how misfortune doth pursue, even when all else in nature seems to smile. It was, I think, at midnight of the 5th day that the first great shadow fell upon the luckless settlement. We were sitting around the council table in the barracks, discussing the plans of Laudonnière for the extension of the colony. Ribault sat at the end of the table, his brows knit in deep thought, his hands clasped upon the table and his beard falling down to his lap. He was much perturbed over a report which had come to him that 2 sails had been sighted far out to sea just as the night was falling. From time to time he would nod to one or the other, but he spoke little. At his right were Laudonnière, Vasseur, Verdier, the Swiss, Arlac, Ottigny, and Satouriona, the great Carib chief, with whom the Admiral was bent upon making a friendship. At his left were Saint-Marie, Yonville, and Lagrange. Yonville was speaking of the magic mine of gold and silver that La Roquette had found, which would yield 10,000 crowns apiece for every colonist and 1,500,000 crowns for the King. The Admiral listened gravely, but he was a practical man and had no such flighty notions as these young gentlemen. I tired at last of listening to their vaporings and moved to one of the casements, where I sat listening and looking out into the night, drinking in the perfumes of the forest which the breezes of the sea were wafting toward me. Outside all was quiet, save for the call of a night bird or the cry of some beast of prey as it prowled on its midnight hunt. The rain had fallen so that the odor was almost overpowering, and it was damp out toward the sea, where the clouds hung heavily, with but a slight break overhead. There was a glimmer here and there from the water under the bastions. Down near the river's mouth I fancied I could see the twinkling of the lanterns upon the Trinity as she swung to the tide. But the ships were almost too far away for that. My thoughts turned to Diane, and I wondered. But as I looked into the distance toward where the ships should lie, there came suddenly 2 flashes of light, one beside the other, like lightning, and yet not to be mistaken. I started with an exclamation, straining my eyes, my heart beating furiously. Then clear and distinct, as though but half a league away, there came the sound of cannon shots. Ribault and his officers sprang to where I stood, breathless, all a-fever with the excitement of the moment. They had not long to wait, for again the flashes came by 2s and 3s, and then by broadsides, the echoes coming up the river like the roaring of distant thunder. There was commotion outside, and the sentry opened the door crying, "The Spaniards! The Spaniards!" The drums beat to arms, and most of the soldiers, and the women too, rushed out into the courtyard, where they ran hither and thither asking questions which no one could answer. The Admiral, commanding silence, mounted with Ottigny and Laudonnière to the battlements, where he listened and watched intently for some minutes. He knew the serious import of those sounds and what they might mean to the ships lying out there, undermanned and unprepared for battle. He knew too that the sentry had said the truth when he uttered the fear that was in his own heart. The Spanish fleet had come to Florida. Ribault came down from the battlements and without more ado ordered all his seamen and officers to the 4 smaller ships at anchor in the river. To the landing place we ran in great haste, stopping only to seize armor and weapons. In half an hour our little vessels were sailing down toward the mouth of the river. No one of us spoke, but we stood along the bulwarks listening to the sound of the cannon. It was more distant now, and from its direction we knew that the three larger ships were making out to sea. Should we be in time? In a moment the lookout upon the forecastle of the Jesus came running aft and reported that there were sounds ahead close inboard. We listened intently, and in a moment heard the sound of oars grinding violently in their irons and the swash of a ship's boat through the water. A voice shouted hoarsely across the water the words, "France! France!" Our people stood crooked over the bulwarks, their weapons at their shoulders, trying to pierce the darkness, and soon we could just make out a gray shadow bearing directly upon us. There was great tension as she drew nearer, and the gunners blew their torches, ready to blow her out of the water at the first sign, the least suspicious. Slowly she drew alongside, and we saw that it was a barge of the Trinity. An officer came hastily over the gangway. It was Bachasse, a sub-lieutenant. Ribault went to him, and the soldiers crowded around. "Is it the Spaniards?" he asked. "It is, your Excellency," replied Bachasse shortly. He was stout and of a brusque manner, as brave a seaman as ever stood his watch. "They came upon us late this afternoon, in 5 ships," he said. "Captain Bourdelais wished me to report that we were not prepared for battle. Half our crews are at the fort." He paused. "Go on," said Ribault sternly. "Tell me all and omit nothing." "It was dark before they came upon us in earnest. Our men were waiting at their guns. There was a trumpet from the Spanish flagship. Captain Bourdelais answered from the Trinity. We saw lanterns and a figure upon the great vessel, and we heard a strong voice say, 'Whence does this fleet come?' 'From France,' Captain Bourdelais replied at once. 'What are you doing here?' 'We bring soldiers and supplies for a fort which the King of France has built, and for many others which he will soon build.' 'Are you Catholics or Lutherans?' said the voice. 'We are Lutherans, we are Lutherans. Who are you?' 'I am Pedro Menendez, General of the fleet of the King of Spain. At daybreak I will board your ships and every heretic shall die.' Then our men broke into laughter, jeering. 'You are cowards,' they shouted. 'Come at once.' Then they came down upon us. Captain Bourdelais ordered the cables cut, for we were at a disadvantage. All of the ships put to sea. My captain has sent me to you. They fired upon this boat, but we escaped. They are now fighting upon the sea, and this is my report." When he had finished, he bowed and stood silent. The Admiral stroked his beard. The worst had happened, and he saw that it would be war to the death. He told Bachasse to order his men upon deck and to make his boat fast to the stern of the Jesus. Then they came up carrying one who had been killed. So we sailed on down to the mouth of the river. We saw no more gun flashes, and only now and then could we hear a sound far out to sea, which told us where the ships were sailing. I doubted not that it was wise of Captain Bourdelais to slip his cable and run for the open. With a good wind he might escape. By and by we heard no sounds at all. The Admiral was for going in pursuit of the flying ships, but called a consultation of his officers in the cabin, and they advised against it. Fort Caroline would be without vessels or men to protect it, and the Spanish fleet might sail up within range and batter the bastions down. Their counsel at last prevailed, and at dawn the soldiers were landed upon the beach. The Jesus and 3 other vessels cast anchor in an arm of the sea behind the beach, broadside on, so that the soldiers might be protected by a brave cannon fire. Then the bowmen and arquebusiers dug into the sand, making trenches, in which they might find protection from arrows and small pieces. These were moments of great anxiety. It was not until the sun had mounted well into the sky that some sentinels who had been watching down the beach reported a sail coming up with the brisk wind. By 10 o'clock she was in plain sight, and from her great bulk we made her out to be the Spanish flagship San Pelayo. She could not have been less than 1,000 tons burthen, and came beautifully, sailing outside the outer bar just beyond the range of our long pieces. She wore 3 yellow streaks along her sides where her gun tiers were, and her sails, crossed with great red stripes and bars, never spilled a cupful as they bellied out into the wind and bore her onward, though she was dipping and pitching in the chop as she went by. Her bulwarks gleamed in the sunlight with the lines of polished helmets, and though I had no spying glass, I fancied that high up near her lanterns I could make out the Adelantado, and by his side the stalwart figure of Diego de Baçan. I bit my lips and hoped they might try to make the entrance of the river. But they threw the ship into the wind, where she courtesied disdainfully, and then a scornful puff of smoke came from her side, and a shot struck in the first line of surf. She hung there a minute and then squared away down the beach again. The Adelantado was discreet as well as valiant. Late in the afternoon 3 other sail were sighted, and it was soon seen that they were French. At sunset they were near enough, and a boat put off from the Gloire, Captain Cosette himself coming ashore through the surf to make his report. He had followed the Spaniards to San Agustin and had seen that they had landed their stores and negroes and were rapidly entrenching themselves. Many of these facts have been set forth in the writings of the Captain Laudonnière and of Challeux the carpenter, and some stories have been written by the Spaniard Barcia and by Mendoza the priest. Yet it is proper that everything bearing upon the events which are to follow should be known to all Christians, and that they may rightly judge between these people and us. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. We put to sea. After waiting all night and part of the next day, we returned to the fort, leaving a guard upon the beach, with cannon to assist the ships should they be attacked. That night there was a council of war. Laudonnière was sick in his bed, so we went to his chamber, standing and sitting at the bedside. There were Lagrange, Sainte Marie, Ottigny, Visty, Yonville, de Brésac, and others. The Admiral spoke boldly and at some length. He outlined his plan, which was nothing less than an immediate attack by sea upon San Agustin, before the Spaniards had time to well entrench themselves against attack. His eyes flashed as he spoke, and he was good to see, for there is naught so fine as the light of battle in the eyes of a man of years. The younger men were with him, body and heart, for the very boldness of the plan was to their liking. When he had finished, Laudonnière answered, favoring the plan of remaining at Fort Caroline to fortify it against attack. Lagrange and Sainte Marie got upon their feet and spoke briefly to the same effect. They all said that, having lived in these parts for nearly 2 years, They were better qualified to speak of these things. They thought it dangerous to venture upon that coast in the month of September or October, for the storms came with terrible swiftness and devastation. Ribault reproved them for their timidity, asking whether they were valiant sailormen of France or dogs of Spaniards. And then he read a letter from Admiral Coligny, which he took to be an order to attack this same Admiral Pedro Menendez if he ventured within the dominions of New France. By sea the distance was short and the route explored. It was the proper strategy. With a sudden blow we would capture or destroy the Spanish ships and master the troops on shore before their companions upon the sea could arrive. Laudonnière, having been superseded in his command, had no actual control in the matter, and though the Admiral spoke kindly to him and to the other officers, the orders were at once issued for the expedition. In order that there might be no possibility of miscarriage, the most of the available men of the fort, as well as of the ships, were to be taken. Not only were all the officers and soldiers of the new expedition to go, but also Lacaille, Laudonnière's sergeant major, his ensign Arlac, de Brésac, a friend of Lacaille, Ottigny, Lagrange, and the very pick of his men. This was little to my liking. With these men gone and Laudonnière ill, the fort lay practically at the mercy of the enemy, were they Spaniards or Indians. The Sieur de la Notte would come upon the Trinity in spite of all that I could urge, for though not born to the command of men, he had a love for play with the steel and went where he felt his duty strongest. I could not conceal my fears, even from the Vicomte de la Notte. All that was for me in this world would be left behind in a crumbling fort with no one to defend. Of those to remain, but 17 men of Laudonnière and 9 or 10 of Ribault were in condition to bear arms, and some of these were servants, one of them being the Admiral's cook and 2 others his dog boys. There was an old carpenter of 80 named Challeux, 2 shoemakers, an old crossbow maker, a player upon the spinet, and 4 valets, a beggarly array of fighting men surely, to defend the 150 women, children, and camp followers the Admiral would leave behind. I went to him, but he would not listen to me. His mind was made to carry out all these plans, he said, and so I left him. Lagrange and Ottigny went to him again, but we saw that it was useless. I then sought Madame and Mademoiselle in their chamber in the living quarters. We had only a short time, but Mademoiselle and I went out upon the bastion and stood by the breeching of one of the cannon, looking out to sea. The air was close and sultry, and not a breath stirred the trees to the back of us or rippled the surface of the river that flowed deep and sluggish below. The leaves, half turned in color and wet by a rainstorm during the night, hung sere and motionless. The standard above our heads hung closely about the staff, drooped and faded. The ships in the river were shaking out their sails, which fell heavily and hung from their yards in straight and listless folds to the deck. The men moved down from the fort to the boats as though they had no joy in the undertaking. There was no gleam upon their breast pieces, for the sun did not shine that morning, and never the rollicking song that means so much to the man at arms. I was in no cheerful disposition, and there was a reflection of my mood in the manner of Mademoiselle. "There is no great danger," I began, "and we will return within the week. I have asked your father to stay, as he can be of no great service in a culverin fight or a fight of ships. But he will go."
"If there is a battle," she smiled, "it were difficult to keep him where the women and children are. He hath ever given a good account of himself."
"Yes, Mademoiselle, but he should not go." I said it in a tone so convincing that she looked at me to get my meaning. I had not meant to betray my uneasiness to her, but with her woman's wit she guessed my thought.
"You are thinking of us," she said quietly.
I did not answer. I looked down at the ground, tapping my boot with my scabbard. "I know not what it is, Mademoiselle, but my mind is deep in melancholy." She looked across to the pine barrens, sighing.
"It is the dying of the year, or some movement of the elements," she replied.
"Yes, doubtless that is it." And then we both sat silent again. "Mademoiselle, you know that Don Diego de Baçan is there," I said at last, pointing to the southward. "If anything should happen that we do not return so soon as we expect, promise me that you will yourself cause a private watch to be kept at the gates of Fort Caroline. If there are signs of attack, go at once with Madame to the woods. Forgive me, Mademoiselle, for asking you to bear a part of my uneasiness, but there are not many wise heads at Fort Caroline." She smiled a little at my eagerness.
"I have no fear of Diego de Baçan or Menendez de Avilés," she replied, "but I will do as you wish."
She then took from the breast of her gown a straight dagger, long and fine. As I looked at it, a chill went over me, and I held up my hands before my eyes. "Mademoiselle, Mademoiselle," I cried in anguish. She held the weapon poised a moment on her fingertips, looking at it strangely, then slowly set it in its sheath and returned it to her breast. I looked her in the eyes and they were calm. I knew that she would do as she meant. She stood straight as any one of Satouriona's warriors, smiling bravely at me, and I wished that I might take her in my arms and tell her all that I would before we parted. I looked up at her, my hands trembling to touch her, my eyes wide with adoration. And something came over her then that she knew how deep I loved her, for a great tear came to her eye and trickled down upon her cheek. But she brushed it away brusquely with the back of her hand. She thrust her fingers toward me, turning her head away, and I pressed them to my lips, kissing them blindly, many times. "God bless you, Mademoiselle," I murmured. Then I left her. That was the memory of Diane de la Notte I carried out to sea. We entered the pinnaces at about 4 of the afternoon and put out across the bar for the Trinity, which, swinging wide at her anchorage, rolled upon the glassy water light as a feather, for the cargo was out of her and she sat high and proud, for all the world like a great swan. There was no air stirring and the surface of the sea was like oil. I felt again the same ominous foreboding of impending evil. There had been a storm somewhere, for the waves rolled in and burst with a roar upon the beach below us. It was choppy over the bar, but beyond a wetting we got upon the ship safely enough. I liked not the looks of the sky and sea. Overhead the clouds hung dark and heavy, for though 'twas a full hour before sunset, the sky was so gloomy that all the lanterns below were lighted. We could see all around the horizon, for the air was most clear, and the blue-black line of it came strong against the coppery glow of the heavens to the east and southward. The sand upon the shore gleamed white by contrast against the dark green of the pines beyond, which cut across the skyline so black that you could see with distinctness each particular needle and spur. The thunder of the surf was loud above the dip and murmur of the ship, and to the southward along the coast, as far as the eye could reach, the white lines of froth, growing smaller and smaller in the distance, rolled in from the outer bar. It was no pleasant berth for a ship of our size upon a lee shore. She could not go into any of the rivers as the Pearl or the Jesus could, and I was for putting to sea at once, where in the open we could clew up everything and run for it if a storm were brewing. The Admiral and the Captain Bourdelais were upon the after castle in conversation and looking at the sky or up the river toward the fort, where the Captain Lagrange with one of the vessels of Laudonnière still tarried. It was plain to be seen that they liked the looks of the weather no better than I, for in a little while orders were passed forward to secure everything for sea, and the anchor was hove up to a short cable. Before dark Lagrange appeared, and as a light breeze had sprung up, signals were flashed and we put out to sea under all plain sail. As soon as the sheets had been trimmed aft and the course had been set down the coast, I took a lantern and lay below decks with one of the midshipsmen of the watch to see that all was secure in the hold and cabins. When I went under the half deck and opened the hatch to the quarters of the men, a cloud of blue smoke rolled out, and I thought there must be a fire. There, upon a sea chest, sitting most disconsolate, was my Englishman, Job Goddard. Around him in a half moon was a crowd of the French bowmen and arquebusiers, holding their sides and laughing at his plight. For while I looked, he put his hand upon his stomach, retching and groaning like a person ill unto death. "Why, how now, Job Goddard?" I laughed, for the ship was pitching. "Is this your maiden voyage?" But Goddard only bent the further forward, and the bowmen laughed the more. At this I feared 'twas serious, for Goddard was no man to be laughed at by any Frenchman. I went over to him and clapped my hand upon his shoulder. "Shoo, man," said I, half angrily, "what is it? Speak up." And with that he turned toward me the sorriest look and wryest face I have ever beheld upon mortal man. But he made no sign that he heard me, or indeed that he was aware of my presence, only gripping his middle and groaning the louder. I made a shrewd guess that 'twas no vital sickness that had come upon him, and remembering how I had once before seen a man cured of some such an ailment, without further ado I fetched him a resounding whack upon the thigh. I had not counted upon so speedy a recovery, for I had scarce time to spring behind him when he flew into the air and in the very thick of the Frenchman, striking this way and that with feet and hands, until two of the arquebusiers measured their length upon the floor, and the rest of them were flying in all directions before the fury of his onslaught. Unable longer to restrain myself, I burst into a fit of laughter, which even my sense of authority could not withhold. It was not until then that Goddard espied me. His countenance fell, and he looked around him as though to gather his wits. But in a moment he walked over to his sea chest, and I saw that he had been sucking upon one of these tobacco reeds which Vasseur had described to me. He looked at the packet and bowl a moment stupidly, and then with a sudden motion dashed them upon the deck, where they broke into 100 pieces. Then, and not until then, would he speak.
"Blow me, sir,"
said he,
"if I ain't been sick at me stomach."
The expression of his face at this unaccustomed sensation was so comical that I could not blame the Frenchman, and I laughed as loud as the best of them. The next morning, when within but 2 leagues of San Augustin, the wind fell again to the same dead, sluggish calm of the day before, and we could make no progress. But plain to the naked eye, behind the sand spit at the entrance, showed the vessels of the Spaniards, where they had anchored to receive us. The weather by now was growing thicker and thicker, and in an hour we saw that a squall would strike us. We had barely time to get our canvas in when down it came with great force, and away we rode, trying to bear up against it. Close as we hauled, we could not get to the harbor and give battle, and so the Admiral, seeing that some of the smaller vessels would be blown ashore, signaled for all to follow, and under storm sails stood off until the tempest should abate. Had we held on so close to that lee shore, some of our vessels must surely have fallen into the hands of the Spaniards. But the storm showed no sign of abating. Before noon the wind increased to such a force that the vessels could wear but their very lightest canvas, and heavy gusts of wind came now and then, in which those sails cracked and strained, the ship groaning like a thing in pain. Bourdelais stood upon the poop, glancing first at the slatting canvas and then at the Spanish vessels within the harbor, growing every moment more indistinct in the wrack and mist under our lee. De Brésac, who had stood fingering his sword hilt impatiently, awaiting the beginning of the battle, had railed so openly at the Admiral's decision to put to sea that he had been sent below, like a sulky boy, to recover his usual temper. Salvation Smith had stopped reading to Job Goddard from the Martyrs, his accustomed relish before going into battle, and sat moody and dispirited in the lee of the barge in the waist, while his companion swore softly to himself. I doubted not it was a wise decision to put to sea, but to me it seemed a bitter thing to be forced to turn aside from a battle which meant so much to us all. If Ribault himself had any doubts as to his decision, he did not show them, for he paced up and down the quarter deck, his calm demeanor setting a worthy example in forbearance to the younger and less moderate among us, who were anxious to be up and at our enemies, and found small pleasure in a sailing drill upon the ocean, when other and more troublous business might have been doing. The next day the wind went down. From green the sea had turned to gray, but the waves did not break in masses of foam, They boiled along, churning and seething as though disturbed by some mighty current beneath. Only the crest, in a wall of amber, thin as parchment, was tossed up to curl and break in a jet of spray. The broken lines of gray swayed and rolled athwart the trough where the foam had been. The clouds from brown had turned to a heavy blue, the color of a Spanish blade. They hung low and menacing, while great fingers of them curled and twisted like furies, or shot out in long lines here and there, to be torn to pieces and carried in shreds down to leeward. For 6 days this weather continued. There was no great danger to the ships so long as it blew no harder. The Admiral was running around this monsoon, as he called it, which came up from the south. Could we but go through it, all danger would be past. But in this sea it would have been destruction to some of his fleet to have hazarded an approach to San Augustin again. We could get no sight of clear sky, but by the drift and speed I made it that we had gone 300 leagues or so to the north and into the Marais Sea, as it has come to be called. Here we saw no longer the great rollers of the coast, for the wind now blew fitfully from the east, and the waves ran first in one way and then in another. The sky lightened a little, and the Admiral, thinking the storm had gone out to sea, shifted his helm and put about again. The Sieur de la Notte, who was chafing under this delay, could hardly restrain his great anxiety. The Spaniards had seen us struggling in the face of the storm, and might conceive the bold project to attack Fort Caroline before the ships returned. The very thought of it filled my heart with dread, and I could not forbear speaking of it to Ribault. That was the only time I had ever seen him angry. He flashed upon me, his features distorted with rage. He had seized a pin from the rail, and I thought for the moment he would strike me with it.
"You Anglais are always meddling," he shouted. "What have you to do with this command?"
But I did not move. I looked at him squarely, and someone took the pin away from him. Then he went below. It was plain to see, none the less, that the situation of the French and the Spanish had changed. Here were we, many leagues upon the ocean, at the mercy of the wind and seas, while the Spaniards, our deadliest enemies, outnumbering us 2 to 1, were ashore, and but 2 days' march from all we had in New France, all the most of us had anywhere upon the face of the earth. Would we never come to land again? And Mademoiselle, I dared not think.
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recording by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The HERICANO. We were sailing toward the shore again, but the wind had gone down, and the Trinity moved sluggishly enough through the heavy swells, making scarce a league an hour. But this was a humor of the elements, and meant nothing, or everything. In those latitudes a shipmaster should ever be in a plague and torment. It was 3 weeks that we had been upon the sea, when one night at the beginning of October, 4 of the ships still being in company, there broke a storm the equal of which I have never had the ill fortune to behold, and it was afterwards told me by Indians of Emola that never had there been known such a tempest upon that coast. The Lieutenant Bachasse had the watch on deck. I was standing by his side. Suddenly, far down on the starboard quarter, we heard a roaring like that of the surf upon the shore, only it was 100 times greater and had in it something more ominous and terrible. The sky was black as soot in that direction, and though we peered through the darkness we could see nothing there. More and more distinct it grew, and then we could make out a line of white growing more plain with each second. Bachasse was giving some hoarse orders to have the sails and yards lowered, when the Admiral rushed from his cabin clad only in shirt and breeches.
"Dieu nous bénisse!"
he shouted.
"It is the HERICANO! Set her stern to it, mes gars, for your lives!"
I knew what he meant, and rushing to the starboard tiller rope, caught the slack from the hand of the man who stood there and ran it through the pulley with all the strength and quickness I could muster. I jammed it far over and hung on like death. Amid the deafening noise, with the ripping and slatting of the sails, the threshing of the ropes and pulleys, and the roaring of the sea above it all, I could not think. I hung blindly to the tackle, loosing and easing her as she felt the helm. I saw the main topsail, which had been reefed down, torn out of its ropes and go flying entire like a great bird in the air, where it vanished in the wrack and mist. Then the faces blew out of the lanterns, hitting and cutting us like needles, and we were in darkness. I could dimly make out the figures of the Admiral, Bourdelais, and several others as they hung to the tackling at the mizzen. I saw them put hand to mouth as though shouting, but could hear no sound other than the thundering of wind and sea. The first shock had caught the ship fairly upon her stern. Her nose had gone well down into the smother, for I felt the poop rise high in the air as though she were going all way over. Then she fell back into the depths with a blow that seemed to shake loose every joint and elbow in her hull. A wave many feet high dashed over, washing forward into the waist the man at my side and carrying overboard everything that was not lashed to the rail or mast. One of the lanterns came down with a crash, just missing me where I swung to the tiller pulley, and swept down the slant of the after castle, carrying away the handrail of the mounting ladder and vanishing into the quarter deck. The ship swayed and yawed frightfully from this side to that. It was a moment fraught with dreadful anxiety. The great tiller was smashing into the bulwarks and pounding back against the tackle, and it seemed for a moment as though the ship would fall into the trough. With great difficulty I reached the larboard tackle, and hand over hand gathered the slack of it in until both gearings pulled alternately, so that she seemed to be going aright. These tackles I passed through a ring bolt to ease the strain, which pulled me this way and that like a rope yarn. It was desperate work keeping the feet, for with the great seas coming aboard over the quarter and the swaying of the top hamper from side to side, I should have been thrown overboard a dozen times but for the grip on the tiller tackle. From the trough the ship with a sickening motion rose high into the air as though shot from a saker, and then the deck fell away under the feet as she was thrust forward by the mighty rush of wind and wave behind her. Those great leaps were twice the length of the Trinity herself.
for we could not have been going at a less rate than 15 leagues an hour. Before long there was a great crash up aloft, and the fore topmast was carried away, bringing down the fore and main topgallant yards. There came a pounding that jarred the ship grievously, but by God's providence the wreckage tore away and went by the board. And yet it was most wonderful. I strained and sweated at the tiller, all hot with the work, though the spray was cutting my face like hail, and I could feel the sting of the raindrops even through my doublet. We were going to the westward now, to Fort Caroline perhaps, and I cared not how hard it blew. The spirit of the storm entered into me, and I was drunk with the speed and motion, and mad with the struggle. The strain upon endurance was great, but there came a feeling of the glory of it, and as I fought on, I prayed that no one might reach me. I set my teeth till my jaws throbbed and throbbed again, while my eyes watched the glow of the mass of foam forward as the water dashed up and over the bows, at times completely hiding the forward part of the ship. I do not know how long I struggled there alone. It may have been 10 minutes, it may have been an hour, but by and by I made out several figures crawling along the larboard bulwarks, seizing hold upon any rigging that came within their reach. They were the Admiral, Job Goddard, and one other. When they could stand upright, Goddard and a seaman took hold upon the tackles, thus relieving me of a part of the strain. Then in a while Bachasse came up from below, saying that the ship was taking water both forward and aft, and was creaking piteously. Matters were bad enough, for we could not be far from the coast. Unless the wind veered to the north, nothing could save us from the breakers. The topsails had been blown to ribbons, and the seas would have set us on our beam ends, or the wind would have overset us completely had we tried to put the ship on the wind. And so we flew on, the Trinity leaping every moment nearer to her death, the waves dashing over and around her, sure of their prey. Goddard, swinging to his tackle, leaned over till his mouth was next to my ear, shouting, "'Tis a fine speed for entering paradise, Master Sydney." All the night long we stood there, having now and then a relief of 4 men upon the tackles, the officers for the most part moving at their places of duty and saying what they could of good cheer to the men. The Sieur de la Notte came up toward dawn and asked Captain Bourdelais what the chances were. He, being a person of few words, replied shortly, "The ship will be upon the beach in 3 hours." Never had I seen the ocean wear so frightful a mien as when the long night came at last to an end. There was a gray waste about us, and one could see no color anywhere. The ocean was like the dead ashes of a fire. At night we had not been able to see. We could only feel the great motion and accustom ourselves. But by light of day the Trinity seemed but a speck upon those waves. At one moment, high as our top hamper was, upon all sides we could see nothing but the great walls of water tumbling down upon us. The next we would look over abysses which were bottomless, out across a waste of foam which seemed to mingle and war with the cloud flakes that fell down upon it. Among the soldiers there was great fear, for they had no stomach for such business as this.
Even the seamen, many of them hardy in service, had lost their wits completely. Once, when a wave had come aboard, an old boatswain dashed terror-stricken into the half-deck and forecastle, shouting, "The cabin is stove in! We are sinking!" And 3 arquebusiers, crazy with fear, jumped overboard. One of the fine gentry of the cabin with a satin coat came running wild-eyed from below, and falling upon his knees threw his hands in the air, raving that should he reach land he would be no more a Lutheran, but a good Catholic, as he always was. Providence intervened, for a sea struck him fairly in the face, and he, having no hold, by reason of his hands being up, was overset backwards and vanished with a shriek. Salvation Smith disappeared and came upon deck again, dressed in a suit of black, which he had taken from some half-dead gentleman in the cabin, to go before the Holy Trinity in a fitting manner, as he solemnly said. Another seaman, getting most drunk upon eau de vie, ran amuck with a pike, maiming and hurting several. It was about 2 hours of the morning watch when the waves seemed to grow suddenly less in length, and though the wind still roared as fiercely as ever, and the foam flew by us in scattering flakes, or lashed furiously against the masts and shrouds, it was plain to be seen we were coming into the shallows. The Trinity moved more steadily, and that showed the better the great speed at which we were making for the beach. The wrack and the spume hid everything ahead, but I thought in a moment I could mark a white jet here and there, which showed where the breakers were. Bourdelais saw them too, for he rushed to the tiller tackles. The Admiral stood at the break of the poop, calm and quiet as though at a sailing drill, ready to set the bows straight for the beach when the end was near. The tackle crew were straining at the tiller, watching the yawing of the ship and the motions of the hands of Bourdelais as he gave the course. Suddenly, out of the mist ahead, I saw a line of white leaping and writhing as far as the eye could reach to starboard and larboard, and then another beyond it rolling onward. We came up to them and were soon in the midst of the seething, churning mass of white as the Trinity went pounding over the outer bar. She hung there a moment, reluctant, and then dashed forward again like a poor desperate creature hunted by the hounds, with a great straining leap. Everything was white about us now, and we had barely time to note the yellow strip of the beach under the bows, when, with a pitiful tremble and a quiver that went through her, bow and stern, the poor ship took her death blow with a dreadful crash and brought up hard and fast upon the sands. The white tongues of surf licked her sides greedily, and sea after sea made clean breaches over bows and waist, as though impatient to engulf her. So fairly and fast had we struck that the waves which followed us did not at first swing her broadside to the beach, but at last the drag of the wreck of the spars to larboard added to the stress of the wind and pulled her around, and we swung high up, completely wrecked. We were in a bad case. Now we could plainly see the line of the beach with its backing of brown sand grasses, and here and there a patch of dark where the gnarled firs and bay trees grew sparsely in the dunes. The wrack and spray were flying thick, and the great waves behind drove completely over the vessel, wedging her farther up and making her destruction more certain. Yet one thing we noted. There were no rocks or reefs, only the long line of gently shelving beach. It seemed that with care we might all be saved, but there was not a moment to be lost. Bachasse went below again with a carpenter and found the hold turned into a small sea, which had flowed over the provision lockers and buried them under 6 feet of water. The surges were washing this way and that, and seemed like to rend the timbers apart. Already a sea larger than the others had torn off one of the quarter galleries, and this wreckage had floated up on the beach, where it lay in the drift of the spent sea. No boats could swim in that surf, so a most fearless young Frenchman called Brunel sprang into the waves with a rope about his body and struck out for the shore. It was not far to the shallows, but for the anger of the waves it would have been an easy passage. We watched the swimmer borne along. Now he was carried ahead shoreward in the very cap of a wave, and then he was swept back in the hollow toward the ship. It was a fine struggle. Twice he disappeared, and we thought he must have gone. But in a moment a great wave took him and bore him well onward in its topping of foam. Then he was up to his shoulders in the brine, fighting desperately for a foothold. Soon we saw him rise and work his way to the dry beach, where he fell and lay exhausted. But after a little space he rose, waving his hands, and ropes were attached to his line. These Brunel hauled ashore and made fast to trees among the sand hills. Over these other men went, hand over hand, and soon 2 pulleys with their tackling were traveling back and forth, carrying the company ashore, many of them bearing their armor and accoutrements. The work had been done none too speedily. A dozen or so of the company remained on the ship when we heard below decks the creaking of the timbers as the bolts pulled out and split them apart. Captain Bourdelais now urged the Admiral to go ashore. He would not, saying that none should leave after him, a matter which Bourdelais and Bachasse disputed. There they stood with their hands on their hearts, all 3 bowing to one another as though at some fine levee of the court. I had no humor for this business, for 'twas no place for foot scraping. I was minded to get ashore without further ado, and so sprang to the tackle which I hitched about my body. I had no more done so when there was a great crashing, and the deck suddenly fell away under my feet, throwing me into the sea.
End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
What befell us upon the sand spit? Down I went, the water roaring about my ears, and my body pulled this way and that by the undertow which swept me fiercely up and down. I opened my eyes, but the surf was full of foam and sand, so I closed them. I felt that I was being borne out to sea and scarce had the mind to continue the struggle. Then came a sudden wrench. For a moment I thought I must have been crushed among the timbers and to this day have often wondered that it was not so. But the strain was steady and then relaxed, and I remembered the rope which I had put about me, and knew that it was the tautening of the tackle about my shoulders. As my body touched the sandy bottom with a mighty effort and springing upward, I reached the surface, bewildered and all but exhausted. About in all directions were tossing pieces of wreckage. I reached a spar with difficulty and to it clung, warding off meanwhile as best possible the planks and gratings which were dashing all around. I saw 5 or 6 men floating near, and among them, to my great joy, marked the figure of the Admiral, clinging to a spar. He saw me at the same moment and feebly raised a hand in acknowledgment. Fearing he might lose his hold, and watching my chance, I swam to him and set him astride the yard. He seemed to have no will or power of his own, and I thought he must have been badly injured. "Are you much hurt, monsieur?" I asked him while I struggled to raise him. He made no great effort to aid me, and would have toppled over again had I not held him firmly. "I do not know, my friend," he replied, "and I care not." Then I discovered there was a cut upon the back of his head, which was bleeding freely, dyeing his linen and doublet a somber hue and marking in greater contrast the pallor of his face. "Be of good cheer," I said as cheerfully as I might. "We will be ashore in a moment, sir." By the tackle about me we were presently hauled through the surf and reached the shallows, where a dozen arms plucked us from our hazardous hold and landed us high upon the beach. The perils of the last 2 days, ending in the position into which we were thrown, had taken my thoughts from the desperate fear at my heart. Until we were surely wrecked and saw all destroyed before our eyes, we had hoped at least to get back to Fort Caroline before the Spaniards could attack. I made no doubt they would do that at the earliest moment, if indeed they had not done so already. My God! For the first time the horrible chances came upon and overwhelmed me. Wrecked and ruined upon an unknown and barren coast, with the Indians on one side and the Spaniards perhaps barring our way to Fort Caroline and Mademoiselle, I was weak and could not bear to think more. The horror of it overcame me. I rose to my feet and strode up the beach like one distraught, breasting the flying sand and peering fruitlessly through the mist, vainly searching for some familiar mark to judge our whereabouts. The motion of struggling against the wind seemed to lessen the dreadful ferment of mind, and barehanded and worn as I was, no wish remained except only to press forward to Mademoiselle or learn that she was safe. Once above the roaring of the storm I heard a sound like the cry of a woman, and with heart a-leap started running with all my might. But it was only some shrill creature which swirled near on the wind, uttering its storm cry. On I struggled, heat and fever making riot of thought, until I fell again, exhausted, to the beach. I remember closing my eyes, but the eyeballs swam in a red mist and burned so that I opened them again. Then I seemed to sleep and dream. I saw dimly a woman seated at a table in a room. Back of her and around her were many men in armor, and their hands and faces were streaked with the red. It was Mademoiselle. By her side, leaning forward toward her, was a man, his eyes swimming as he gazed and his white teeth gleaming hatefully through his beard. He had a mug upraised, from which the liquor was spilling about as he pledged her, laughing coarsely the while. I could hear him too, for there was a gruesome reality about it. The others watched amused. He reached toward her, and I saw her shrink to a corner away. He came again. She took a dagger from her bosom, then drew herself up cold, white, and set, the weapon in both hands at her heart. No one moved. They stood, those men in armor, their hands raised like statues. There was silence, deadly and oppressive, and I was dumb too, and could make no sound. Then everything grew red again, and I saw no more. In my agony I dug my nails deep into the sand, and I cried aloud, calling to God. It was not so. It could not be so. I was mad. Yes. I knew that I was mad, and that comforted me. By and by, it was a long while, for the clouds had broken and the light of the sun had gone high in the heavens, I grew better and stronger and got upon my feet. Cold and wet, the wind cut sharp as a knife, but the fever had gone, and I laughed aloud to think of the fool I had been. The situation was hopeless enough, but we were strong men, many of us bearing weapons and armor, and much might be done. When the storm abated, the other ships would put in and take us aboard. All would yet be well. Even if the ships did not come, we could make a forced march through the backwoods, persuading friendly Indians to guide and aid us. We might not be far, perhaps only half a dozen leagues from Fort Caroline. I went back down the beach, the wind at my back, warming with the new impulse, until I was soon running again. I found that I had gone near a league to the northward, and it was many minutes before I was back among the company. They had moved behind the sand dunes, the better to find shelter from the wind. Fires had been kindled, and around these they huddled wretchedly, drying their clothing. There was nothing to eat save a few biscuits which had been washed up in a cask, and these were salt-soaked and unpleasing to the taste. Some of the men had gone down the beach, where they found some ledges of moss and rock, and brought back a few shellfish. These they ate raw from the shells, but I was not hungry, and they seemed unsightly to me, so I could find no stomach for them. When I came up, Lacaille, the sergeant major, approached. "Well, sir," he asked, "what do you find? Is San Augustin to the north or the south?" "To the north, I should say. But there is nothing but sand and sea so far as the eye can reach." He turned to De Brésac gloomily, and together they walked in the direction from which I had come. Admiral Ribault sat upon the sand, a rag binding his temples, his head bent forward upon his breast, the very presentment of misery. I went to him and tried to say a few words of good cheer, but a deep melancholy had settled upon the man, and he looked down at the sand, saying nothing. I could see that he was in no condition to speak upon any subject. I felt, God knows, keen as he, the desperate plight in which we found ourselves. Yet now that I had come to myself, I knew that sighing would not mend the matter, and so went among the officers and cavaliers for counsel. These I found to be in as grievous a spirit as their admiral. Broken in spirit and sore in body, they felt horribly the loneliness and the failure at the very beginning of a project into which they had ventured all. By and by, Job Goddard and Salvation Smith, who had gone down the beach on a voyage of discovery, returned to the camp. They had come upon 2 Indians and learned that San Augustin was 14 leagues to the northward.
"I bade them stay with us for dinner today, Master Sidney,"
said Goddard cheerfully.
"but they had no stomach for truffles of shellfish and wet biscuit. The heathen scut! They fled to the woods as though the fiend was after them. Salvation Smith fired at them with an arquebus, but they vanished among the trees unscathed. Salvation has a better knowledge of the pike than of the arquebus, sir."
That apostle of the martyrs stood by, looking ruefully at the weapon he held in his hand. "True, sir," said he at last, "'tis a toy for women and lads. Give me a pike or a shaft and a good yew bow, and I warrant our invitations will not be so scorned another time." We were to the southward then. That was no pleasant information, for Menendez lay between us and the River of May, and the Indians, doubtless those of Utina, at war with the friendly Satouriona, would lose no time in letting the Spaniards know of our whereabouts and condition. Some of the gentlemen went into the forest, but came back cut by the brambles, saying they saw no beasts nor food of any kind, and that they could not penetrate a rod into the thicket. We should starve before receiving any aid from that quarter. Of one thing I was soon convinced. We could not lie long upon the beach, our mouths agape with hunger and thirst, and many more of us feeling the same cravings, among them Bachasse, Arlac, de Brésac, and Lacaille. Late that night we persuaded the Admiral to set out upon a march up the beach. Many things save food had been brought upon the shore, among them 2 trumpets, drums, and 2 standards. And so at dawn of the next day, with waving banners and beating drums, with some show of gaiety and a martial spirit, though famished, we set forth to the northward. Ribault, who walked with the rear guard, turned at the last to where the timbers of the Trinity were scattered down the shore as far as the eye could reach. He had grown 10 years older in the night, and walked with Bourdelais and the Sieur de la Notte, the mere shadow of the man he had been at the fort and upon the ship. By and by some of the Huguenots set up a martial hymn, which all the gentlemen sang with a fine good will and rhythm, keeping the cadence of the march. That seemed to put new life into them. They were like children, and drawing their swords, began looking to their weapons and jesting at the chances of the good fight which might soon be. They manfully tightened their girths to stay their hunger, and each vied with the other in good humor and courage. But in the afternoon, one man, a great burly calker, threw up his hands and then fell down dead. They said his heart had rotted. It was a desperate expedition, and the reflection of the Admiral's melancholy, in spite of some flashes of good cheer, was seen in the eyes of all who knew the obstacles before us. Any man with half a seaman's eye could tell that any storm that had wrecked the Trinity could not fail to beach the other vessels, and few of us believed that we would be saved by them. If we could but find a break in the impenetrable forest and strike inland, we might prey upon the Indians, and so by an easy detour at last reach the fort. Perhaps Menendez had put to sea again in the hope of finding us storm-beaten and unprepared for battle. If he had done this, we might come quickly upon his fort at the lodge of Seloy, and by audacity and rapidity compass what mere strength or force of numbers might not effect. This was my hope, and the Admiral took great heart when it was spoken to him. We would know upon the morrow. In the afternoon the storm clouds blew away and the wind went down. The ocean still lashed the beach sullenly, but the horizon clouds to the eastward were tinged with pink, and with the prospect of fair weather there was much happiness. More shellfish were found, the moisture of which cooled the palate, though the taste was unpleasing, and the saltiness made one long the more for fresh water and food. At about sunset we passed around a point of land and abruptly came upon the timbers of a vessel. The beams were split and the yellow of the splinters showed most plainly that she had been recently wrecked. A bit of the stern piece of a pinnace was found, which bore the name of the Gloire, and then we knew that others of the French fleet shared our fate. In a little while we made an abrupt turn and came upon more wreckage and a large party of our shipwrecked comrades. The worst that we had expected had happened. The French fleet was no more. I glanced at Jean Ribault. His face was pale as death, and when he saw these men before him his underlip dropped and his mouth fell open, his eyes expressing the bitterness of soul he could not contain. He stopped short and let his head fall forward. His muscles loosened and I thought he would have fallen. But at the touch of the Sieur de la Notte at his elbow he straightened again and casting his eyes heavenward said tremblingly, "The will of God be done." But all of Ribault's officers were not discouraged. Indeed, upon the sight of so large a company, many of the men and soldiers took great heart again and cried joyously to one another. The men we had found were sailors of the Gloire who had elected to remain together upon the beach until sighted by some French ship, while the main body of their company had gone northward. Others were of the Petit Jean and of the Jesus, which had gone ashore leagues below. We numbered now 350 persons, and but for our hunger and the smallness of the supply of powder and ball would have been a formidable little army indeed. Captain Cosette of the Gloire, who was there, embraced the Admiral with great joy, and Baudelaire commanded a halt, for the men of the Trinity were tired out. Many of them dropped to the ground and forgetting their hunger and their thirst fell mercifully into a deep sleep in which they were left to rest. I seemed to have no further sensation even of weariness. Quiet was more irksome to me than aught else. I could not remain seated like the others, but must walk up and down upon the sand. And yet I was not in a fever as before. It was easier for me to think thus upon my feet. I felt myself most calm in mind and could not understand how it should be so, when every new discovery went to confirm the premonition of the doom that hung over us like a pall since that day, years ago it seemed, when I had bade farewell to Mademoiselle upon the bastion at Fort Caroline. It came back upon me as some dream, the stifling atmosphere, the ominous elements, the listlessness of all things human and animate upon the earth, and the misery which took the joy from those last words with my love. Then I thought of those red sunsets upon the ocean when we had sat upon the forecastle laughing at our ill omens and watched the great ball of fire drop down into the purple mists of the hot western sea. Such a sun there was this night. I mounted a sandhill that I might see it the better. A yellow mist rose from a swamp somewhere inland, and the disk grew to a greater size than I had ever seen. Yet one could look at it squarely ere it had come to the horizon, for it was not bright and seemed not to be shining at all. Only a great ball of blood poised in the air, which one might almost reach out and pluck from the sky. Then it fell down behind a line of barren pine trees at the horizon, which cut across it cold and clear as prison bars, and in a moment was gone. When I went back, the officers of the Trinity and some of the other gentlemen had lit a fire and sat in a circle upon the sand. A council of war was held. The wilder blades were for pushing on at once. Bourdelais stood up, and on behalf of the Admiral said he, "We must be patient. Tomorrow we will know something." "Bah!" said Arlac angrily. "You speak of patience as though it were water or sand or anything that is easy to have. What will you know tomorrow? Sacré! Speak to us of food, if you please. Bigre, we are hungry, I tell you." "Yes," growled others, "we starve. Let us die fighting at any rate." Some of the more moderate wished to wait until the dawn, that the men could sleep and so be fresh against any new adversity on the morrow. Others were for a rest until midnight and then a quick march to the mainland, for we did not doubt that we were on one of the many promontories which in these parts jut up and down the coast for long distances. For my part, I asked nothing better than to move quickly to the northward or westward, or whichever way would bring us soonest to our journey's ending. So at midnight we set forth again, the men moving uncomplaining. By 4 in the morning, it being still dark, those of the company who were in advance came to a sudden halt. In a moment we were all at a standstill, peering out into the darkness over a body of water. It was a channel or sluice through which the tide was running strongly into the sea. The line of the beach took a turn sharply to the left, and follow it as we might, there was no chance to gain our way to the mainland. Across the channel from time to time we fancied we could make out the twinkling of lights, small like stars, but whether they were glow flies or lights of lanterns or fires upon a distant beach we could not discover. Men were at once set to work building large rafts out of small trees, upon which when day dawned we might make our way across this channel. Slowly the dawn came up out of the sea, and a faint glow spread over the sky overhead, turning it to a color deep and fathomless. One by one the lines of foam on the bar came out of the darkness until the sea was dark against the lightening sky and the stars grew fainter in the glow of coming day. It was cool and frosty, the freshness of something new begun, and the dry grasses behind us were trembling together in the morning breeze. Never did the spur of newborn day find such ready response. For the blithe Frenchmen, hungry as they were, answering readily to the crisp call of the dawn, set about putting their weapons to rights and gathered together in their companies in fine fettle. By and by we could plainly see the low-lying beach of a shore not far distant across the channel. We seemed on a kind of cape or sandspit,
for the bay lay far around to the left and was lost in the angle of the sand dunes. There were sand dunes there across this channel, in plenty too, and bushes and hills higher than those we had passed. The sergeant major, La Caille, the Chevalier de Brésac, and Bachasse came and stood by me, waiting until we could clearly make out the line of the coast. Presently, upon a hill outlined clear against the sky, his arquebus upon his shoulder and his breast pieces and helmet catching the first glint of the morning light, a soldier appeared. I fancied that my mind had played my eyes some trick, but the sergeant major saw him at the same time, and in a moment there followed 2, 3, 5 figures who stood beside the first one, pointing at us and waving their arms. Were they friends or enemies, Protestants or Catholics? I strained my eyes to find in their garb or manner some familiar sign. We had not long to wait, for in a moment other soldiers appeared from behind the hills, and out on the air there floated the ominous standard of Spain. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Truce. La Caille started, and his cry was echoed from one end of the camp to the other. Officers and men, aroused by the commotion, started up, seizing their weapons, running here and there in bewilderment. The trumpets blared, and there was a clanking of steel as the sick and starving men gladly arrayed themselves in the ranks of battle. Ribault, aroused for the moment by the martial sounds and sights, marched before the company, his eyes flashing and his sword bare, giving orders in so inspiring a way that the men took great heart and stood strong and reliant. The arquebusiers loaded their pieces and, at an order from their captains, marched down the beach to the end of the sand spit opposite the Spaniards, where they grounded their arms and waited. But regardless of this warlike show upon our part, the Spaniards made no move to show their numbers or intentions. Many more men appeared upon the hills, and others, to the number of 80 or more, came out of the bushy hollows between the sand dunes and stood unconcerned, looking across at us. There seemed something portentous in this calmness and confidence, and this notion of mine was not quieted by the subsequent actions of the Spanish officers. For 3 or 4 of them came upon the beach and arm in arm walked calmly up and down, talking together, while their men set themselves upon the ground and ate their morning meal. This calmness of the enemy had its effect upon the companies of the Frenchmen. We could easily see that, sick, hungry, and weak as we were, our men could prove no match for these hardy Biscayans. With the confidence born of full bellies and continued good fortune, our men stood nervously, their hands to their waistbands and their eyes starting from their sunken sockets as they saw these gluttons across the channel contentedly munch their biscuits and drink some steaming stuff which was brought them in a great iron pot from the camp among the hills. The hunger, which during the 2 days had been reduced to a
dull gnawing at the vitals, and a general weakness of mind and body. Now at the sight of this steaming pottage suddenly became most keen and poignant. As I looked, my mouth opened and my tongue came out from my lips. "Ventre bleu!" shouted De Brésac. "They tantalize us. It is not to be borne." Job Goddard, who was one of my company of seamen, made no concealment of his suffering, and leaned upon his pike with both hands, craning his neck, his mouth and eyes wide distended. Then without a word, which was the surer sign of his madness, and without changing his gaze or expression, he threw down his weapon and walked forward out of the ranks, down the beach toward the Spaniards and into the water until the surface rose over his head. None of us had a notion of his intention until he came up sputtering, for he could not swim, drifting seaward with the tide. He must surely have drowned, had not one of the company fastened upon him from one of the rafts with a boat hook. Ribault then set the men at rest and called a conference of the officers, at which it was quickly decided to raise a white flag and call for a parley with those in authority among the Spaniards. A white shirt was thereupon fastened to a staff, and La Caille, the sergeant major, went out upon a raft in plain sight of the enemy, waving his standard to and fro. Presently an officer emerged from the bushes on the other shore, replying. Then La Caille, raising his voice so that it echoed plainly among the distant sand hills, shouted, "We are Frenchmen, company of Jean Ribault, Amiral of France. If you would parley, send an envoy." There was a pause before the answer came. In our ranks, so great was the interest, no word was spoken. Then we heard in a harsh, commanding voice, "You have a raft. Come yourselves." But the raft would have been of little avail in the current of this channel, so Brunel, the valiant swimmer who had gone first ashore from the Trinity, swam quickly to the opposite side, and seeing a canoe which lay there, entered it and paddled back to us unmolested. La Caille presently returned with him to the Spaniards as an envoy from the Admiral. We saw La Caille, who feared nothing, directly approach a group of the officers among the bushes, whom we could make out by reason of the swords they carried. These he saluted, and one in a cloak arose and acknowledged him courteously. Then he sat down and talked with them. Ribault, meanwhile, had gone back upon the dunes, where many of those most religiously inclined had fallen upon their knees in prayer. It was not proper that he should have left the front of his command when a mission so delicate as this was trembling in the balance. It is not my desire to belittle the use of prayer at any time, since, if meet and fitting, such petitions are frequently heard, and the great God is very good. But it was little like this gallant man to give a public sign of his doubts, to cope with any questions or adversaries. And such, perhaps, a prayer would not have been, had not all his actions since the wrecking of the Trinity shown a timidity unaccountable. A great gloom had fallen upon those petitioners, but there were few of us who had not come under its ban. By and by they sang a hymn. The melancholy cadences rolled and echoed from one sand hill to another, until the sound sunk deep into our souls and made us weak and womanish. So dispirited were my men that I perforce gave out a few sharp orders of discipline and so set them to rights. The face of La Caille wore no great signs of encouragement as he returned. The Admiral met him upon the beach as the canoe touched the shore. "Is it?" he began. "It is Menendez de Avilés, the Adelantado," said La Caille gravely. "And his force?" "Many hundreds, I should judge, Your Excellency, so disposed that progress in this direction is impossible."
Ribault put his hand to his brow as though a great pain were at his temples.
"I thought as much," he said.
La Caille went on.
"I am bidden tell Your Excellency that if you should desire to speak with this Spaniard, you may go with 4 or 6 companions, and he pledges his word you shall come back safe."
Ribault was in a great ferment of spirit, but he could not doubt that what the sergeant major said was true, and so he called the ensign, Arlac, the Sieur de la Notte, and myself, who with La Caille, De Brésac, and one other entered the canoe and paddled to the opposite shore. Upon our approach, Menendez de Avilés arose, and with 2 officers and a priest walked down upon the beach to meet us. He stood very erect and bore his hand lightly upon the hilt of his sword. A black cloak thrown around his shoulders half hid his mouth and chin. But for all that, I could mark the sinister smile and cruel lips, the sight of which had been burnt into my memory as I lay weak and helpless in the dungeon at Dieppe. His chaplain, De Solis, was at his heels. The officers were not ill-favored, only servile and full of fear of him. All 4 bowed low, doffing their morions and sweeping them to the Admiral, who acknowledged the courtesy in kind. Many compliments upon the reputation of each of these men were passed by the other, and it might have been thought that they were rather new-found friends than the deadliest enemies of their generation in this poor world. De Avilés came well prepared to treat with starving men. He led us up to the bushes and, bidding us be seated, caused wine and preserved fruits to be placed before us. Though it seemed I had no mind to eat, we partook of these things with great avidity. Were there great events to come, it were better, I thought, to borrow strength to meet them. There was little said. Ribault addressed to the Adelantado a few questions, yet these were for the most part unimportant. The silence of La Caille and the others was that of hungry men, and not to be mistaken for fear or intimidation. I was using my eyes to as good an advantage as my teeth, and let them travel from one bush and hummock to another, seeking to discover, if possible, more than La Caille of their disposition and force. Yet look as I might, everywhere did I see a breastpiece, morion, pike, or arquebus. The bushes seemed fairly alive with soldiery, and at least 150 men were in plain sight from where we sat upon the sand. If this were but an advance guard or escort from the army of Menendez, then surely the half-starved, illy-armed, dispirited 350 cavaliers, seamen, soldiers, and tinkers of Admiral Ribault had scant chance of fighting a victorious battle here or otherwhere. Though I looked much at the scenes and persons about me, my eyes would ever return to a low-lying bush some 50 feet away upon a sand dune, for in its shadow was a human leg, booted, the toe of which extended partly out into the sunlight. I thought it at first the member of some tired fellow asleep, and so gave it no thought. But my gaze came back upon that foot with a sinister persistency, for follow the line of the leg into the shadow as I would, I could find no companion to it, nor yet a body. It ended with a horrid abruptness half above the knee. Menendez de Avilés abruptly broke the silence. "Captain Juan Ribao," he said with an air of command which jarred strangely upon his courteous demeanor. "Further subterfuge between us were now a sin and a lie before the face of God our Lord. Are you Catholics or Lutherans?" "We are Lutherans of the new faith," returned Ribault staunchly. The Spaniard sucked in a long breath between his teeth. "Gentlemen, your fort is taken, and in it all are put to the sword." He spat the words out mercilessly and hatefully. There was a dreadful stillness, and then we started up with one accord, looking around from the one to the other. The Sieur de la Notte tried to speak, but the words would not come forth from his throat, at which he clutched and would have gone to the ground had he not fallen back into my arms. The Admiral was bewildered. La Caille only did not tremble. He stood up straight and fearless. "Señor Pedro Menendez de Avilés," he said calmly and distinctly, "it is my belief that you lie." Menendez seized his sword at this insult, and the Spanish officers rushed forward. They thought surely the Adelantado would run the valiant Frenchman through the body. But the devil was not ready yet. It was too pleasant a torture to have been ended so soon. He thrust his sword back until it rung in the scabbard and folded his arms, laughing. "You wish proofs?" he then said quickly. "Very well, you shall have them." And going to the edge of the bushes he gave some orders while we stood horror-stricken. In a while came 3 soldiers bringing some weapons and a sack. Arlac the ensign, with a look of dismay upon his face, seized upon a sword which was thrust toward him. "Par la bonté de Dieu," he cried, "it is Lavigne's very own." And then we saw dishes and platters bearing the arms of Réné de Laudonnière, 2 axes, dark-stained and broken at the handle, but bearing the name of a maker of Dieppe, a canteen, a crossbow, all of which were known of De Brésac and La Caille. I pray that never again may any man upon the earth be given such sufferings of mind as began for me from that moment. Diane, no, I would not believe it. The Sieur de la Notte, who had been looking vacantly from La Caille to Arlac the ensign, fell heavily to the beach, uttering a moan which sounded more like that of some poor beast than of a man. I thought he was dead. He made no move, though we dashed water at his head again and again. At last his breathing came with difficulty, and when some wine had been poured down his throat, he lifted his head and tried to speak. "Señor Adelantado," he cried, trembling and halting at every word, at the terror of uttering it. "My daughter, Diane de la Notte, she is not dead. For the love of God, say that she is not dead." And the love he bore her in that speech welded his soul and mine so tight together that not even death could draw us apart. But the Adelantado would give no answer, only standing there with folded arms gloating upon our misfortune.
like some great snake, upraised to strike, yet sure of his prey and charming by his venomousness. Surely it was the very perfection of cruelty, for the old man lifted himself to a sitting posture with both hands upraised and then fell back upon the sand, making no sound. Lifting the poor man in my arms, I carried him down the beach to the canoe, where I laid him upon a boat cloak. But that was not all. Fearful of some new discovery, yet bewitched and trusting in the word of this Spaniard, we followed him and his officers up the beach. One horror but waited upon another. The Spaniards made no concealment of it, and now I knew the reason of the dread horror that had hung upon me. Not only did I see dismembered human legs, half covered with sand, but here and there a body bearing no longer any human semblance. The adelantado walked a little in advance, swerving neither to the right nor to the left for the dreadful things which his boots frequently touched, regardless, familiar. Once he stumbled in the sand and, cursing, like to have fallen, as he uncovered a human head which rolled over until it sat upon its neck, the beard spreading out fanwise upon the sand, and the face through the matted hair grinning fiercely. Arlac and the Admiral, being in front, fell back shuddering, turning whiter even than the sand, and holding each other by the arms. I looked at the dreadful object and my blood turned to water. The thing was Verdier. The Admiral would now go no further, saying that he had seen enough and wished only to go away from it all. But Menendez, in great good humor, smiled, saying it were better to see and know all that could be known. And we believed him. We were heedless of treachery or aught else, for it seemed to matter little now whether we lived or died, and there was a horrible fascination which seemed to lead us on in spite of ourselves, and so we followed, trembling. We had gone a distance of a gunshot or more from the end of the sand spit when we came to two sandhills larger than those we had passed. They lay in two curves, the one toward the other, making an enclosed place which at the two entrances on the sides was thickly grown up with grass and bushes. To the nearest of these entrances Menendez led us, then stopped and turned grimly to the Admiral. "Here, Juan Ribao," he said, "is the company of the Gloire." And entering by the pathway, he motioned us to follow. But a terror had fallen upon us as at the dread of something supernatural. There was no wind, and a silence heavy and oppressive hung about the place, the more appalling for the distant roar of the waves upon the beach. Overhead, high in the sky, several vultures were idly wheeling. I looked at the faces of the others. Lacaille was livid, but his jaw was set and his eye was glassy, like that of the dead. Arlac was white as marble and hung upon me, cold and nerveless. The Admiral had clasped his hands together before him and bent his head to his breast. His eyes were closed. He was praying. For myself, I seemed to have no further fear or dread, only a curiosity which fascinated. Leaving Arlac, I walked forward with Lacaille and entered. At first I could see nothing, for bushes grew about the place, and God's pure sand, which had unwillingly drunk up the blood of this reeking sacrifice, had mercifully blown in upon it and tenderly made a white coverlet here and there, which hid the freshness of the barbarity. I halt at the horror of it, and I cannot write more of the scene. It is enough to say that the men of the Gloire's company had been led to this place in small parties, their hands bound behind their backs with the match cords of their own arquebuses. Menendez de Avilés, with his cane, had drawn a line across the entrance. When they had passed within, they were set upon by these savage people like tigers, and defenseless were slaughtered like sheep. They were about 200 in number, and of these not one was left alive. Menendez told us these things calmly, as one who recites that of which he has been told. Then he turned once more to the Admiral, saying somewhat softly, as though to atone a little in our eyes for the deeds he had acknowledged, "It is sad that human beings should be enemies, and I would not pursue war relentlessly. But I believe that this is a just fate for all heretics. All Catholics I will befriend, but as you are of the newer sect, I hold you as enemies and wage deadly war against you. And this I will do with all crueldad, in this country where I command as Viceroy and Captain General for my king. I am here to plant the holy gospel, that the Indians may be enlightened and come to a knowledge of the faith." The Admiral made no reply, and so he turned back, and we followed him. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The line upon the sand. As I write, the memory of these scenes comes back to me, as if the years that are gone were but as yesterday. There is much that is too dreadful to set down, and the things of which I speak are told only in order that they may be truthfully known of all honest men of whatever creed or faith. I am told that the artist Lemoyne has related much that happened at Fort Caroline, and, as I have said, Nicolas Challeux, the carpenter, has added more. But saving the short story of Christophe Le Breton, there is nothing to my knowledge written down by any survivor from the wrecked vessels of the French fleet. And though the acts of one generation, or indeed a shorter period, may not be lightly judged by another, it can be truthfully said that no deeds of savagery among heathen peoples have ever surpassed those of Menendez for bloodletting and ferocity. It has been told me that the Indians of Utina, seeing in this Spaniard a cruelty and murder love more marvelous than anything they themselves had known or dreamed, fell straightway to worshiping him as a god, aiding him in his devilries, and hanging upon his orders with a greater devotion than that displayed by his own men. Whether this be true or not, I do not know. I can better relate the things of which I was a witness. When we came back to the landing place, the Admiral had succeeded in mastering his despair. The Spaniard Menendez, his hand upon his sword hilt, listened to him coldly. "We are wrecked upon this barren shore," Ribault was saying. "A death from hunger threatens more even than your pikes and ordnance. We can only throw ourselves on your pity
what has befallen us may one day befall you." "That were indeed a misfortune," replied De Avilés. "I beseech you," continued Ribault, "in the name of the friendship between the Kings of France and Spain, who are brothers and close friends, to aid me in conveying my followers home." Menendez paused a while, then he said slowly and deliberately, "Of that I cannot say. If you will give up your arms and banners and place yourselves at my mercy, you may do so, and I will act towards you as God shall give me grace." Footnote A. Si ellos quieren entregarle las banderas y las armas y ponerse en su misericordia, lo pueden hacer, para que él haga de ellos lo que Dios le diere de gratia. The words of de Solis, the brother-in-law of Menendez. "I cannot be sure my followers will do that," returned the Admiral. "But there is little doubt that under this promise the greater part of my officers and men will surrender upon these terms as honorable prisoners of war. With your permission, I will return and consult with those in command upon the other shore. Though as you will, other than this, you can have neither truce nor friendship with me." His manner after this was more cordial than before, and left a good impression upon our minds. With formal salutations on both sides, we returned to the canoe. As we were conveyed to our comrades upon the other shore, the Sieur de la Notte lay against my knee, conscious, but more dead with grief than alive. I could say little, save that I thought Mademoiselle was still living, but I could not tell why, and he took no comfort. In spite of the sights we had seen and the massacre of the company of the Gloire, it was plain to all who had heard him that the words and manner of Menendez contained an assurance of protection for such of us as would surrender. But few were in a mood to give up without a battle. The horror which hung over us and the tidings of the fall of Fort Caroline had unnerved me, but the absence of Diego de Baçan I took for a favorable augury, and fancied that perhaps Mademoiselle had escaped to Satouriona and that de Baçan was searching for her. I knew that not all at Fort Caroline had been killed, for one of the officers had said as much. I could not believe Mademoiselle dead, for that being so, I felt that some instinct should tell me of it, and I should have no further wish for life. But back upon the shore my love of life returned to me tenfold. I wished to live to find Mademoiselle, and would perform any feat or strategy to save her and carry her back with me to England. If she were alive, my death would not help her. If she were dead, then my own life could be given in no better cause than in taking satisfaction against him who had slain her. It was no easy matter to decide whether to stay upon the sand spit to die of hunger or at the hands of the Indians, or to surrender to Menendez and be sent for life to the galleys. I could not determine. Either plan promised little enough. In the one case, I was not sure that communication with the interior could be found, for dangerous swamps and quicksands ran this way and that, making progress almost impossible, and starvation was imminent. Before we could come to the domain of Satouriona, there were miles of hostile country, the traversing of which would take many weeks, perhaps months. To surrender seemed equally desperate. We had seen the deeds of which this madman was capable, and in spite of his word of honor, which holds high among men of authority, and which he now wished to give under seal, his humor might change and our fate be that of those who had gone before. But by the one plan I could not hear of Mademoiselle for months. By the other, I would be carried straightway to San Augustin by our enemies and might see her within the week. The thought enthralled me. By some ruse and skill I would effect her escape. De Baçan probably thought me dead, and unless Mademoiselle had told him, could not know that I was of this expedition. And the beard which had grown upon my face might well disguise me, so that until I was prepared to meet him on equal footing, I would not let my presence be known. In a little while the Admiral sent another messenger across the water, offering a ransom of 100,000 ducats, and the answer which came back encouraged us much more. He would accept the ransom, he said. It would grieve him not to do so, for he had great need of it. I felt that I could not do better than to become a captive, and so win my way most quietly to where the prisoners of Fort Caroline were confined. Toward evening, the sun being about an hour from setting, the Admiral mounted upon a hummock of sand and addressed his desperate little army in the following terms: "You have heard, mes braves, of the conditions which the Spanish general has set before us. Those among you who will render up your arms and surrender in peace, he will accept as honorable prisoners of war, to be done with as he shall deem most fitting. You have heard of the massacre of your comrades of the Gloire, and must be the judge of your own actions. I would force no man to surrender against his will without a battle, but I do believe in the promises which now have been made to me by word of mouth and by writ. For no man professing any sort of religion, as this Spaniard does, were so hideous as to fall upon unarmed men after a given word which has put them in his power."
There was a murmur among the seamen, and several of them raised their voices, shouting,
"But he has done so! He has done so!" "Perhaps, my friends. I could not learn from the Spaniard how your comrades of the Gloire came to fall into his hands, but I cannot believe that he promised to them what he has promised me today. I have it from him in a writing which he has signed and sealed, and which he has sent me of his own free will, and I believe that he will keep these promises. On the morrow I shall surrender myself to him as an honorable prisoner of war to be sent to Spain, and by the grace of God, perhaps soon released."
This last statement of the Admiral's position raised a great hue and cry among the company, and many of them shouted loudly,
"No, we will not go! We will not surrender!"
Others were silent, waiting for the Admiral to finish. He stood there upon the sandhill, his tall figure straight as a spar, outlined sharp and clear against the western glow. His hands were clasped before him, a position in which we had often found him of late, and he waited, composed, until the strife should cease.
"My friends,"
he said at last, and a deep and solemn silence fell around us,
"we are in the hands of God. We have done what it has pleased him to permit us to do towards building up in this great country the Church of Christ according to our religion. We have been pursued by every misfortune possible, and yet our faith in him should not diminish one jot."
"Amen, amen," murmured many with deep reverence. Then the Admiral walked down from the hummock towards the ocean, drawing with his sword as he went a line in the sand. Then raising his hand, he said,
"Tomorrow morning, my friends, I shall surrender. All of those who will accompany me will follow over upon the either side of this line which I have marked. I make no compulsion. Those others of you who will not come must pass to the farther side."
And so saying, he walked over to the side of the line toward the Spanish camp. It was a supreme moment. That mark in the sand, which the winds and seas could sweep away at will, seemed the dividing line between life and death, and none knew which side to choose. Not even a whisper came from the men, and the droning of the surf as it rolled in on the beach seemed ominous and loud in the stillness. After a period of suspense which seemed interminable, an old man with a gray beard, bowing his head as though in submission to a will over which he had no control, gathered his cloak about him and walked to where stood the Admiral. Bordelais followed. Then Arlac and 3 seamen passed to the opposite side. Bachasse, dutiful as ever, followed his captain, together with Ottigny and others to the number of 10. But many more moved to the opposite side. It was like a game, for until the matter was settled, no man spoke. They came from the crowd in 2s and 3s, gravely, until they reached their companions, when some of them patted the others upon the back, saying quietly but with good cheer, "We sink or swim together, mes gars. There will at least be a fight, eh? We are not ready for the sheep market, mon amiral. There is still good wine to be drunk in San Augustin. We've good use for our windpipes." And many other rude jests which reached only the ears of La Caille, de Brésac, myself, and those few who were standing by them. For a moment I wavered. There was something much after my own heart in the way these brave fellows defied this Menendez, casting themselves out into the wilderness of forest and swamp, where death would certainly find them. They had a fighting chance, and La Caille, de Brésac, and I would have gone with them. But I knew that the surer way to Mademoiselle was that which I had chosen, and so I wavered not long. By the time the sun was down, the matter was settled, but few still standing aloof. About 200 officers and men had gone to the further side, refusing to surrender, and were now forming into some kind of martial order under Arlac, a sea lieutenant named Pierre le Jeune, and another called d'Alençon. The remainder among them, the Sieur de la Notte, La Caille, de Brésac, Bourdelais, Bachasse, Ottigny, Job Goddard, Salvation Smith, myself, and many other soldiers and gentlemen, as well as seamen, to the number of about 150, stood on the side of the Admiral. With the vain hope that one of the French ships might yet appear unharmed to take us off, the Admiral determined to wait until the morning before crossing the channel, and so informed Menendez de Avilés by messenger. The night fell chill and gusty, for it was well into the middle of October. That last night we remained together, those of one party sending messages by those of the other to any refugees from Fort Caroline who might be discovered, or friends in France whom they might not see again. Huge fires were lit upon the beach in order that any vessel sailing on the coast might see us and come to the rescue. Around these we sat or lay, some of us sleeping, but most of us waking, until the dawn, when the stars began to pale a little. Le Jeune, Arlac, and d'Alençon got their men in motion
taking as many arms with them as was needful, and marched down the beach in the direction from which we had come, and that was the last I saw of them. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The martyrdom. The morning of that dreadful day dawned cold and clear. In the east, over the ocean, the sky was bright and glorious as though the heavens were opening. But scan the sea as we might, not a sail appeared, and all hope of thus saving ourselves from imprisonment was gone. When the company of Arlac had disappeared around the point a league or so away from the southward, the Admiral arose from where he had been lying upon the beach by one of the fires, and calling about him those who would come, knelt down upon the sand and fervently prayed for the safety of those who had been spared until that day. Then rising, he went down the beach and with La Caille, Bourdelais and myself entered the canoe, and we were rowed rapidly to the other shore. The Admiral, in order to keep his part of the compact with De Avilés, carried with him the royal standard and other flags, his sword, dagger, helmet, buckler, and the official seal given him by Coligny. Menendez, upon our approach, arose and stood waiting for the Admiral to speak.
"I have come in behalf of myself and 150 persons of my command to surrender as honorable prisoners of war. I have brought these standards and my personal arms and seal in token of the good faith which shall therefore bear equally between us."
Menendez motioned to one of his officers, who took from the hands of La Caille and me these things which we had brought.
200 of your men," said the Spaniard, "have retreated from their position, and I will wage a war against them with blood and fire. And you I shall treat as our Lord shall inspire."
Calling to some of his soldiers, he directed 2 of them to enter the canoe and bring over the Frenchmen who stood waiting upon the opposite bank. It seemed that they were to come in companies of 10, and as they arrived would be made prisoners by an equal number of the Spanish soldiers and led toward San Agustin. Then Menendez came again to where we stood at the edge of the bushes. He was surrounded by a number of his soldiers, and he motioned to us to move behind the sandhills. This, unsuspecting, we did, out of sight of the other shore. Then for the first time I took notice of the face of the Adelantado. If it were hard and cruel of ordinary, the look it now wore was like nothing so much as that of a wild beast. His under jaw and lip projected hideously, but under the brows, in spite of their ferocity, there was the gleam of intelligence and cunning which made the whole expression the more sinister and dreadful. He came close to the Admiral, looking him in the face. "Juan Ribao," he said, "you and all of your company are now in my power, and I shall do with you as God shall give me grace." As God should give him grace. I looked around me at the bearded faces of the soldiery who were now closing in upon us, and the menace of those words, the very same that he had uttered in his promise of yesterday, first dawned upon me with its terrible meaning. The Admiral looked him in the eye, still unknowing. "I am ready to go with you," he replied calmly.
But 2 soldiers came up from behind, seizing his arms, and then, and not till then, the scales fell from the eyes of all of us, and we saw that we had been duped, trapped by this arch fiend and traitor. La Caille and I exchanged glances, and turning about made one desperate spring for liberty. La Caille fell full upon the point of a pike and so died, making not even an outcry. A sword scratched my arm, and I pitched upon the figure of the man who wielded it. The sword flew from his hand, but his arms closed about me tightly, and over we rolled among the bushes, the soldiers dodging about, trying to get their weapons home upon my body, but fearing to hurt their fellow. He was strong, and I weak from lack of food. In a few moments he had me undermost, while he was striving to draw a poniard. Another man here fell upon my legs, while still another was running forward with a partisan. I gave myself up for lost, hoping to warn those who had not yet been conveyed across the channel. I let forth a loud cry. Then my adversary leaned down on me, clapping his hand across my mouth. I bit into his finger fiercely, and I thought the dagger was coming down. But I saw his face at the same moment that he saw mine, and knew why I had been so easily overcome, for it was Diego de Baçan. I watched the point of the dagger, but it did not fall. His surprise was so great that his hand remained suspended in mid-air, and he drew in a quick breath of fright, as though he had seen a phantom. His soldiers, noting his discomfiture, did not strike, but stood waiting. In a moment a knowledge of the truth came to him. Then perhaps, in a spirit of fair play, remembering a time when I had set him free, he lowered his weapon and bade his men bind and gag me and set me on my feet. He stood in front of me, holding his sides, alternately laughing and sucking his bitten finger. "Well, well, Sir Pirato, the dead hath come to life of a verity, and this is no miracle but a clear process of reasoning. It would have grieved me much to see thee die just now, for I've rarely met a man of such honest thews. It doth me good to see thy face again, though by my conscience I have always sworn that I like not a beard upon the countenance of Englishmen, which to my mind should ever be round and hairless, like the sucklings that they are." I listened composedly to his banter, glad of the chance to rid my mind of the horror which was to come. "It is a pity, my fledgling cock, that Mademoiselle de la Notte did not inform me. Ah, you start! Yes, she lives in very excellent health, and would have bidden you farewell had she known. She will mourn when you are dead, Sir Pirato, for she thinks of you with great kindness." And so he went on, adding one insult to another, veiling them under this thin coating of humor so that they might cut the deeper. But I saw from his surprise and from the manner in which he spoke that Mademoiselle had told him nothing. He was lying in his throat. If she were alive, she was safe also from him. That I knew. But I trembled with rage at his manner and innuendos, and would have killed him if I could. I remembered the chance I had upon the Cristobal, and felt accursed for having let such a thing as he continue to live upon the earth. I saw him go over to the Adelantado and talk earnestly, pointing toward me as though asking some favor. The Adelantado shook his head in refusal, but at last wavering, seemed to give assent. The safety of Mademoiselle was first in my thoughts, and made me almost happy as I stood there, though for myself there seemed little chance that I should come out of the adventure alive. De Baçan had won, it seemed. If there were a chance of escape, I should not be slow to take it. But if I were to die, I would show no white feather to this Spaniard whom I hated and now hate, even that he is dead, as I think no man was ever hated before. My comrades of the Trinity gave no sign of fear, though they felt the nearness of their doom as keen as I. The Admiral stood erect, his head high in air. Bourdelais had been pinioned and bound and stood near his chief, helpless but determined that no supplication for pity should escape his lips. My heart went out to the Sieur de la Notte, for he was white as death, and so weak that 2 soldiers carried him. His livid, delicate face looked this way and that, as though his mind wandered and were unconscious of it all. I wanted to speak to him one last word, to tell him that Mademoiselle was alive and might be among the people of Satouriona. He might have died happy. The pity of it! But I could not, for my mouth was bandaged tightly, and it was impossible for me to make a sound above a murmur. At length all the Frenchmen of Ribault had come upon this shore and stood or lay bound and helpless among the sand hills. Then Menendez de Avilés came to Admiral Ribault and said again, "Is there anyone among you who will go to confession?" Ribault turned his head, closing his eyes, and answered calmly, "I and all here are of the Reformed faith." Then he looked upward as though making one last mute appeal for the lives of the men whom he had unwittingly led to this martyrdom. His face shone with a new beauty as he gazed upward, and the heavens smiled back at him. The brightness and glory of the day were wonderful, and that made the contrast the stranger. It even seemed as though the sun, the sea, the sky, and all the wonders of God's earth and firmament were sullied and polluted by the touch of these atrocities. There upon the lonely sand spit in the hands of these fanatics, we were forgotten of God. Then Ribault raised his voice in a chant, which mingled softly with the roar of the surf and melted into the air like the passing of a soul. It was the psalm, Domine memento mei, and one by one the Huguenots, some kneeling, but most standing upright, fearlessly took it up until a great and holy prayer went up to God. There was something greater than the things of earth in that grand chorus, and in the faces of these martyrs was the look which must be borne by those already within the gates of paradise. As I saw Menendez de Avilés and his butchers come forward, closing in, 2 men took me from the rear, dragging me behind a sandhill, throwing me upon the beach and tightly binding my feet and legs with ropes and arquebus cords. They fastened my handkerchief over the bandage upon my mouth to make it the more secure, and passed this closely over my ears, so that now only sight remained to me. But this assisted me little, for my neck was bound so tight that I could not turn my head. They threw me face downward upon the sand and so left me. I lay there I know not how long, expecting each moment to receive the point of a pike between the shoulders. I have thanked God many times since then that in those dreadful moments he made me powerless to see and hear. So great was the agony of mind that More than once I prayed that all might soon be ended. The sufferings through which I was passing had made me well nigh distraught, but it was only a temporary lunacy like that upon the beach after the wreck. And I have come to this day, at a ripe age, in full possession of all my faculties. Death was not yet for me. In a while there came two of these fiends, reeking and drunk with their slaughter, unbinding my feet. They bade me follow on behind their fellows, who had gone before toward San Augustin, carrying their bloody trophies. The lives of 4 others beside mine own had been spared, and we prisoners, De Brésac, a fifer, a drummer, and a trumpeter, were tied together for our better security, and in single line were marched up the beach. Each looked at the heels of the man in front, fearing to raise his eyes upon some new barbarity. Toward noon there was a rest, and these butchers fed us upon biscuit and preserved fruits, giving each a draught of eau-de-vie. It seemed from this that they meant for the present to save us further physical suffering. The drink set new life coursing through my veins, and by afternoon I had steeled my memory in some sort against the things which had been, and prepared my spirit against the new, and like enough, more desperate trials of mind and body which must surely come. For what else could de BAÇAN be saving me? Was it for a torture worse than the death of Ribault, La Notte, and those other martyrs, my companions? What hideous devilry could he be devising? I thought of his sinister threat upon the San Cristobal, and I felt sure he was preparing to work his worst upon me. But even as I was helpless in his power, I had no fear of him, only hatred, which had driven out all other personal relation. There was no instrument that the Inquisition had devised which should provoke one groan, and no torture that he could invent which should wring one tribute to his devilish ingenuity. So long as Mademoiselle were not there to make my pulses tremble, he should have no sign. Nay more, I would escape. Mademoiselle alive, let them give me so much as half a hair's breadth of license, and I vowed that there were not enough Spaniards in all the flowery land to hold me prisoner. And why I knew not, I was as sure she was alive as though she were there by my side. I would escape back to Europe, to let the King of France and our own Queen Bess of England know what manner of fiends the King of Spain had let loose to make a living hell of this great and good land across the water. It was right that I should escape. There were none who were with Ribault when he was betrayed, save me, and none who could give the lie to the tales this Spaniard Menendez would tell to his people and to the people of France. I determined that if God willed, I would be the instrument of justice upon them, and if the iron helm of fate were entrusted to my hands, I would seize it with no light grasp. For the moment, even the thought of Mademoiselle and all she had suffered and might still suffer vanished from my mind, and I wished nothing but vengeance for the murder of my comrades. I knew not until now how dear they had been to me. She would understand. She would know. They were of her religion, but like me, she had not the humility to bow meekly under such a blow. If I could first escape out of their intimate clutches, I knew that I could get to France. There had been many ships on the Florida coast of late, English ships too,
and Admiral Hawkins, or perhaps even Captain Hooper, might now be in those waters.
And so my mind planned and planned as I trudged along towards San Augustin between the serried ranks of my captors. There was no chance of escape, for arquebusiers to the number of 10 brought up the rear, and De Baçan had given them orders to shoot us in the back did we give the slightest sign or movement of a nature suspicious. In this fashion we walked until dark, De Baçan saying no word nor even coming near. Then we turned sharply through the dunes inshore to the left and came abruptly to the bay within the sand spit and upon 4 large barges which had been brought to convey us across this arm of the sea. It was not until then that I had a chance of words with Diego de Baçan. I determined that, could I speak with him, I would leave no effort of diplomacy unmade to secure his attention and approval. For this was no place for pride, and therein lay the way to safety. It so happened that in the boat his thwart was next to mine. With some display of good humor he addressed me.
"Gratitude may not be one of your virtues, Sir Pirato."
"I find little cause for gratitude, Don de Baçan," said I.
"Not even that you have your life as a gift from the Adelantado? You are truly hard to please. Here I have saved you from a long wait in the bowels of hell, and you pay me with what? Not even a smile of thanks or welcome."
"Then it is to you I owe my life."
"For the present, Señor Killigrew."
"And why have you spared me?"
"I know not. A whim, perhaps."
"A happy whim for me."
"Be not so sure of that, my bantam. I fancied you dead long since. You see, in spite of the Señorita La Notte, there was something of surprise that made me spare you. The dagger, something of curiosity that made me beg your life of the Captain General. Curiosity to see in what way it were best to kill men like you, who die hard."
"We can die but once," I returned doggedly.
"I'm not so sure. You don't die easy, my master, and you own such fine tough sinews it were a pity to have you foisted off upon the devil with such small display of resistance."
"Is it the torture then?" I asked.
"It will be, my friend, as the Adelantado shall decide. I have a fancy that in a short time thou wilt become a valiant servant of the church. I have known a heretic rabid as thyself turn speedily Christian at the stake."
"Fire is a very excellent servant of the devil," I returned, and so warmly that I regretted my petulance the moment after.
"Ah, you think I may not bend your spirit. Wait and see. Why, in our army we have a little soldier so skillful in mechanical toys that he can set his touch upon each particular nerve in the body, running his fingers over them as lightly as one would play the lute."
"It ill becomes a fine big man like you," I returned. "A man who has little fear of aught upon the earth, to trifle with these petty contrivances. I thought I would try him upon a new course."
"My muscles, like yours, are good enough for most of the purposes of this life. But with careful feeding you might best me again. You see, I acknowledge you. Nay, my bantam, you cannot again touch my vanity. I fight you no more."
"You will not fight me in your own camp?" said I, unwilling to drop the question so easily. "Surely there will be little danger to yourself."
"Who spoke of danger?
he said irritably, and then laughing.
"Ha, ha! I fear no danger. Why should I fight you? I can see my soldiers take your spirit out by slow inches, and I will view the spectacle with great serenity in company with a lady of your acquaintance who has been pleased."
"You devil!" I cried, unable to restrain myself. "You liar and blasphemer!" And with a leap I hurled myself against him until he fell against the gunwale, and we all but went overboard, I striking at him with my bound hands and elbows. The boat rocked from this side to that, and we seemed like to capsize. Several men were striking at me with boat hooks and oars, and at length they dragged me off and threw me down in the bottom of the boat.
"As God lives, I will kill you now,"
he said fiercely, and rising he drew his dagger. But he thought better of it before he touched me, for he thrust the weapon back and sat quietly down on his thwart.
"We will wait,"
he said calmly. Thus ended my diplomacy. What a fool I was! Perhaps every chance of escape was lost. That was all there was of it. They would take us to the camp at San Augustin and there kill us like dogs.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lodge of SELOY. At the landing place we were met by a large concourse of soldiers and priests, who crowded about with waving flambeaux, shouting and bidding the visitors welcome. Then a half-dozen of the priests, with de solis, took position at the head of the column, and we marched toward the Lodge of SELOY, the priests chanting the Te Deum as we marched. And when we had come to an open place, a chaplain called Mendoza, who seemed a person of importance, the same who has since written of this expedition, came walking to meet the adelantado, holding forward a crucifix in his hand. When Menendez de Avilés reached the spot where the chaplain stood, he fell down upon his knees, and most of his followers with him, and gave 1,000 thanks for his victory. Then Mendoza raised his voice and said, "We owe to God and his mother, more than to human strength, this victory over the adversaries of the Holy Catholic religion. The greatest profit of this victory is the triumph which our Lord has granted us, whereby his holy gospel will be introduced into this country, a thing so needful for saving so many souls from perdition." Footnote B. Mendoza's journal. What a dreadful sacrilege it seemed that these brutal men, dripping yet with the blood of human creatures they had put to death, should call upon their God in thanksgiving, ask him to be an accomplice in the murders they had done. By and by we were taken to the great lodge of SELOY, which had been converted into a general council chamber and meeting place. It was a huge barn-like structure, strongly framed of entire trunks of trees and thatched with palmetto leaves. Around it, entrenchments and fascines of sand had been thrown up so that it was very capable of defense. In one corner of this place there was a small cabin used as a dungeon. It had a door leading out to the square and another leading into the large hall, but there were no windows, the light coming in the daytime from an aperture in the roof, and in the night from a fire burning on the sandy floor.
They threw us upon some cots of bark and skins and mounted a guard of 3 soldiers over us, far too many, I thought, since we were tightly bound. I looked about me, along the sides, trying to pierce the duskiness which a torch and the burning fire dimly served to lighten, to get my bearings in case any fortunate event should give a chance for escape. But I could see nothing to give hope now, and despondency came over me as I thought of what had been. Could it be that only a day had passed since I had been with my company of the Trinity alive and well upon the sandspit? It seemed 100 years. One by one the events of the last few days passed in view, and I found myself marveling not a little at the actions of Diego de Baçan. He wished to torture me, no doubt, but as I thought of his manner, it seemed that he held me in a certain awe. The way in which his life and mine seemed intertwined, the one with the other, was strange indeed. I could not believe that I was to die as he had intended, before Mademoiselle. In spite of his boasts, I believed that she was not there at the camp of San Augustin, nor yet at Fort Caroline, now blood-christened San Mateo. I recalled the vision when, half distracted, I lay upon the sands after the wreck, and I remembered the look in the eyes of Mademoiselle as she balanced the poniard upon her fingers. I had heard some of the guards speak of certain women who had been saved from Fort Caroline, but they were servants and wives of artisans, and I had not the courage to ask further. Had I done so, they would doubtless have insulted her and demeaned me, or perhaps brutally have told me of her death. So I thought it wise to hold my peace, though my heart seemed bursting within me. I watched the light flicker upon the breastpiece of the guard beside the fire, and wondered what the morrow would bring forth. Then the anguish and struggle of the day told, and I fell into deep and merciful sleep. In the morning they took us out manacled 2 and 2 and marched us up and down the square to keep the blood in circulation, that the withies might not bite too deep in the flesh before the time appointed. And this they did thereafter daily. They were fattening us like fowls. The soldiers came out and jostled and spurned us, tossing billets of wood at our heads so that we were dodging about, most of the time in a quandary. The guards seemed to have no interest in the matter and watched composedly as the others danced about us, laughing merrily at any sally more witty than the ordinary. But for my part, I found it better to my liking than to lie there in the dark shadows of the lodge of Seloy, trussed like pigs for the Tavistock market. I bore these taunts and jibes in rare good humor, for I was stretching my limbs and could feel my strength coming back to me unimpaired. On the second day they took away the other prisoners, leaving only De Brésac and me together. Why they had spared him he could not say, save only that Menendez himself, aiming a blow at him with a poniard, and blood befuddled, missing his mark, had seen in that a sign of God's displeasure, and so saved him until he might debate upon the subject. On the third day, de Baçan, in company of Menendez de Avilés, going the rounds of the barracks, came to where we lay,
Menendez had on a costly suit of black velvet with a cap to match, silk trunks, and boots of a fine leather. He began prodding at me with his cane.
"So this is the English heretic of Dieppe," he said, making an uncouth sound which might have been a laugh in any other.
"Señor," said De Baçan, "this man has as many lives as a cat."
"Ah, but no more. We must take him severally, one life after the other. Have you thought of the matter, Captain?"
"Nothing, your Excellency, save that the end for this one must be certain."
"And the other? Can they not be made to confess in the faith? 'Twould be a merciful work to set them right." As they turned away, Menendez laughingly said, "Have them well fattened, my good Captain, for I like not scrawny captives. But after all, we owe this fellow much, and dog that he is." But I could not hear the rest of what he said. 'Twas no cheerful conversation for De Brésac and me. At the end of this day a thing most curious happened. We were sitting bound by the fire, for after the dropping of the sun the night grew raw and chill. The guard had just been changed. The flames burned brightly within and made a yellow ghost of the sentinel at the door as he stood against the blackness without. A second guard sat within the lodge, and another could be seen down the path as he walked slowly to and fro. The face of the man at the door was held in the shadow of his morion, but I could see that he wore a great black beard which covered his face, and that he was most stocky and strong of build, the muscles of his calves and thighs swelling out, much to my admiration, and his knotty fingers betokening great strength. 'Twould be no easy task to get by this fellow. Suddenly, clear and distinct upon my ear, but not so loud as to seem out of ordinary, came that same low whistle I had heard once before in the prison at Dieppe, the call of the boatswain upon the Griffin. My heart stopped its beat. I thought that I had been dreaming, it was so low and soft. Then it came again, and De Brésac would have spoken of it had I not laid my hand against his arm. Whence did it come? I knew that I was not mistaken now, and my heart was beating high. Then the fellow at the door, whom I had been watching, after looking at his fellow guards, raised his head, and I saw the movement of his lips through the great black mustache. I heard the whistle for the third time. I looked around hastily at the guard in the lodge, but he was intent upon burnishing his breastpiece. Presently I said in English, as though speaking with De Brésac, "Welcome, Job Goddard, to San Augustine." And I saw the shoulders of my sentinel shake in comprehension. Then he shouldered his arquebus and settled his sword in its sheath. Walking up and down again, he made a threatening and ugly figure against the darkness, scowling as he walked. But he was so welcome a sight, I could have shouted in glee. How in God's providence had this seaman of mine been spared? Making no sign of aught unusual, I talked on with De Brésac, telling him who this man was and how, God willing, we might make a break for liberty. I bethought me of a plan to have a sign with Goddard. I poured the water from the pitcher in a corner behind the skins, and then raising my voice, I cried in Spanish, "Hey, Señor the guard, is it not possible to have some water fresh from the spring, we die soon enough in all conscience." But Goddard made no sign, only walking up and down and looking out into the night. I was perplexed. What could be the matter with the man? Could he not see the advantage I had prepared? "Hola there!" I cried again, pointing to the pitcher. "Our throats are parched. Water, water!" But he made no motion of having understood. Then the other fellow came forward, grumbling. "You Frenchmen have throats of flint," he growled. "But you may shout at that fellow till you die of weariness. He will not hear, for he has lost both speech and hearing. Patiño must think you're safe enough, a fine fashion I see, to leave the eyes and ears for me." "Ah, he hears not?" said I, comprehending. "He's of a detachment from Fort San Mateo that came down tonight. I do not know him." And taking the pitcher, he went out past Goddard, jostling him with an oath, and so toward the spring that was at the corner of the building. No sooner had he gone than Goddard, being sure the third guard could not see, sprang with a bound to where we were lying. "You must get away tonight, Master Sidney," he whispered hoarsely. "Tomorrow they'll find me out." "Yes, yes," said I, starting up in excitement. "Cut me loose." "No, not now. The square is full of soldiers. Tonight the Scots are drinking brandy brought from the fort, sir. Before the change of the watch I'll have weapons and help ye both. Shh!" And he moved back to his post, for the third sentinel had come to the path. In a moment the surly fellow who had gone for water returned and set the pitcher down between us. He found us talking with unconcern, though I felt my temples throbbing so that I feared he would discover me, and I was glad enough to raise the pitcher to my lips to conceal my excitement. De Brésac kept countenance well, and unsuspecting, the guard returned to the task of cleaning the spots from his plates and morion. We could now hear plainly the shouts of the soldiers as they sang and danced in the square, though for an angle in the doorway we could not see them. They were making a fine festival over their feats of butchery. "'Tis fortunate," whispered De Brésac, "for we may yet make a good running fight for it." "Aye, Chevalier, 'tis better to be spitted outright than to die at intervals. I think we may give some account of ourselves." "If I had but a piece of steel," he groaned, "but a piece of steel, I would make carrion of the fellow with the morion there." "Aye, and you haven't. Wait a little. Something may happen." But like most plans of the like, this one came to naught, and I saw our hopes of escape upon that night go glimmering. For about 3 hours from sunset, who should come into the hut but Don Diego de Baçan, with a quarrelsome disposition of mind and a swaggering body. He had been drinking freely and still carried a jug of eau-de-vie, from which he drank at intervals while he talked. With him were 2 officers, by name Vicente and Patiño. Patiño, a thin, black, fidgety shadow of a man, was captain of the watch. He had been upon the San Cristobal, and I remembered him well. Fortunately, he too had drunk more than was good, for otherwise he was just such a squirming worm to pry into all small affairs with most profit, and I trembled lest Job Goddard should betray himself. They had us carried into the main hall, where a fire of logs was built, and then when chairs and table had been brought, they set upon us in every conceivable fashion to try the temper, to the end that In a short while De Brésac, whose nerves were near the surface, was touched to the very quick of his honor, and lay foaming, speechless with rage. It suited the humor of De Baçan to offer us drink, of which, since it came from his own jug, I took a little, though it was not needful for the business I had in hand, and I never had a habit of much drinking. "Well, my petticoat hunter," he jeered at last, "you have made a fine mess of this business, sure enough." "I must confess, señor," I replied, smiling up at him, "that I am none so comfortable as I might be." "Comfort is ever the desire of old women and Englishmen, Sir Pirato."
"But we had no chance to exercise, to stretch our limbs," I began.
"Stretch indeed,"
put in little Patiño.
"There is a rack in the camp. It can stretch you out to 10 feet at least, my friend." "'Tis only a matter of a few inches more or less," said De Baçan, laughing. "And upon my life, I have ever thought you too broad across the shoulders to be in good proportion."
Then the three of them roared with laughing.
I saw no humor in this speech.
"In a bout of strength, I find the breadth of shoulder of some small value," said I.
"Well said. The old woman grows a spicy tongue, Patiño. Humph! You like the shoulders broad. Mayhap you'd like them broader. We can stretch or draw you out in any direction to suit the fancy. Cut you down or push you in. Patiño? Bloat you up or pull you out, as you will. What think you of the business?"
"There is small profit in it for me, señor," I replied in good part.
"He's content with his deformity, Vincente." "'Tis like a smug Englishman,"
sneered Patiño. "Nay, I am but a slow sort of person, Lieutenant, and I find your mode of progress far too rapid." I laughed.
"Bah!" growled Diego. "You fancy yourself most satisfactory upon all points." "There is nothing that these Englishmen can do," lisped Patiño, "but eat and sleep, eat and sleep."
"And fight, señor," said I. "You have forgotten the Great Griffin." And as De Baçan laughed at him, the little man hid his face in his mug in chagrin.
"Well, what of it, Englishman?"
said Diego, smiling.
"Let me tell you that the most of life lies not in fighting. There is one thing,"
and he paused significantly,
"one thing you fat-headed English don't know, nor ever will. And do you care what that is? It's woman. No more notion of the art of loving have you than a row of marlin spikes. No more warmth of temper than a dolphin fish. Pooh! You live too far away from the sun to have much success with ladies, Señor Killigrew."
I foresaw now that, finding other means unavailing to try my temper, he meant again to speak of Mademoiselle, knowing that here he had a never-failing source of rancor. I glanced to where Job Goddard stood at the doorway, and a look passed between us. Then he went out into the shadow and disappeared down the path. I knew not whither Goddard had gone, and wishing to gain time, said with as good grace as I could summon, "The Spanish have ever had the repute for great courtliness of manner, Don de Baçan."
"You speak in ignorance, my fledgling. It is no question of manner, but of 1,000 things you beefeaters have no notion of." "Ay," said Patiño, ruefully twisting his mustache, "and their women are as bad as themselves." "Bah! They're cold and lifeless, every one of them. It is the French women who respond most aptly and most delightfully, Vincente?" "Yes, my captain," he replied. And of those saved from Fort Caroline,"
he grinned like a ghoul,
"there are 5 or 6 most enticing and most responsive, you would say, eh? You are successful upon most occasions, Vincente."
And so saying, he poured out a pot half full of his fiery liquor, which he straightway drained to the dregs, setting the vessel down with a crash which split it half in two. Then he called to Goddard for a new pot and more liquor, but Goddard would not hear, and the other man was sent.
"No, 'tis not courtliness, Señor Pirato,"
said he, leaning forward at last,
"but a matter which concerns only the lover and the lady. The flash of an eye, the touch of a hand, which sends the pulses tingling, the opening of the lips, which tremble for the touch of kisses. This and much more."
At this moment there was a noise without, which sounded like a groan, followed by silence, and I knew why Job Goddard had gone out by the sentry's path.
"What was it?"
said Vincente, staggering to the door. But Job Goddard met him there most unconcerned, pointing out over his shoulder.
"'Tis nothing but some drunken beast of a soldier,"
said Patiño, and Vincente came back to the table. I now knew there was no time to lose, and made up my mind about a course of action. Catching the eye of De Brésac, I suddenly began to strain at my bonds, jumping and struggling as well as I could about the fire, rolling at last under the table.
"Here, here! What is the man about?"
shouted Patiño.
"Help, sentry! Help! He will get away!"
Goddard came running in and fell upon me with all his weight as though trying to secure me. I felt his keen knife slit through the bonds, and a poniard was thrust into my hand. Then we rolled out from under the table as though struggling furiously, and so upon De Brésac, Goddard turning him loose and arming him as he had armed me. The drunken fool seemed in a kind of stupor, not alive to what was really happening, until we three sprang upon our feet. The surprise was complete, and the advantage was clearly with us. I have never struck a blow so hard as the one which I put upon the face of this Vincente, for he went flying backward over the table upon his head, his boots sticking up over a bench. Before Patiño could even draw, Goddard thrust him through the heart, and he sank down, making no sound. De Brésac, seizing a sword, valiantly had set upon De Baçan, who, giving a roar like a bull, fell to with such energy that the Frenchman was put immediately upon the defensive and was forced over toward the door, through which, before we knew it, De Baçan vanished like the wind, running out across the square to the barracks of the men, yelling like a demon the while. He was a fiend incarnate, this man. There was not a moment to lose. Seizing the weapons of Patiño and Vincente, we dashed out around the corner of the lodge and so into the forest, running at the top of our speed.
End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs, recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Of our escape. As we sped up the wide path through the thicket, we could hear De Baçan as he ran bellowing across the square. It was black darkness under the branches, but as we accustomed ourselves we could make out the line of the path ahead. Twigs and branches struck us in the face, but Goddard thundered on with great confidence, setting for us a good round pace and
De Brésac, who was a fleet runner, keeping close upon his heels.
In a moment there were loud cries from the buildings behind, but we could hear plain above them all the great roars of Don Diego as the soldiers came after us in full pursuit. Ignorant of the road as we were, we had the advantage of being in our sober senses, spurred moreover by the love of life, which now at this chance came with a fullness to nerve us for any desperateness. After all the suffering of mind and body which had gone before, this freedom was sweet indeed, and in our hearts we knew that we could not again fall alive into the hands of these people. The fresh air of the forest tasted sweet to the throat, and I drank it greedily into my lungs as I ran, following the gray shadows ahead of me. After a while we heard the shouting of De Baçan no more, only the cries of some of the soldiers who were speedily coming forward. But the great speed told upon us, and the sea legs of Job Goddard, which were not meant for such work as this, refused to move so rapidly, and he fell a little behind. De Brésac seemed imbued with new life and ran with great agility, leaping over logs and twisting through the bushes like one brought up to the crafts of the woods rather than the courtesies and fantasies of the court. But it was uncertain and awkward progress at best. Goddard had a pike and an arquebus, while De Brésac and I had each a poniard and a rapier. Twice I fell prone to the ground over the tree trunks and bushes, and once had overrun Goddard in the dark, and we too had fallen rolling over in a monstrous tangle. The sound of the pursuit was growing louder every minute. De Brésac paused, impatient at our awkwardness. He could have got well away had he wished, but he only stood there as we stumbled to our feet, the sound of men crashing through the bushes showing how near were the more fleet-footed of these Spaniards. It was desperate work for heavy men. Off we started once more, De Brésac seizing the arquebus to lighten the burden of Goddard, who was swearing and trying to rub his shin, which he had bruised most severely with his pike handle. We came to an open space 200 yards or so in width, in which the Indians had planted a field of maize, but the crop had been garnered and only the short stalks remained. The moon had come out, and it seemed hardly possible that we could get across this open and escape discovery. Could we but reach the other side where the deeper forest began, there would seem to be less chance of immediate capture. Goddard was well nigh done, but managed to struggle on over the rough loam toward an opening in the bush beyond. De Brésac had passed him and entered the wood, and I had come to his side, when behind us there was a loud shouting, and 2 soldiers, stripped of their armor, emerged from the forest and came toward us at the top of their speed. De Brésac stopped and dropped down upon one knee, and I knew what he meant to do. Goddard fell, almost exhausted, beside him, and I crouched behind a bush a little to the rear, awaiting the coming of our adversaries. We were all breathing very hard, but De Brésac, full of vitality, was crouched like a cat ready to spring. "The one in front," said he to me in a whisper. "I will account for the other." On the Spaniards came, leaping from one hillock to another, their naked weapons gleaming fitfully in the moonlight. The fellow in advance was but a boy. His hair was fair and he was comely to see. My heart misgave me as he came nearer, rushing onward fearlessly. but it was his life or mine, my life and Mademoiselle's perhaps, and so I did not hesitate. Rising just as he came into the shadow of the trees and running him through with such force that the basket hilt of the weapon struck against him, and as he fell the blade broke short off against the ground. The other man, seeing the fate of his comrade, paused for a moment, but De Brésac was upon him like a flash and sent his sword a-flying. After all, these lives in the heat of action were few enough against those of our friends who had been murdered in cold blood before. Then De Brésac, who was a man of ingenuity, drew the bodies under some bushes, and we started off along the shadow of the woods at the edge of the clearing toward the left, doubling in a way upon our own track, to throw our pursuers the more surely off in another direction. We saw 2 and then 6 more of them go flying across the clearing, following the track of our boots in the soft earth, but they did not pause, going crashing through and shouting to one another until the sounds were lost in the many voices of the night. We were free, at least for the present. We looked around the one to the other, and long breaths burst at the same moment from the 3 of us.
"Phew, Master Sydney,"
said Goddard, pulling his beard, which had been glued to his cheeks.
"'Tis little I thought I'd ever get up in this disguise, sir. Odds bobs, but I'm done. I've been feeding up this night to last a week, sir, and me stomach is something feeble since this smoke sucking."
He fell to the ground, breathing like a bellows, and he vowed he would move no more. Then De Brésac planned quickly.
"If we go to the beach,"
he said,
"they will surely take us. There they can drive us to the sea, or prison us on one of these sand spits and take us at their ease. Let us keep among the woods and the swamps. There we can retreat at will, and may support life until we can find a friend, or come to the great inland channel of which they speak. We may come upon the canoes of the Indians of Satouriona, for the Potano are far to the west, and the Thimagoas of Utina are to the south."
We saw that what he said was wise, for Menendez, now thinking the beach his natural shambles, would certainly try again to find us there. At any rate, where we were was no comfortable neighborhood, for some stray Spaniard might at any moment be stumbling upon us, and then there would surely be more killing, and I was sick at the sight of blood and wanted no more of it. So in some fashion, when he had got his breath, we put Goddard on his feet and moved steadily forward, pausing only now and then to listen for the signs of pursuit. In this way we moved for 2 hours through the moss-hanging forest. We talked but little, having need of all our strength and breath. Goddard managed to tell his story. He had been struck upon the head and had fallen for dead under a pile of corpses. When he had come to himself, it was dark and the Spaniards had gone. He had come across the bay at night in a canoe he had found at the landing place. He possessed himself of the arms and weapons of a Spaniard who was sleeping in the woods and who sleeps there yet, cutting off the soldier's beard and fastening the hair of it upon himself with tree gum. Then, making a detour, he had come in at nightfall, following in the footsteps of a detachment of the soldiery who had marched down from Fort San Mateo, and in the confusion and debauchery of the camp, by simulating dumbness, escaped detection, taking the sentry duty with little difficulty. It was a most wonderful thing, but Goddard would say little further than this, only smiling when he spoke of the Spaniard in the woods. He took off his morion and mopped the sweat from his brow.
"Master Sidney, I saw Jem Smith die, sir,"
he said.
"He went to join his martyrs with a smile on his lips. He wore his velvet suit of black, and he was beautiful to see. I saw him die, sir, cut down like a dog before my eyes. And, sir, I saw the man as did it."
He tapped the Spanish morion with a significant gesture, and then grimly,
"'Twas him."
We had covered a distance of perhaps 3 leagues when we came to a body of water which seemed a kind of river, but not so wide as the River of May, only 100 yards across to the thither bank. There we stopped to plan, for Goddard could not swim. It looked but a short time before the day, for the heavens were brightening through the great trees behind us. If we could place Job Goddard upon the trunk of a tree, then we might push him across the stream. There was one floating out in the current. De Brésac had removed his boots to swim for it, and had even taken a step down into the slime of the bank, when, as we looked, the log began sluggishly to move, but against the current. And then we saw the thing was alive. De Brésac rushed out upon the high ground in terror, for the log was no log at all, but one of those great horny lizards which Admiral Hawkins has since reported, and which are called crocodiles or alligators. If the Spaniards had come upon us at that moment, they could have taken us without a fight, for this beast was of such a great size and length, so ugly moreover and slimy, that we stood with knees trembling upon the bank. But by and by Job Goddard, plucking his courage up, cast a stone at it, and as the missile fell in the water, the great beast, with a flurry and a splash of his tail, went plowing down the stream, more frightened even than we. The heavens were well alight before we could persuade ourselves to make the attempt to cross. Sure at last that there was no fording place, we 3 got astride of a wide log and began the passage of this treacherous stream, expecting each moment to have a leg nipped off at the knee. We had long pieces of bark for paddles and made a great commotion, thinking thus to scare these monstrous animals away. And finally we arrived upon the other bank, wet and trembling with fright, but safe. Upon the 3rd day, the Chevalier shot at a furry wild animal which lay in a ball at the top of a tree. He had the skill to carry away the twig on which it swung. The beast fell to the ground, snarling like a dog, to be killed in a trice by Goddard, who pinned it to the earth with his pike. We were most hungry, and fell to upon this beast like wolves, hardly waiting for the flesh to be cooked through. 'Twas little enough, but kept us alive 2 days. On the morning of the 5th day we saw the great inland channel, which we afterwards discovered was a part of the River of May, and by good fortune came upon a hunting party of Satouriona's warriors. I have said that we came upon them, but it were more truthful to say that they came upon us. For an arrow whirred past, and we looked around to see 50 of them coming from the thicket. I held up my hand, shouting loudly, "Antipola, Antipola Bonasson," which means friend, and they came forward and welcomed us with great rejoicing. They fed us on game which they had shot with arrows, and took us at last in a canoe to their village. I had seen the Paracousi, the chief, when we first came to Fort Caroline. He was named Emola, and he entertained us in his lodge, sparing nothing for our comfort. De Brésac was tireless, liberty was breath to his nostrils, and he went about in the village inquiring and planning, making ready to continue our pilgrimage to the coast when we should be rested. For myself, with liberty came a reaction from those horrible days and nights upon the ship, on the sand spit, and in the prison, when in my deeper moods of despair I could see no hope to bring Mademoiselle out of this country alive. In spite of the continuous dread at my heart, there had come again in all its first eagerness the desire only to find her and take her in my arms away from that dreadful Menendez, the very nearness of whom befouled and polluted. I was certain of but one thing, that she was not at San Augustin. Had she been there in those last days, De Baçan would have lost no opportunity to bring us together for his own pleasure, that he might gloat upon us the better to keep his promise of torture to me. But where could she be? What had happened that she was not a prisoner of De Baçan? For it seemed certain that she had been saved from Fort Caroline. I was in a great quandary, and for all my uncertainty I had not the will even to question the Indians upon the subject, for in spite of my hopes I feared the truth they might tell me. We sat about the lodge of this good Emola, looking out at the bright forest, gaining back our strength and will. Well do I remember that wonderful day, with its great stillness and sadness. The Paracousi sat by the open doorway, dark against the golden sunshine, smoking from a great tobacco bowl which he offered to us one after the other. We each took a swallow of it, this being the habit of these people when in good will, and Goddard, bringing forth his own bowl and reed, helped himself from the pouch of Emola, and was soon puffing away valiantly to the great satisfaction of the chief. It was most curious to see these two sucking upon the reeds like babes upon the breast, and puffing out the smoke in curls and rings, regarding each other the while with great solemnity.
"You see, Master Sidney,"
said Goddard between puffs,
"if once I can get me stomach made good against the smoke sucking, 'twill be a most gratifying achievement. For though we may find and win no new lands, by the beards of the martyrs, 'tis surely something we have done to make the discovery of a new habitude or taste, which has made much of the virtue and little of the inconveniency of drinking."
I could not but smile at this sally, for things most ridiculous have a way of intruding themselves upon the most sad and melancholy moments of life.
"Tomorrow we will push onward to the sea, is it not so?"
asked De Brésac abruptly. This brought me to myself. "I am most uncertain, monsieur," I replied. "I hardly know in which way my duty or desire lies. I have felt to this moment as though my greatest wish were to find my way back to Europe and set the armies of all civilized nations about the ears of this devil Menendez de Avilés. But now that I'm free, well, monsieur, I will tell you, Whereupon I told him briefly of the love I bore for Diane de la Notte, of the hope I had of her escape from death, and of my fears for her safety, saying at the last that I could not leave the vicinity of San Augustin until I was sure that she was not in the power of Diego de Baçan. As I told my story, his face saddened.
"I suspected as much,"
he said.
"There is a great bond between us, monsieur. I too have loved. The sister of La Caille was my betrothed. When she died, I vowed I would look no more upon the face of woman. And so I came here to this savage land to lose my sorrow in adventure and perhaps in death. And I have come only to lose him I loved best after his sister."
He spoke of La Caille.
"No, monsieur, I cannot forget, and it is fated that I shall not die. That is my story."
I wrung him silently by the hand.
Monsieur,
he went on quickly,
there is a duty which you and I owe to our God, a duty stronger than any earthly tie. A foul deed has been done which has no equal in the history of the world."
He paused a moment.
"Forgive me if I seem to bring more grief to your heart, but I know that there is no chance upon this earth to see again the one you love. Believe me when I say it is true. It is the love that is in your heart which makes you willful not to ask and to believe the thing you most dread."
I buried my face in my hands, for it was so, and I was a coward.
"Monsieur, listen," he continued softly. "Do not blind yourself further to these facts, for you will but add one more life to those which have already been recklessly thrown away. And with your doubts at rest, your life should be given to justice."
"Ah, but my heart can never again be satisfied until I have found her."
"Then I must tell you the truth, mon ami, whatever may come. I have spoken with these Indians in such manner as it was possible, and I know most of the things that have happened since the massacre. I have seen articles which came from the fort, and I know that there are no women there at this time. Many of them were cut down and killed. A few only were taken towards San Augustin. With them was Mademoiselle de la Notte."
I started up. "Diane? And how?"
"Ah, monsieur, calm yourself and listen with a stout heart, for I have dreadful news. She was of a party of women. There were Spanish soldiers with him. When these women got to a certain place, they would go no further. The soldiers then killed them as they had done the others."
"But this is mere hazard. How do you know? What proofs have you?" I cried in anguish.
"Only this,"
he said solemnly.
"I have myself beheld it, and you will know."
And going to Emola, he made a motion towards his hand. The Paracousi produced from his belt a bit of gold, and De Brésac placed it in my hands. It was the finger ring with the ancient setting which Diane had worn. I took the bauble from him silently, stupidly, and then unconsciously bore it to my lips. Slowly the cruel truth dawned upon me as I looked at the jewel. It seemed as though my breast were bursting from the emotions that flooded up from that secret corner in my soul in which man hides the things he holds most holy. What would I not have given for woman's tears, to have wept out upon it all the tenderness in my heart? I could only bend over it reverently, dry-eyed, mutely suffering. But I had undergone all this torture before, and the certainty now that she had died seemed to make no further enduring wound. I sat at last looking at Emola as he told how the ring had come to him from one of his braves, who had exchanged it for some silver neck pieces. After the first shock of this dreadful discovery, I seemed rather stupefied than aught else, with no capacity for great grief nor any great sensation of any kind. When he understood, the Paracousi came and put his hand upon my shoulder, and this aroused me. He indicated by pointing that he would give me the ring which I still held in my hand. I thanked him with a look and a hand clasp, and got upon my feet, stretching my limbs, arising from my grief stupor. When he had finished speaking, I turned to the Chevalier de Brésac, saying to him, "My friend, I will follow wherever you will lead." He took me by one hand joyfully, and Job Goddard with gruff heartiness seized the other. Then we three, of no religion, but made one by suffering and the loss of those three persons we loved the best, took an oath, with the grave Paracousi for witness, that not while we lived would we rest until we had seen our enemies visited with vengeance by fire and the sword.
End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of In Search of Mademoiselle by George Gibbs. Recorded by Tony Oliva. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. In which we journey to Paris. If I have dwelt upon these events hitherto with great particularity, it is that there might be a record of all that passed, and that the devotion of this seaman Goddard, a yeoman of England, should be known to all men. Of the Chevalier de Brésac I need say nothing further at this time, since his public service is well known alike in England and France. Upon the morning following my discovery of the ring with the ancient setting, we entered one of the great war canoes in company with the Paracousi Emola and 8 warriors, and set forth upon our journey to the sea. There was nothing to fear from the Spaniards, for the camp of Emola was in the country of Satouriona, and until we came again within sight of the battlements of Fort San Mateo, there was little danger of discovery, and even had we been attacked, we should have been able to give a good account of ourselves. The River of May, for a long distance, was shallow, but of a great width, and seemed like a vast morass. At noon on the following day, we set into a current which speedily took us into a deeper channel, where the sand grasses no longer waved beside us. The paddles dipped deep, and as they sent the water gurgling musically astern, put us along downstream at a fair brave rate. By and by the Indians told us that Fort San Mateo was but 4 leagues below, and as it lacked an hour to sunset, we hauled in our canoe to the bank to await the friendly cover of night before resuming our journey to the sea. But there was little need for precaution, for we saw no sign of human life.
We stole along the shadow of the western shore, drifting down with the tide, which was ebbing strongly. At some time after midnight the sound of men's voices singing a rough chorus came up to us on the wind, and in a while we crept out from behind a point of land to see the lights of Fort San Mateo, lurid and garish, come dancing down to us across the face of the star-sprinkled waters. The Spaniards were making merry, and the hoarse sound of their laughter blasphemed the sweetness of the night and shivered the silence again and again with its echoes. They had no fear of attack. Had they not swept out of existence a whole nation from these new shores? We saw no sentries upon the bastions even, and passed fairly under the cannon, arousing no challenge or inquiry. When we had passed below the fort, a desperate sadness fell upon me again at the sight of the familiar shore and hills at which she and I had looked together. I turned my head and looked back as I had on that morning when we went down to the sea to give battle to the Spaniards. I seemed to see her standing there again upon the battlements, tall and lithe, looking fearlessly up at me as I told her my fears. The farewell, the tender tears in her eyes, the touch of her fingers, all were as real as though it had been but yesterday instead of 2 long months ago, months of suffering which had made my days into weeks and weeks into years. The pain came again fiercely to my breast, and I caught my breath to ease it. The firm fingers of de Brésac closed upon my own as he whispered, "Courage, mon brave, courage." Ah me, the meanings of the travails through which we are brought to our better understanding are little known of men, nor will be through many generations of time. In a moment or so the pang was past, and in a sudden flash of unreason, nature's compensation for her sorrows, I felt again, as I had felt before, that Mademoiselle was at that moment somewhere near, not cold in death, but breathing and living. All this in spite of the ring, the silent evidence of the truth of what had been spoken, which I felt at every breath against my heart. We had passed a little below the fort and had drifted toward a bluff of dunes which jutted out into the stream almost athwart our course, for here the channel runs close to the shore. Upon this point grew a thatch of palmetto scrub and knot of stunted firs and pines, whose gnarled branches stretched this way and that, an impenetrable black tangle against the starlit sky. As we came nearer, the dark blur of the branches took a definite form, and we could mark their gentle sway in the breeze. We were bearing toward a sandbar which jutted well out toward the other shore, and I would have spoken of it, but as I turned, Emola seized me by the arm, placing his hand upon his mouth in token of silence. He and the warriors were craning their heads toward the outspreading branches. They sat mute as statues, saying no word. I could not make it out. Long as I stared, I saw no sign or heard no movement save the rhythm of the swaying branches. The silence was broken by one of the Indians beside me, who uttered a hoarse sound in his throat, and lifting his head, he passed his index finger grimly around his neck. We drifted in again with the current, and in a moment we understood. There, a horrid plaything for the wind of the sea, its clothing limp and loose, we saw a human body swinging by the neck. De Brésac started up. "Par la mort!" he cried. "The infamous ones! Honest braves fighting for their king! To be given this dog's death! Come, Emola, land us here. It is too much, mon ami. He shall not hang so."
He was almost sobbing with the stress of his emotion.
The paddles swept us into the beach, and we climbed the dunes to where the body was hung. Over its head that villain had nailed a piece of white bark upon which had been burned the dreadful confession, not as to Frenchmen, but as to Lutherans. Tenderly, as though he had been one of those we three most deeply mourned, we cut him down and tried to straighten his poor stiffened limbs. Then we carried him where the sand was soft and with the canoe paddles buried him out of sight. There were others, we knew, for the placard had said it, and 3 more we saw hung in the same way and bearing the same inscription. These we cut down and buried as we had buried the first, while Emola and his warriors stood by and gravely watched. Then silently, as though the hand of death were upon our own hearts, we entered the canoe again and pushed onward. The tide had turned, but before dawn we had come well within the sound of the surf and pulled into a secluded river or creek on the north bank. Before the sun had come out of the sea, we ate a portion of dried venison apiece, and concealing the canoe among the branches, cut into the thicket, Goddard carrying a large packet of tobacco which the Paracousi had given him. By marching steadily all the morning along the line of this river, we came by noon to another body of water as large as the River of May. Here we halted again, and to our surprise and great joy discovered a small vessel riding securely at anchor and flying the flag of France. There is no need to dwell at length upon the events which followed. The vessel was the Epervier, Captain Gillon, of the fleet of Poor Ribault. After much signaling, a boat was lowered from her side, and many men armed with arquebus and pike dropped down into her. They approached within 30 yards of the shore, when we proved to them by word of mouth that we were no Spaniards, but men of their own company. Then they brought their boat in upon the beach and welcomed us with great rejoicing. The Epervier had been upon sea for many weeks and blown to the southward, had ridden through the fury of the storm which had sent the other vessels upon the coast. The Frenchmen had seen the wrecks upon the beach, but no man save a few soldiers in armor carrying a standard of Spain. They had come to the River of May only to find our fort in the hands of the enemy, and had much to do to escape to the open sea again, out of range of the Spanish ordnance. This gallant Gillon, watchful against the Spaniards, remained warily at anchor, hoping by this delay to save any Frenchman who might have escaped, although he placed himself in direst jeopardy of capture by the Spanish fleet. It seemed then that most of our physical sufferings were to end. We went aboard the great canoe, as the Paracousi called it, Captain Gillon setting red wine before these Indians, which indeed they drank with as much avidity as Job Goddard himself. They walked about the vessel, looking up at the rigging, speaking among themselves, though they made no outward sign of curiosity, surprise, or any other emotion. They are a strange people, these Caribs, haughty and solitary as the great pines which tower in their wild forests. The good Paracousi was given many gifts to carry back to his people. He bore messages of good will from the French to the great Satouriona, and we three who had been his guests shook him by the hand and smoked a pipe of peace, which Goddard brought forth from beneath his doublet. The chief and his warriors departed to the shore as gravely and silently as they had come. The people of the Epervier, all sickened for the sight of France, and the provisions being low, it was at last decided to set sail. There was small chance of finding other refugees, and the danger of capture was imminent, depending only upon discovery. And so we hoisted our anchor in the morning and with a brisk wind sailed forth from that harbor into the open sea, seeing no Spanish ships and making a clear run to the eastward out of land sight by evening. Of the trials of that voyage I will not speak, since the matter is one having no importance in the description of these events. It is enough that after many weeks of storm and stress, privation and suffering, we had a fight with a Spanish vessel, but being weak-handed were glad enough to get secure away. A sickness broke out among our men, but we landed at last, worn by adversity, at Rochelle in France. As before written, I make no attempt to justify my actions in the happenings which followed. Thrust by ill fortune out of employment, I had made this quarrel my own, and the love which had changed me for the nonce from a man to God had now turned me devil. A new glory had shone into my life for a short hour and made me all resplendent with its gold, but the light had gone out and the darkness hung like a pall about my soul. I could not reason but with relation to the dark thoughts which filled my mind. I thirsted for vengeance upon Menendez and Diego de Baçan, and there was no slaking. Nor could I understand that I, a quiet-tempered English lad, had turned adventurer like a Moor or a Spaniard. It was the tame stable dog made wolfish by the sight of blood. I have said much of the cruelty of the Spaniards, but as I look back upon those dreadful times and the more dreadful ones which followed, I know that I was as mad as the others, and that we were no instruments of God as to ease our consciences we said we were, but only the willing tools of our own passions. Truly, the Chevalier de Brésac was animated by much the same spirit as myself, for upon French soil he proved himself a man of resource. The roads were blocked with snow, but friends in Rochelle made our journey to Paris possible, and in the middle of the month of December we rode into that city by the Porte Saint-Marcel. De Brésac was a fine horseman, and I had been bred to ride long before I took to a sailor's life, but it was no tranquil riding for Job Goddard. The beasts were of the quietest, but even so he found it no easy matter to keep upright in the saddle, and was 3 times tossed into the snow drifts, from which he emerged swearing and vowing that he would ride no more. "'Tis worse than the weather-top gallant yardarm in a cross-chop, Master Sydney," he would say, "and never a lift
or a handful of sail to hang on by. For do you see, sir, this craft will mind no helm but the fore sheets, and 'tis mighty poor sailing in a squall."
He bore so rueful a countenance that we laughed at him in spite of ourselves, and by dint of much persuading and lifting he was got each time again in the saddle. Once within the gates of Paris, we rode straightway to the house of Monsieur Henri de Teligny, the uncle of my good friend. He was a fine, bristly, red-visaged, gallant figure of a man, an old soldier, a man of much power, and, as we soon learned, with a leaning to the cause of the Huguenots. He welcomed the Chevalier with every mark of affection, and after bidding us to the hospitality of his house, caused refreshments to be brought and plied his nephew with questions as to his adventures in New France. It had been the intention of De Brésac to approach him with some care and niceness upon matters of religion, and to bring out an expression upon the tale before enlisting his sympathies in our cause. Therefore, he at first was guarded in his replies, using a very skillful diplomacy. But when he had at last fairly begun, the old man listened to the story of the massacres of Fort Caroline and San Augustin with undisguised horror. He had heard rumors from Spain that the French colony was destroyed. He had not entirely believed it, but were it true, victory had been gained by honorable war and not by criminal deceit. He could not remain quiet through the telling of the real tale, and strode up and down the chamber, pulling at his gray mustaches and venting himself in the loudest expressions of wrath and sorrow. When the Chevalier had come to the voyage in the canoe and the discovery of the swinging bodies over which the legends had been placed, he could contain himself no longer.
"Jarnichien!"
he shouted.
"Hung like a pirate or a marin! Par la pardieu, it is a stain upon the honor, not of Coligny, but of France. These Spaniards think that this new world was made only for themselves, and that no other living man has a right to move or breathe there."
"Would even that justify the murder of French women and children, my General?"
returned the Chevalier keenly.
"La dog, I should say no. You were gentlemen of France, with a patent from your king to settle this terre aux Bretons, which is as much property of France as of Spain."
"Since this Colomb first set foot upon the land, the Spanish claim it all. Menendez has said it."
"And that all others are Moors or piratos, to have their throats slit like hogs or be hung like thieves. Ah, perhaps even in Spain there is justice for such generals as Menendez de Avilés. This is the king's quarrel, mes garçons, not yours. Forquevaulx is our ambassador to Madrid. I know him well. We have fought side by side in siege and field. He too is a soldier, and knows what a soldier's death, as well as his life, should be. This is murder, assassination, I tell you, of the foulest kind, done openly, and not even Philip of Spain should countenance it. Forquevaulx shall demand the degradation of this man."
He paused out of breath and countenance from rapid speaking. Here truly was a friend indeed. We had not counted upon such a valiant partisan.
"The Admiral shall know of these facts at once. I will go to him, or better, he shall come to me. The Hôtel de Châtillon and the Louvre have ears, and my house is my fortress, mes garçons. We all obey me. There are no spies here."
When he had composed himself, he sat and addressed a letter to Coligny, acquainting him with our arrival and asking him to come secretly under the cover of night. The publicity of an audience at the Hôtel de Châtillon could thus be avoided, and M. de Teligny did not doubt that, in view of the importance of the matter, the Admiral would come with all haste. The Chevalier de Brésac was tireless. He worked with a nervous energy which was most astonishing in one of his slender frame. For my part, I was glad enough to seek some rest, for my ride of many miles upon the back of a horse, my first journey of the kind for years, had made me more stiff and sore than when I had fought Don Diego de Baçan. Goddard had long since been put to bed below stairs. While I lay upon a couch, de Brésac wrote steadily, seeking to place on record in some sort of order the argument and statement of the case for the Admiral. As he had aroused Henri de Teligny, so he hoped to arouse Coligny, though from what I knew of the man, I had little thought that this would be hard to do. That night the Chevalier de Brésac repeated our story to Gaspard de Coligny. The great Admiral had thrown off his mask and cloak and sat in a straight, high-backed chair before the fire. He was dressed solemnly enough in a suit of black, with boots and slashed trunks. He wore a rolling collar, or kind of ruff, and a gold chain of fine workmanship, the symbol of his rank, hung about his neck and down his doublet. In stature he was tall, though he seemed less so by reason of his head being somewhat bowed in thought. His forehead was lofty and wrinkled, but marked rather by the weather than by the ravages of time. His hair was plentiful, but was cut short, standing straight upon his head. A pointed white beard fell down upon his breast. His hands grasped the straight arms of the chair as he looked forward into the fire. His eyes, though clear and alert like those of a hawk, and seeming to look not at, but through, had yet an expression of sadness rather than severity. The light of the fire, which was thrown up from below, shone upon the cheekbones and marked the hollows below. At one corner of the mouth was a great scar, half hidden by the mustache, a relic of Montcontour, which made him to appear still more gaunt and hollow-eyed. It was the face of a keen, daring man, but not that of a cruel or even a vengeful one. The Chevalier stood a little to one side opposite him, leaning lightly against the chimney-piece. As he proceeded with the story, the Admiral's hands gripped the chair arms the harder, and he chewed nervously upon a toothpick which he had put into his mouth. For the most part he sat quiet, saying no word, but when he heard of the promise of Menendez for safe conduct as prisoners of war, he could contain himself no longer. He got upon his feet, walking up and down, asking short questions the while to complete his view. De Brésac told him all that had happened, much as I have related it here, save only the parts which are intimate and personal to me. When he described the patience and martyrdom of Ribault and the others, and the manner in which they had met their doom, Coligny raised his hands to his brow, saying as though to himself, "It is not possible, not possible. I cannot believe it." asking questions until all doubt of the barbarity had been removed from his mind.
"It is horrible,"
he said.
"Horrible. Even now, when assassination is so much the fashion that it is the argument of the fool and the wise alike."
When De Brésac had finished, having spoken of the good conduct of those who were lost and the probable position of the survivors, were there any, the Admiral remained silent a while, looking into the fire, his hands clenched and his brows knit in a tangled frown. He had quite forgotten us, for his mind was fixed upon the bearing of this news upon matters of state. No word was spoken, and the only sound in that great chamber was the crackling of the logs upon the hearth. We saw by the look upon his face how deep was his interest in the fate of his poor colony, and we saw how the melancholy was driven from his eyes by the expression of stern resolve which suddenly fixed his features. It was like watching a HERICANO drive up over a windy sea. After a while he put again in rapid succession a number of questions upon facts unconsidered by De Brésac, which would have a certain diplomatic value at the court of Madrid. It was far into the night when he had done, and he made no further statement and gave no opinion of any kind, save at the end, when his men had been called and he was about to draw on his cloak. "A great crime has been committed against duly constituted officers of France, my friends," he said gravely. "It is a matter in which the honor of the King is concerned. It may not be overlooked, and God alone knows what may come. You are to speak no word of this affair, and must wait in readiness to be called to audience with the King. You have done well, M. de Brésac. Good night, messieurs. M. de Téligny, good night." And so saying, he disappeared down the stairway and out a street door, muffling himself as he went. De Brésac turned to me, his eyes glittering and his lips set in a grim smile of triumph. "We shall have vengeance upon them. Yes, we shall have vengeance." End of chapter 17.